अध्यक्ष जी।
माननीय सदस्यगण, नियम 37 के अधीन मामलों को सभा पटल पर रखा जाएगा। जो माननीय सदस्य नियम 37 के अधीन मामलों को जिनको आज उठाने की अनुमति प्रदान की गई है वह व्यक्तिगत रूप से सभा पटल पर रख सकते हैं। माननीय विदेश मंत्री जी।
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise to apprise the House of some recent developments in the India-China border areas and their implications for our overall bilateral relations. The House is aware that our ties have been abnormal since 2020, when peace and tranquility in the border areas were disturbed as a result of Chinese actions. Recent developments that reflect our continuous diplomatic engagement since then have set our ties in the direction of some improvement. The House is cognizant of the fact that China is an illegal occupation of 38,000 square kilometers of Indian territory in Aksai Chin as a result of the 1962 conflicts and the event that preceded it. Furthermore, Pakistan illegally ceded 5,180 square kilometers of Indian territory to China in 1963, which has been under its occupation since 1948. India and China have held talks for multiple decades to resolve the boundary issue. While there is a line of actual control, LAC, it does not have a common understanding in some areas. We remain committed to engaging with China through bilateral discussions to arrive at a fair, reasonable, and mutually acceptable framework for a boundary settlement. Honorable members would recall that the amassing of a large number of troops by China along the LAC in eastern Ladakh in April-May 2020 resulted in face-offs with our forces at a number of points. The situation also led to disruption of patrolling activities. It is to the credit of our armed forces that despite logistical challenges and the then prevailing COVID situation, they were able to counter-deploy rapidly and effectively. Honorable Speaker, sir, the House is well aware of the circumstances leading to the violent clashes in Galwan Valley in June 2020. In the months thereafter, we were addressing a situation that had not only seen fatalities for the first time in 45 years, but also a turn of events serious enough for heavy weaponry to be deployed in close proximity to the LAC. While a determined counter-deployment of adequate capability was the government's immediate response, there was also the imperative of a diplomatic effort to diffuse these heightened tensions and restore peace and tranquility. Honorable Speaker, sir, the contemporary phase of our ties with China dates back to 1988, when there was a clear understanding that the Sino-Indian boundary question will be settled through peaceful and friendly consultations. In 1991, the two sides agreed to maintain peace and tranquility in the areas along the LAC, pending a final settlement of the boundary question. Thereafter, in 1993, an agreement was reached on the maintenance of peace and tranquility. Subsequently, in 1996, India and China agreed on confidence-building measures in the military field. In 2003, we finalized a declaration of principles of our relations and comprehensive cooperation, which included the appointment of special representatives. In 2005, a protocol was formulated on modalities for the implementation of confidence-building measures along the LAC. At the same time, the political parameters and guiding principles for the settlement of the boundary question was agreed to. In 2012, a working mechanism for consultation and coordination, WMCC, was established, and a year later, we reached an understanding on border defense cooperation as well. Speaker, sir, the purpose of my recalling these agreements is to underline the elaborate nature of our shared efforts to ensure peace and tranquility, and to emphasize the seriousness of what its unprecedented disruption in 2020 implied for our overall relationship. The situation arising after our counter-deployment in 2020 called for multiple sets of responses. The immediate priority was to ensure disengagement from friction points so that there would be no further untoward incidents or clashes. This, sir, has been fully achieved, as I will explain. The next priority will be to consider de-escalation that would address the massing of troops along the LAC with associated accompaniments. It is also evident that the management of border areas will require further attention in the light of our recent experiences. In all of this, we were and we remain very clear that the three key principles must be observed in all circumstances. One, both sides should strictly respect and observe the LAC. Two, neither side should attempt to unilaterally alter the status quo. And three, agreements and understandings reached in the past must be fully abided by in their entirety. Honourable members would appreciate that as a result of the sustained tension and specific developments in the border areas, our overall relationship with China was bound to be impacted adversely. In the new circumstances, it was obviously not possible to continue the normal exchanges, interactions, and activities as in the past. In this regard, we made clear that the development of our ties were contingent on the principles of mutual sensitivity, mutual respect, and mutual interest. Throughout this period, honourable members would also be aware that government has maintained that India-China relations cannot be normal in the absence of peace and tranquility in the border areas. The combination of a firm and principled stance on the situation in the border areas, as well as a clearly articulated approach to the totality of our ties, have been the foundation of our engagement with China for the last 4 years. We have been very clear that the restoration of peace and tranquility would be the basis for the rest of the relationship to move forward. Since 2020, our engagement was therefore focused on these objectives. This took place at various levels involving different arms of the government. I myself have had meetings with my Chinese counterpart, as indeed has my senior colleague, Raksha Mantriji. Our NSA has also engaged his Chinese counterpart, both being special representatives on the boundary question. More detailed discussions were conducted by the Working Mechanism for Cooperation and Coordination, WMCC, at the diplomatic level. Its military counterpart was the Senior Highest Military Commanders Meeting, SHMC mechanism. The interactions were naturally very tightly coordinated with a combined presence in the negotiations of both diplomatic and military officials. Since June 2020, 17 meetings of the WMCC and 21 rounds of SHMC have taken place. So, in this background, I would like, sir, to inform the House today about the agreement reached on 21 October 2024 regarding Depsang and Demchok. The twin considerations of an unstable local situation and an impacted bilateral relationship were clearly the drivers for these recent endeavours. These two areas have been the focus of our discussions in both WMCC and SHMC with the Chinese side since September 2022, when the last disengagement agreement was concluded at Hot Springs area. In the lead-up to the October 21 agreement, I had discussed both the specific disengagement issue as well as the larger relationship with my Chinese counterpart in Astana on 4 July and Vientiane on 25 July. Our national security advisors, ours and the Chinese, met in St. Petersburg on 12 September, and the problem in these two areas pertained primarily to obstructions of our long-standing patrolling activity. In Demchok, there was also the question of access by our nomadic population to traditional grazing grounds, as well to sites of significance to the local people. As a result of this recent understanding, arrived at, after intensive negotiations, resumption of patrolling to the traditional areas is underway. It was initially tested by sending out patrols for verification of disengagement on the ground and is being followed up by regular activities as per the agreed understanding. Following the October 21 understanding, Prime Minister and President Xi Jinping had a meeting on the sidelines of the BRICS summit in Kazan on October 23. They welcomed the understanding and directed the foreign ministers to meet and stabilize and rebuild the relationship. The special representatives are also to oversee the management of peace and tranquility, besides exploring a fair, reasonable, and mutually acceptable solution to the boundary question. In pursuance of that, I recently held discussions with Foreign Minister Wang Yi again on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro on November 18. Raksha Mantriji has also met the Chinese Defense Minister Dong Jun at the ASEAN Defense Minister ADMM Plus meeting in Vientiane on November 20. The two ministers discussed progress on the recent agreement on disengagement, the need to address de-escalation, and the requirement of strengthening confidence-building measures. They agreed on the importance of continuing meetings and consultations at various levels. Sir, the House will remember that on October 21, the October 21 agreement is the latest in the series of an understanding in regard to the resolution of the situation at various friction points in eastern Ladakh. In the aftermath of the events in May-June 2020 and the initial disengagement in Galwan Valley in July 2020, there was a foreign ministers meeting in Moscow in 10 September 2020. The government's position at that time was that the immediate task was to ensure comprehensive disengagement of troops in all the friction areas. It was emphasized that the large concentration of troops along the LAC was not in accordance with the 1993 and 1996 agreements. The Indian side, it was made clear, would not countenance any attempts to change the status quo unilaterally. We also expected that all agreements and protocols pertaining to the management of the border areas would be scrupulously followed. Sir, through you, I would like to inform the House that disengagement has been achieved in full in eastern Ladakh through a step-by-step process, culminating in Depsang and Demchok. With the task of disengagement completed, it is now our expectation that discussions would commence with regard to the remaining issues that we have placed on the agenda. For the benefit of honourable members, I would also flag to your attention previous positions articulated by the government in Parliament on this issue. On 15th of September 2020, Raksha Mantriji had made a detailed statement on Chinese attempts to transgress the LAC and the appropriate response given by our armed forces. On the 11th of February 2021, Raksha Mantri had again briefed the House about our disengagement agreement in the north and south banks of the Pangong Lake. Thereafter, in August of 2021, a third phase of disengagement took place in the area of Gogra, whereby troops would henceforth be in their respective bases. The next step took place in September 2022, pertaining to the Hot Springs area. Again, forward deployments ceased in a phased, coordinated and verified manner, resulting in the return of troops to their respective areas. The most recent agreement, the October 21 agreement, comes in the wake of the earlier ones. It completes the first phase of what we had agreed to in Moscow in September 2020. As members are aware, there is a long history of frictions, transgressions and face-offs in several sectors of the India-China border. This goes back to Bara Hoti from 1954, to Longju in 1959 to Sumdurongchu from 1986-1995 and Depsang in 2013, amongst others. In the past, earlier governments have agreed to a range of steps to diffuse situations that have arisen at different times, including offers on our side to create demilitarized zones, limited non-patrolling zones, relocation or withdrawal of posts, disengagement of troops, and dismantlement of structures. Different locations have seen different solutions being examined. Where the October 21 understanding is concerned, our objective has been to ensure patrolling as in the past to the relevant patrolling points, as well as resumption of grazing by our civilians as per long-standing practice. This is indeed what we have agreed upon in regard to Depsang and Demchok. In a few other places where friction occurred in 2020, steps of a temporary and limited nature were worked out based on local conditions to obviate the possibility of further friction. This, I must stress, applies to both sides and can be revisited as the situation demands. In that sense, our stance has been resolute and firm and serves our national interests fully. The ensuring of our national security in this manner is the result of cumulative and coordinated endeavours of many parts of the government, obviously centred around our defence and security forces. The competence and professionalism of our services in this period was displayed in our speedy and effective counter-deployment. In the negotiations with China, the defence and diplomatic arms worked in lockstep to ensure that our national interests were comprehensively met. Sir, in that context, the House would also recognise that there has been a significant improvement in the border infrastructure, which has made such effective counter-deployment possible. This is reflected, amongst others, in the increase of border infrastructure allocations in the last decade. The Border Roads Organisation, BRO, alone has incurred 3 times the expenditure level of what it was a decade ago. Whether it is the length of the road networks, of the bridges, or the number of tunnels, there has been a substantial increase over the earlier period. Notable milestones in recent years include the Atal Tunnel to Lahul Spiti, the Sela and the Nechifu tunnels to Tawang, the Umlingla Pass Road in southern Ladakh, and the extended opening of the Zojila axis. Work is progressing on some strategically important roads and airfields in Ladakh. The adoption of new technologies in high altitude, remote, inaccessible and permafrost areas has also been significant. All of this reflects the government's firm commitment to protecting our borders and ensuring that our armed forces get the facilities and the logistical support that they deserve. Finally, sir, let me share with honourable members our expectation regarding the direction of our ties with China in the near future. Our relationship had progressed in many domains, but was obviously negatively affected by recent events. We are clear that the maintenance of peace and tranquility in border areas is a prerequisite for the development of our ties. In the coming days, we will be discussing both de-escalation as well as effective management of our activities in the border areas. The conclusion of the disengagement phase now allows us to consider other aspects of our bilateral engagement in a calibrated manner, keeping our national security interests first and foremost. In my recent meeting with Foreign Minister Wang Yi, we reached an understanding that the special representatives and the Foreign Secretary level mechanisms will be convening soon. I thank you, sir, and the honourable members for their attention, and I am confident that the government has the full support in addressing the complexities of this important relationship.
इसमें डिस्कशन नहीं होता जी।
नंबर 14 बैंकारी विधिया संशोधन विधेयक 2024 बैंकिंग लॉ अमेंडमेंट बिल 2020 सदन नियमों प्रक्रियाओं से चलता है और नियम प्रक्रिया में हमारे लोकसभा में ये है कि स्टेटमेंट के बाद कोई भी सप्लीमेंट्री प्रश्न नहीं पूछा जाता। इधर नियम के कानून बनाए हुए हैं, संसद के बनाए हुए कानून हैं। ऑनरेबल फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर।
Sir, I rise to move that the bill further to amend the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934, the Banking Regulation Act 1949, the State Bank of India Act 1955, the Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfer of Undertakings Act 1970, and the Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfer of Undertakings Act 1980 be taken into consideration.
आप कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं?
Sir, silent. I'll reply, sir.
एक मिनट। रूल 372, लोकसभा में किसी भी विषय पर अध्यक्ष की सहमति से मंत्री द्वारा वक्तव्य दिया जा सकेगा, किंतु जिस समय वक्तव्य दिया जाएगा कोई प्रश्न नहीं पूछा जाएगा। द रूल्स। आपको कोई प्रश्न पूछना है, आप क्लियरिफिकेशन करना है, आप करनी है, पर अभी सदन तो नियम प्रक्रियाओं से चलता है और सदन नियम प्रक्रियाओं से चलता है तो नियम प्रक्रिया से चलाना पड़ता है। ओके, ऑनरेबल फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर। आप नोटिस दे दीजिए, मैं देख लूंगा उसको।
Sir, in the Union Budget of 23-24, sir, it was announced, and I had read it. I like to quote, sir, to improve bank governance and enhance investors' protection. Certain amendments to the Banking Regulation Act, the Banking Companies Act, and the Reserve Bank of India Act are proposed. Unquote, sir. So in order to achieve the same, amendments to the following acts are being proposed through the banking laws. So
बोलिए कौन सा रूल्स है, बताइए रूल्स।
रूल नंबर करो
सर शक्तरन कॉल सर माइक दे दो सर शक्तरन कॉल माइक सर प्रैक्टिस एंड प्रोसीजर्स ऑफ द पार्लियामेंट शक्तरन कॉल सर 155 पेज नंबर लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन
नो कॉल
सर द प्रोसेस ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्री गवर्नमेंट इज बेस्ड ऑन
रूल की किताब
म्यूचुअल
नंबर बताइए,
फॉरबियरेंस
नोटिस।
बिटवीन द ऑपोजिशन एंड द
sir, a total of 19 amendments are being discussed here. Reserve Bank of India Act 1934, there is one amendment which is proposed. Banking Regulation Act 1949 has 12 amendments proposed. State Bank of India Act 1955 has 2 amendments. Banking Companies and Acquisition Transfer of Undertaking Act 1970 has 2 amendments. And Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfer of Undertaking Act 1978 have 2 amendments. So of the 19 amendments that we are talking about, we are proposing through the Banking Laws Amendment Bill the 19 amendments to be brought in, and of that I would like to highlight 7 of the highlights of the 19 amendments. So these amendments to the Banking Amendments Bill of 2024 are being introduced now. It was actually introduced on the 9th of August 2024. The proposed bill, sir, seeks to improve on governance standards, provide consistency in reporting by banks to the Reserve Bank of India, ensure better protection for depositors and also for investors, improve audit quality in public sector banks, and also to increase the tenure of directors other than the chairperson and whole-time directors in cooperative banks. So in specific, if I have to highlight the 7 of the 19 amendments that are being brought in now, I will, in a sequence, talk about amendments to the Banking Regulation Act, sir. The first one in the Banking Regulation Act is to allow up to 4 nominees. So this includes provisions for simultaneous and successive nominations, offering of greater flexibility and convenience for depositors and their legal heirs, especially concerning deposits, articles in safe custody, and also of safety lockers. So that is the first of the 7 amendments that I'd like to highlight. 19 amendments in total, but I'm highlighting 7. Of the 7, this is the first one. The second that I'd like to highlight, sir, is again amendment to the banking regulations, sir, which actually revises the reporting dates for the submission of statutory reports by banks to the Reserve Bank of India from reporting Friday, every Friday, to the last day of the fortnight, month or the quarter. So this change will ensure consistency in reporting, sir, and that will make it easier for even those who want to observe the Indian economy or the way in which banks follow statutory reporting. So that is the second of the 7 highlights that I want to say of the total 19 amendments that we are bringing now. So then the third of the amendments to the Banking Regulation Act is extending the tenure of the directors, excluding those of the chairman and the whole-time directors in cooperative banks from 8 years to 10 years. So then the 4th amendment to the Banking Regulation Act, there are 12 amendments only to the Banking Regulation Act, but I'm highlighting some of them. So the 4th one is the amendment to Section 5 of the Banking Regulation Act 1949, which will redefine substantial interest. The expression substantial interest is getting redefined. The threshold for shareholding of a substantial interest will be increased from 5 lakh rupees to 2 crore rupees, reflecting the present value as the same as was last fixed in 1968. The 5th of the Banking Regulation Amendment Act, sir, I already mentioned that there are total of 19 amendments that we are coming along with now, and of the 19, 12 pertain to the Banking Regulation Act. So the 5th one is amendment to subsection 3 of the section 16 of the Banking Regulation Act to allow a director of a central cooperative bank to serve on the board of a state cooperative bank. Normally, sir, in bank, when you appoint directors, they can hold the position of a director only in one institution and not in more. However, the cooperative bank structure, unless a person is elected to one layer of the cooperative, they can't get into the next layer, and as a result, they will necessarily have to hold position in more than one place. So we're making the Banking Regulation Act consistent with that provision so that they are in alignment with the cooperatives that are in banking area. Obviously, I would like to mention for clarification's sake through you, sir, to the Honorable House, that when we are touching matters related to cooperative acts, I think that's very important for me to clarify right at the beginning, that it is only the banking aspects of cooperatives, those cooperatives which are functioning as bank as well, only in their banking activity are these amendments going to come into play once the House passes it. The other activities of the cooperatives like primary agriculture society, cooperative society and so on, we have nothing at all to do with these amendments. They are cooperative activities, but we are looking at the banking activities. So amendment to subsection C3 of the 16th, section 16 is for allowing a director in the Central Cooperative Bank to serve on the board of a state cooperative bank as well. Sir, the State Bank of India Act has 2 amendments. Of that, one of which I like to highlight here as an opening remark is amendment to section 41 of the State Bank of India Act 1955 and the section 10 of the Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfer Undertakings 1980 Act will provide public sector banks with the discretion in determining the remuneration of auditors. This measure aims to improve the quality of audits by giving banks the opportunity to attract the best talent in the market and aligning compensation with the financial capacity of the banks. So these are the proposed amendments. I've highlighted some of them. There are 19 of them. They pertain to at least 4 of these five of the major acts, which are inclusive of Reserve Bank of India Act, Banking Regulation Act 49, State Bank of India Act 55, Banking Companies Act 1970, Banking Companies Act 78. So with these opening remarks, I submit to you, sir, that these proposed amendments will only strengthen governance in Indian banking sector, besides enhancing consumers and customer convenience with respect to nominations and protection of investors. So with that, sir, I would appeal to you that the discussion can be taken up.
गोगोई जी, आप वरिष्ठ सदस्य हैं। जब कोई दूसरा विषय शुरू हो चुका है, बिल जब शुरू हो चुका है, तो बीच में पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर नहीं होता। दूसरा कॉल एंड शब्दर कन्वेंशन है, संसद रूल्स रेगुलेशन से चलती है।
आप भी तो कन्वेंशन देखते हैं
और ये परंपराएं होती है, वो मानते हैं।
1 minute sir, this I agree with you, sir.
कॉल शब्दर मैंने कहा
this is not the issue.
परंपराएं और परंपराएं अध्यक्ष के ऊपर निर्भर करती है। परंपराएं अच्छी है, उनको हम लागू भी करते हैं।
Sir, Parliament is running through conventions and procedure also.
Yes.
As per the convention and procedure, leader of opposition has a great role in parliamentary procedure. Prime Minister has a role, like leader of opposition also has a great role. Now, I am quoting only one sentence. No, the leader of opposition is the official spokesperson of the minority or minorities, and to that, and he seriously watches any encroachment on their rights. His task, though not so difficult as that of Prime Minister, is of sufficiently great public importance because he has to maintain a team, basically a shadow cabinet, ready to take over administration. In performing his duties and obligations, the leader of the opposition has to take into account not only in the... Whenever this parliament... Sir, you are also a member of the parliament, sir, honorable speaker. When you are also speaker, whenever LOP, I saw that when Sushma Swaraj was the LOP, whenever she stands for a minute, that point of time, a speaker has to allow. This is a custom. Now, we don't want to argue with the government. China, everybody is interested. Entire India alliance, entire opposition is interested for it. The LOP want to give a suggestion. What? Stopping you, sir, giving a suggestion from LOP. That's a constitutional body.
कॉल शब्द आप भी पढ़ दो।
सर स्पीकर सर, जितनी बातें कही वेणुगोपाल जी ने सहमत हूं सर। कॉल एंड सगधर ने लिखा सर,
नीचे एक लास्ट में क्या लिखा पढ़ दो।
नहीं, ये केवल मैं पढ़ देता हूं सर। दो ही में क्रिटिसाइज द गवर्नमेंट, ये सभी लोगों को जानने वाली बात है। दो ही में क्रिटिसाइज द गवर्नमेंट वेहेमेंटली ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस एंड आउटसाइड इन हिज कंट्री, बट व्हेन अब्रॉड ही शुड एस्क्यू पार्टी पॉलिटिक्स। ये क्या करते हैं सर? ये विदेश जब जाते हैं तो भारत सरकार को क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं। ये कॉल एंड सगदर है सर, ये कॉल एंड सगदर है। कैसा लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन है ये सर? कैसा लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन है?
नो कमेंट्स प्लीज। सदन के नेता और प्रतिपक्ष के नेता पर टिप्पणी करने से बचना चाहिए। मैंने कह दिया, सदन के नेता पर और प्रतिपक्ष के नेता पर टिप्पणी करने से बचना चाहिए। सबको कहा है मैंने, इधर भी कहा है, उधर भी कहा है। ये हमारी मर्यादा रहनी चाहिए सदन के नेता के प्रति बोलते समय भी और प्रतिपक्ष के नेता के प्रति भी बोलते समय। गौरव गोगोई जी, गौरव गोगोई जी को बोलना है। आपको इजाजत नहीं दी मैंने, गौरव गोगोई जी को इजाजत दी है। आप बोलना चाहते हैं गौरव गोगोई जी, उनका रिकॉर्ड मिल जाएगा, नहीं बोलने की इजाजत दी है। आप नहीं दे सकते उनको इजाजत। ये काम मेरा है, जब आप इस सीट पे बैठ जाए, जब डायरेक्शन दे देना।
आपका हक है, इसलिए तो हम बोल रहे हैं कि आप एलओपी को सुनिए। आपका ही हक है, आपका ही, आप ही संरक्षक है इस परंपरा की। और इस महान परंपरा की जो आप संवाद की बात करते हैं, जो शब्द की बात आप उच्चारण बार बार करते हैं, उस संवाद के का ही हम आपसे आग्रह कर रहे हैं कि एलओपी को बोलने दीजिए।
बैंकिंग में बोलिए आप। बैंकिंग
आप ही की बात आपको हम सुना रहे हैं
बैंकिंग
सर।
में बोलना है आपको।
आपकी ही बात हम बोल रहे हैं सर।
बैंकिंग में बोलना है।
आपका ही हक है और आपने अभी अनुमति दिया, उसके लिए मैं आपका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं। जैसे कि आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री ने कहा कि ये बैंकिंग का जो ये बिल है, ये बैंकिंग गवर्नेंस और इन्वेस्टर प्रोटेक्शन के संदर्भ में लाया गया है और ये कुछ अहम एक्ट की संशोधन करता है। कौन से वो अहम एक्ट है? रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1934, बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट 1945, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1955, बैंकिंग कंपनीज एक्ट 1970। सर मैं ये कानूनों का उच्चारण इसलिए कर रहा हूं क्योंकि जब मैं बाद में इन कानूनों का जिक्र करूंगा तो ये मुझे कहा ना जाए कि मैं विषय के बाहर चला गया। मैं इन कानूनों के संदर्भ में बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट, एसबीआई एक्ट, बैंकिंग कंपनीज एक्ट, आरबीआई एक्ट और जो ऑब्जेक्ट्स कहा गया है कि बैंक गवर्नेंस इंप्रूव हो, इसी में ही मैं अपने सारे बातों को रखना चाहूंगा। तो मैं ये डिस्क्लेमर है सर, देर बाद में हमको बोला ना जाए। तो सर जैसे कि आदरणीय मंत्री महोदया ने कहा कि ये कुछ बिल संशोधन लाना चाहती है, वो क्या है कि इंक्रीजिंग द थ्रेशोल्ड फॉर शेयर होल्डिंग ऑफ बेनिफिशियल interest by an individual, nomination, increasing that to 4%, including provisions for simultaneous and successive nominations, e-services for depositors and their nominees, particularly regarding deposits, articles in safe custody, safety lockers, and to provide for the transfer of unclaimed dividends, share and interest and redemption of bonds to the Investor Education and Protection Fund. आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, यहाँ तक तो सब ठीक है। चाहे वो फोर्टनाइट का कैश रिजर्व लाना चाहते हैं, डायरेक्टर्स की टेन्योर में थोड़ा सुधार लाना चाहते हैं, प्रोहिबिशन ऑफ कॉमन डायरेक्टर्स लाना चाहते हैं, सब्सटैंशियल इंटरेस्ट बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, यहाँ तक तो ठीक है सर। लेकिन सर ये सारा जो बैंकिंग सिस्टम है वर्तमान के देश के आर्थिक जो हमारी स्थिति है उसके साथ जुड़ा हुआ है और इस आर्थिक स्थिति में जो आज हम हैं उसकी क्रोनोलॉजी पहले हमें समझनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि ये बैंकिंग कानूनों को अगर हम सिर्फ आइसोलेशन में देखें तो कहीं ना कहीं आज 4-5 दिन के बाद सदन में दोबारा चर्चा हो रही है, पूरा देश देख रहा है, आपको भी देख रहा है, हमें भी देख रहा है। तो देश चाहता है कि सारे जो मूल मुद्दे हैं उन मूल मुद्दों का उच्चारण हो, विचार हो, विमर्श हो, सत्ता पक्ष अपनी बात रखे, विपक्ष अपनी बात रखे। तो इस कानून के संदर्भ में है, तो अगर कानून के किस संदर्भ में हमने अगर समझना है तो आर्थिक जो स्थिति का जो ढांचा आज यहां वर्तमान की सरकार ने जो तोड़ दिया है वो तोड़ को हमें समझना पड़ेगा, जिसकी शुरुआत आज से लगभग 8 साल पहले हुई, 8 नवंबर 2016, जब रातों रात एक सिद्धांत आया कि 100 और 500 और 1000 के नोट गायब। और उस समय देश ने देखा कि देश के प्रधान सेवक आए और क्या कहा, घर में शादी है लेकिन पैसे नहीं है। मजाक उड़ाया उन्होंने, मजाक उड़ाया उन आंसुओं का जिनके रातों रात जिन्होंने जितना पैसा उन्होंने जमा करके रखा था, बैंक में जो जमा करके रखा था, बैंक से निकाल के जो रखा था, वो 500 गायब, वो 1000 गायब। और मोदी जी ऐसे ऐसे दिखा रहे हमें, शादी है घर में पैसे नहीं, ऐसे ऐसे दिखा रहे। अभी 2024 में मंगलसूत्र की बात की ना, कि 2024 के चुनाव के प्रचार में मंगलसूत्र की बात की। क्या आपको पता है कि उस समय आपके इस कानून के कारण, नोटबंदी के कानून के कारण, कितने महिलाओं ने अपना मंगलसूत्र गिरवी रख दिया ताकि वो अपनी बच्ची का शादी कर पाए? तब आपको मंगलसूत्र की याद नहीं आई? 8 साल हो गए, 8 साल हो गए। क्या हासिल किया मुझे बताएं, क्या हासिल किया मुझे बताएं। मुझे बताएं कि आज आपने कहा अलग अलग समय पे अलग अलग तर्क, अलग अलग समय पे अलग अलग तर्क। पहले तर्क आया कि इससे कानूनी स्थिति अच्छी होगी, जम्मू कश्मीर में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में सुधार आएगा। आज देखिए जम्मू कश्मीर में क्या लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में सुधार आया? पूछिए उन साथियों कृपया जो पिछले सालों में अपने दल के पंचायतों की हत्या हुई उनकी शहादत का तो आप मजाक मत उड़ाइए। आपके ही दलों के पंचायतों पर, आपके ही दलों के पंचायत नेताओं पर
काइंडली एड्रेस द
सीमा के उस पार से लोग आके उनकी हत्या की, उनको तो मत भूलिए, हमें तो याद है।
ऑनरेबल मेंबर इज रिक्वेस्टेड टू एड्रेस द चेयर, काइंडली एड्रेस द चेयर।
फिर क्या कहते हैं कि नोटबंदी लाया डिजिटल करने के लिए। प्रधानमंत्री का ऐड भी आया पेटीएम के साथ, और कितना डिजिटल हुआ? 8 साल में कितना डिजिटल हुआ? 2016 में आरबीआई का डेटा पढ़ देता हूं मैं, आरबीआई का डेटा पढ़ देता हूं। आरबीआई खुद कहता है कि 2022-23 में जितना कैश परसेंटेज ऑफ जीडीपी पब्लिक के साथ है वो 2015-16 से कई ज्यादा है। मतलब जितना कैश लोगों के पास 2015 में था डिमोनेटाइजेशन से पहले, उससे बहुत ज्यादा कैश आज लोगों के हाथ में है, लगभग जीडीपी का 12%। तो कोई डिजिटल नहीं हुआ, लोग आज भी कैश पर निर्भर है, लोग आज भी कैश पर निर्भर है। उसके बाद आपने क्या किया? आदरणीय मंत्री यहां पे थे, विदेश मंत्री, बहुत अच्छी बातें की। उन्होंने कहा कि चीन के साथ जब से इस सरहद पर ये हमारे जवानों ने शहादत दी, तो हमारा रिश्ता चीन के साथ पहले जैसा नहीं है। इट इज नॉट नॉर्मल, नॉट नॉर्मल। मैं चाहता हूं इस सरकार के दाएं हाथ को पता नहीं कि बाएं हाथ क्या कर रहा है। विदेश मंत्री कहते हैं कि जब से चीन के साथ हमारा सीमा पर मुठभेड़ हुआ है, हमारा रिश्ता पहले जैसा नहीं है। पीछे कॉमर्स मंत्री बैठे हैं, चीन से और आयात और बढ़ के आ गया है। चीन से और हम इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, चीन से और हम इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। ट्रेड डेफिसिट चीन के साथ बढ़ा है। यह है आपका प्रमाण। बड़ी बड़ी बातें कहते हैं कि चीन के साथ हमने लाल आंख दिखाए। क्या लाल आंख दिखाए? आप तो चीनी लोगों को और वीजा देना चाहते हैं, चीन से और आप इंपोर्ट करना चाहते हैं, ये आप लाल आंख दिखा रहे हैं। आप बैठिएगा। फिर क्या आया? इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड आया।
आप बैठिएगा।
इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड कुछ नहीं,
काइंडली
एक्सटॉर्शन को कानूनी दर्जा देने का एक कानून, ये इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड।
बी सीटेड सर।
इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड,
प्लीज बी रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू द बिल।
यस, आई एम ऑन
रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू द बिल।
आपको पता है सभापति महोदय,
काइंडली डिस्कस अबाउट द
आरबीआई
बिल।
के डेप्यूटी गवर्नर्स ने खुद इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड का विरोध किया। उसके बावजूद भी सरकार ने एसबीआई पर दबाव लगाकर इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड निकाला। इसलिए मैं जिक्र कर रहा हूं। और फिर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने खुद बोला कि ये इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड नाजायज है। लेकिन इस समय मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहूंगा, वो हमारे बीच नहीं, लेकिन आपके कितने सारे लोगों ने, कितने सारे मंत्रियों ने उस इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड जो गैर संवैधानिक था, लोगों से सच छुपाने का था और कंपनियों को सीबीआई इनकम टैक्स का डर दिखा के उनसे पैसे वसूल करने का ये जो स्कीम था, उसकी बचाव, उसकी रक्षा आपकी सरकार के मंत्रियों ने की थी। ये है सागर। क्रोनोलॉजी आपको बहुत पसंद है तो क्रोनोलॉजी समझा रहा हूं। माफ करना, थोड़ा 2016 से 2020 के चीन पे आ गया और फिर थोड़ा 2000 से पहले भी चले जाता हूं। उस समय के गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री कहते थे कि जब यूएस डॉलर के ताल्लुक में इंडिया की करेंसी दुर्बल होती है तो सरकार और कमजोर होता है। यह कहा था कि रुपए और डॉलर के बीच में जब कंपैरिजन होता है रुपी जितना दुर्बल होता है, जितना कमजोर होता है, देश उतना कमजोर होता है। क्या आपको पता है 84.97 रुपीस का $1 बन चुका है। सबसे कमजोर डॉलर के तुलना में सबसे कमजोर आज हमारा भारतीय रुपी है। ये क्यों कह रहा हूं? क्योंकि आरबीआई का ये जिम्मेवारी बनता है, आरबीआई का जिम्मेवारी बनता है। ये क्यों कह रहा हूं कि ये बिल जो ये लाए हैं, ये बिल अधूरा है, भारत के अर्थव्यवस्था को और सशक्त करने के लिए आपको एक संपूर्ण और एक ताकतवर बिल लाना चाहिए था। फिर क्या आया? फिर आया जीएसटी ने मेरे असम के चाय बागान पे 18% का टैक्स जीएसटी
बैंकिंग सिस्टम
को खत्म कर दिया।
अबाउट द बिल, प्लीज डिस्कस अबाउट द बिल, प्लीज डिस्कस अबाउट द बिल।
रेवेन्यू भी आता है सर।
आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग यू अगेन, प्लीज डिस्कस अबाउट द बिल।
थैंक यू सर। ये जीएसटी इन्होंने क्या किया है? ये जीएसटी के द्वारा कमजोर और मध्यम वर्ग के कंपनियों की रीढ़ की हड्डी तोड़ दी और इंसॉल्वेंसी एक्ट लाकर बड़े बड़े कंपनियों को हेयर कट का मुनाफा देकर उन्होंने बड़े कंपनियों को मदद की और जीएसटी के द्वारा छोटे और मध्यम वर्ग की कंपनियों की रीढ़ की हड्डी तोड़ दी।
प्लीज डिस्कस अबाउट द बिल।
आएगा, आप चिंता मत करिए। जब सत्ता पक्ष भी आएंगे ये भी बातें कहेंगे, आप चिंता मत करिए। सर टैक्सेशन झूठ बोल रहा हूं, झूठ बोला, अभी तक झूठ बोला कोई? अगर झूठ बोला तो मैं झूठ बोला। अगर मैं कहीं झूठ बोल रहा हूं, तो
सर प्लीज कम टू द।
तो सर
ये पब्लिक मीटिंग नहीं है।
फिर इनकम टैक्स में क्या करते हैं?
अरे सुनो,
इनकम टैक्स में क्या करते हैं?
Venugopal ji, kindly be seated. This is happening because
एक मंत्री, दो मंत्री, तीन मंत्री, 4 मंत्री खड़े हो गए सर।
Please be seated, sir.
खड़े हो गए डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए। 4 मंत्री खड़े हो गए डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए। सर फिर टैक्स क्या आपको पता है सर? मध्यम वर्ग जो कितना पैसा वो अपना खून पसीने से अपना जो टैक्स का पैसा वो सरकार को देता है। इन्होंने मध्यम वर्ग को कोई रिहा नहीं दी। पहली बार इस साल में देश के मध्यम वर्ग ने इनकम टैक्स के द्वारा कॉर्पोरेशन टैक्स से ज्यादा पैसा इस बार देश के मध्यम वर्ग ने दिया। सर दुख की बात नहीं है that Indians are paying more through income tax than corporations are paying through corporation tax. Is it not sad? Is it not sad that this government gives corporate tax cuts and this government gives no tax relief to the middle class? कहीं दुनिया में कहीं आपने सुना है कि एक टाइम पे मल्टीपल टैक्स रिजीम्स? आपको ये वाला टैक्स चाहिए या ये वाला टैक्स चाहिए? इस साल ये वाला टैक्स दे सकते हो, अगले साल वो टैक्स रिजीम दे सकते हो। कभी ये कहीं भी नहीं है। इन नो कंट्री दे आर मल्टीपल टैक्स रिजीम्स। और सर अभी आया,
where is it mentioned in the bill? Where is it mentioned in the bill? Please come to the bill.
I have time, sir.
Yeah, please come to the bill.
I am on finance, I am on economy. What is the Q2 data revealed? Sir, the Q2 data has revealed कि अब तक जो मैंने बोला है वो कहीं मैं हवा में नहीं बोल रहा, सच्चाई में बोल रहा हूं। इस बार का Q2 का डेटा 5.4% सबसे कम है। ये सर पिछले क्वार्टर से सबसे कम है। पिछले क्वार्टर में Q1 में आपका 6.7% था, अब Q2 में आपका ग्रोथ 5.4% आया। ये क्यों आया? क्योंकि आपका इंडेक्स ऑफ इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्शन कम है, क्योंकि आपका जीवीए कम है, इसीलिए हो रहा है। क्योंकि आज अर्बन डिमांड कम है, इसीलिए आज हो रहा है। ये पूरा जो जीडीपी अगर चल रहा है उसका कारण एक है कि गवर्नमेंट थ्रू कैपेक्स इज पंपिंग मनी। और जिस दिन गवर्नमेंट का कैपेक्स निकल जाएगा, अलग अलग स्कीम्स में पैसा चला जाएगा, रेवेन्यू एक्सपेंडिचर में पैसा चला जाएगा, तो ये पूरा का पूरा हमारा इकोनॉमी और खराब हो जाएगा।
माननीय गौरव जी,
सर
I am again requesting you You are
Sir,
not talking about the bill. You are talking all around, but not the bill. Kindly, please come back to the bill.
I hear you. I hear you.
Come back to the bill.
I hear you. सर इन्होंने क्या कहा था?
Please.
इन्होंने क्या? I hear you. इन्होंने 2000 अभी कुछ महीने पहले क्या कहा? मैं प्रधानमंत्री की बात कर। मैं प्रधानमंत्री की बात। प्रधानमंत्री ने क्या कहा? एक है तो सेफ है। प्रधानमंत्री की बात है। प्रधानमंत्री की बात तो सुनोगे? प्रधानमंत्री की बात तो सुनोगे? प्रधानमंत्री ने क्या कहा? एक
Sir,
है
if you do not
तो
come back to
सेफ
the
है।
bill, I will have to
पहले मुझे समझ नहीं आया
I will have to restrict your speech for
सर,
another
पहले
5
मुझे
minutes.
समझ नहीं आया कौन सेफ है।
Please, I am giving you
कौन
last 5
सेफ है? वो
minutes to
एक
come to
कौन
the
है?
bill.
वो एक कौन है? मैं समझ नहीं आया। फिर मैंने मीडिया की सुर्खियां पढ़ी तो मुझे समझ आया एक है तो सेफ है। इसका मतलब क्या कि अगर मीडिया कंपनी छीननी है तो सीबीआई आपके साथ है। अगर एयरपोर्ट आपको लेनी है तो ईडी आपके साथ है। अगर ऑस्ट्रेलिया में कोयला का माइन लेना है तो एसबीआई आपके साथ है।
बैंकिंग अमेंडमेंट बिल के बारे में बोल रहे
सोलर
हैं?
पावर का प्रोजेक्ट चाहिए तो सोलर एनर्जी
बैंकिंग अमेंडमेंट बिल के बारे में बोल रहे हैं?
आपके साथ है।
आप किस बिल के बारे में बोल रहे हैं?
सर
काइंडली कम बैक टू द बैंकिंग
सीबीआई आपका
अमेंडमेंट
है।
बिल।
इनकम टैक्स ईडी
sir.
के साथ क्या हो
No.
हमको पता नहीं। सीमेंट कंपनी अगर चाहिए तो ईडी आपके साथ है। और अगर लैपटॉप और फोन अगर लैपटॉप और फोन कोई जांच की एजेंसी ले तो एमईए भी आपके साथ है। एमईए भी आपके साथ है। मार्च 2023 में लैपटॉप और फोन हड़प लिया गया। जांच हो रही है किसको कितना रिश्वत दिया गया भारत को बताया नहीं, लेकिन एमईए को पता था। और अगर हम चाहते हैं कि कोई जांच हो, अगर कोई जांच हो तो एसबीआई भी आपके साथ है। तो इसीलिए जब तक मोदी है एक है तो सेफ है। क्या कहते हैं? सबका साथ सबका विकास। कहां सबका साथ, कहां सबका विकास? हमें तो बस एक का विकास देख रहा है और एक का साथ ही हमको दिख रहा है। हम और कौन से नहीं? सर, ये अडानी से इतना डरते क्यों है? अडानी से इतना डरते क्यों है सर? अडानी से इतना
Last
डरते
3
क्यों?
sentences are withdrawn from the record.
अरे आप
They
देश
should be
के
deleted
सेवक
from the
हो।
record.
आप अडानी के
yes.
सेवक नहीं हो। आप अडानी के सेवक नहीं हो। आप
I will
देश
tell
के
you,
सेवक हो। आप देश के सेवक हो।
When the honorable
आप
member
अडानी
is
के
not in
सेवक
the
नहीं
house,
हो।
you cannot take out his name.
कौन सेव नहीं?
When the honorable member is not in
अडानी
the
सुन
house,
के
you
ही
cannot
हलचल
take
क्यों?
his name.
अडानी सुन के ही हलचल क्यों? आप देश के सेवक हो, अडानी के सेवक नहीं। देश की जनता आपको तनख्वाह देती है अडानी को।
प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है।
तो सर कौन सेफ नहीं?
स्पीकर साहब ये
आज के दिन में कौन सेफ नहीं?
इनको बिल पे बोलना
किसान
चाहिए
सेफ नहीं।
और जो बिल के खिलाफ
सर बैंक में सभापति महोदय इधर सभापति महोदय इधर सर किसान सेफ नहीं। किसान केसीसी लोन का किसान की बात कर रहा हूँ। किसान की बात कर रहा हूँ। किसान को केसीसी लोन रिन्यू करना चाहिए। रिन्यू करना मांगता है पर नहीं हो रहा सर। केसीसी का लोन उसका रिन्यू नहीं हो पा रहा। सर कहाँ टाइम है सर? अभी टाइम है
कार्रवाई से बाहर हो
सर। युवा शिक्षा लोन चाहता है लेकिन शिक्षा लोन उसको नहीं मिल रहा बैंक से।
I already told that the record is deleted.
स्टार्टअप क्या चाहता है? स्टार्टअप चाहता है कि उसको बैंक से लोन मिले। स्टार्टअप चाहता है कि उसको बैंक से लोन मिले लेकिन उसके पास
Kindly be
कोलैटरल।
seated for a minute here.
एक मिनट ये सर सर आज काफ़ी दिन के बाद आज हाउस अच्छी तरह से चल रहे हैं और हमने बिल पे चलने का सर बिल पे चर्चा करके अच्छा से अभी शुरुआत हुई है। फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने ऑलरेडी बिल को टेबल किया है और सबका सुन करके रिप्लाई देने का बात किया। यहाँ जब बिल के चर्चा होते हैं एक स्टैंडर्ड है, वो नए एमपी नहीं है। गौरव गोगोई जी डिप्टी लीडर भी है और इस हाउस में 3 बार आ चुके, वो नए नहीं है। किसी भी बिल में बोलते समय
अगर आप बिना सीमा तय किए प्रधानमंत्री जी को आप गाली देंगे और किसी का नाम लेंगे, किसी बिजनेसमैन का नाम चर्चा लेंगे, ये चर्चा का जो स्तर है उसको गिराता है। मैं अनुरोध करता हूँ, मैं गौरव जी आपको अनुरोध करता हूँ, आप जरूर बोलिए, हम आपका बोलने का अधिकार छीनने के लिए हमारा पास कोई हक नहीं है, लेकिन आप बिल अब तक कोई तरीका है, ये तुम ही बोलते रहो, फिर क्या बात करते हैं? रूल से चलेगा कि नहीं हाउस? ये रूल रेगुलेशन से हाउस चलता है कि नहीं है? तुम जो चाहे मर्जी बोलेगा क्या? ये तरीका नहीं होता है। या जब बिल पे चर्चा होता है, बिल पे केंद्रित करके बोलना होता है, ये कोई राजनीतिक भाषण के लिए नहीं होता है। ये गलत बात है। हम बिल पे सुनना चाहते हैं, मंत्री जी बिल पे सुनना चाहते हैं, आप बिल पे नहीं करते, इधर उधर का बात करने से कैसे होगा? देखो चर्चा का स्तर को मत गिराइए। Sir, we should not diminish the standard of the debates and discussion, the convention of this very great house. Let us not reduce it to tamasha. अब स्टैंडर्ड में बात कीजिए, स्टैंडर्ड में जवाब देगा, ऐसे नहीं होगा। हम लोग आपको इज्जत करते हैं, आपको भी इज्जत करना होगा। One side ये गाला-गाली नहीं चलेगा।
Please listen to him. निशिकांत दुबे जी, माननीय निशिकांत दुबे जी।
सर ये हाउस रूल नंबर 94, रूल 94 क्या कहता है सर? 94 कहता है, और ये गौरव गोगोई जी को जानना चाहिए और सारे अपोजिशन को जानना चाहिए, द डिस्कशन ऑन ए मोशन that the bill or as the case may be, the bill as amended be passed shall be confined to the submission of arguments either in support of the bill or the rejection of the bill. The member while making the speech shall not refer to the details of the bill further than is necessary for the purpose of argument which shall be of general character. जनरल करेक्टर का कोई भी आर्गुमेंट नहीं हो सकता है। बिल के सपोर्ट में, क्लाउज के सपोर्ट में या क्लाउज के विरोध में बोल सकता है। 94 एकदम साफ है, और ये 94 का वायलेशन है सर। 94 रूल 94 का ये वायलेशन है, और आप उनको कहिए कि बिल के सपोर्ट में या विरोध में बोलेंगे।
Kindly be seated. I heard him. Kindly be seated. Kindly be seated. Please go back to your places and kindly be seated. 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 Please take your seat. No, you can't do like this. You are disrupting the house. The entire nation is watching you. Please sit down. No, please sit down. Please sit down, I'm speaking.
You are responsible, sir.
Listen, the rule number 94 says, I'm reading only a part of the rule 94. I'm not reading the entire rule number 94. I'm reading only a part of it. Please listen. Please. I am doing. Please don't remind me of my job. I know what I am doing. Please listen to me. No, listen. The member, while making the speech, shall not refer to the details of the bill further than is necessary for the purpose of arguments, which shall be of a general character. What is the previous sentence? The discussion on a motion that the bill, or as the case may be, the bill is amended, as amended, be passed, shall be confined to the submission of arguments either in support of the bill or the rejection of the bill. So you have to decide whether you are supporting the bill or not supporting the bill, and restrict to the discussion of the bill. And this is the 6th time I'm requesting you to restrict your discussion, to confine your discussion to the bill only.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। तो सर मैं किसकी बात कर रहा हूँ कि आज बैंकिंग सिस्टम अनफेयर हो चुका है। बैंकिंग सिस्टम आज गरीब, किसान, छात्र, अनुसूचित जाति के लिए, आदिवासी समाज के लिए नहीं काम कर रहा सर। एक समय था सर कि इंदिरा गांधी जी ने बैंकों का राष्ट्रीयकरण किया था। क्यों किया था? ताकि गरीब को बैंकिंग सिस्टम
I have given you so many
बैंक की बात कर रहा हूं सर।
No.
अब बैंक, I'm talking about banks now.
Sir,
I'm talking about banks.
Sir, why are you taking
I'm talking about
proper
history.
norms?
I'm talking about the
Please
history.
talk about the bill. Why are you talking about the proper norms?
Sir, let me, I am by giving you that the banking system today is unfair and it is broken. The banking system, when it undergo nationalization, the objective was to open bank branches in remote areas and to make banking accessible to the poor STs. And that is what is not happening today. What is happening with farmers? Farmers who want their KCC loans to be renewed are not getting because their credit rating is not being corrected by the banks. Students who want student loans, who are from ST communities, they want student loans. They are first generation learners. They are not getting student education loans. What is happening to startups, young startups, people who are coming from the poor and middle class, who don't have a land bank as a collateral, but they want to open up a startup, they are not getting bank loans. MSMEs, SMEs who want to expand their bank, they have to run around banks and CEOs and managers. They have to keep going, knocking on doors, but they still don't get the requisite funds to expand the project. And that is why the banking system today is broken. So we also have recommendations to this bill.
Thank you,
As
sir.
opposition, we can also recommend. What are we recommending? That banks also must disclose where are their major investments. Because these days, banks are also operating as mutual caps, as mutual funds. Banks are also operating mutual funds. So many Indian depositors are depositing in a bank's mutual cap because they have the reputation of that bank to consider. And they put in and invest, talking about investor protection. Middle class people today are investing in SBI primarily because of SBI's solid reputation. But then why? The investor must know how much exposure does SBI have to companies undergoing investigation, whether inside India or outside. It is for investors to know, because their mid-caps, the stocks with respect to the mid-caps are associated. Similarly, penalties, sir. Penalties for companies who are failing to disclose their unfair practices, their penalties must be higher. Today, a company is trying to settle a case with SEBI, big company, big billionaire. You know how much settlement fee they are offering? 28 lakhs. Are they insulting the SEBI?
Kindly
are they
control,
insulting
sir.
the law? The fourth largest or the fourth biggest, the so-called billionaire, his companies are offering 28 lakhs as
Sirji, kindly
settlement fee.
conclude.
This is what happening. So
Kindly
our
conclude.
recommendation is that increase the penalties for companies who don't follow shareholding disclosure norms.
Kindly conclude.
Thirdly, we are talking about governance, talking about boards. We must look at boards of institutions and regulators as well and ensure that no such regulator or bank on its board has any member who has a conflict of interest with a company that is getting the largest of that regulator or the सर्विसेज ऑफ दैट बैंक. तो इसीलिए मैं बार बार, तो अभी तक मुझे आदरणीय मंत्री ने कहा कि आपने प्रधानमंत्री का, हमने बोला ही नहीं सर, और उल्टा मुझे याद आया, मैं तो उनका मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं कि अगर कीनिया, बांग्लादेश, श्रीलंका में प्रोजेक्ट चाहिए तो मोदी जी आपके साथ है. ये है आपका एक है तो सेफ है मॉडल. इसलिए हम चाहते हैं सर, आई एम कंक्लूडिंग, इसीलिए हम चाहते हैं सर, that you give more teeth. You give more teeth to SEBI. SEBI wants to investigate, but it has no CBI power, income tax power, ED power. Why? Because CBI, income tax, ED are all busy after opposition politicians.
Please conclude. In what way is it relevant to the bill now?
How will they How will they find where Mehul Choksi is?
धन्यवाद माननीय
How will they
सभापति
find
जी,
out?
आपने मुझे आज मौका दिया है बैंकिंग लॉ अमेंडमेंट बिल 2024 पे अपने प्रस्तावना को रखने के लिए। जहां तक बैंकिंग सेक्टर का विषय है, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है कि आज हिंदुस्तान पूरे विश्व में चौथे नंबर की अर्थस्थिति पे है, इकोनॉमिक पोजीशन पे है, और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो स्वप्न है, जो साकार होने वाला है उनके इसी टर्म में, इंडिया इज गोइंग टू बिकम द थर्ड मोस्ट पावरफुल इकोनॉमी ऑफ द ग्लोब। प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने 2047 तक विकसित भारत, इसका स्वप्न देखा है, ये साकार हो रहा है। तो इसलिए बैंकिंग सिस्टम एक रोबोस्ट तरीके से काम करे, उसमें रिफॉर्म्स हो, ये अनिवार्य है। इससे पहले मेरे ज्ञानी मित्र बोल रहे थे, उन्होंने एक है तो सेफ है कहा, मैं कहूंगा ठीक कह रहे थे। जब recognition of the problem in the banking sector, recognition of the problems in the banking sector, and then recovery and resuscitation, recapitalization of the public sector banks और reforms, जब ये चारों आयाम एक हो जाते हैं तो पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स सेफ हो जाते हैं। जब रिफॉर्म्स एक हो जाते हैं तो बैंक सेफ हो जाते हैं। और मोदी जी जब कहते हैं एक है तो सेफ है, वो केवल हम सब के लिए एक मंत्र नहीं है, वो हम सब के लिए हर धारा में, चाहे बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म्स के लिए भी ये महत्वपूर्ण है। As far as the amendment of the banking sector is concerned,
Permit him to speak.
it is to streamline the banking operations, to align them with the contemporary financial practices. It is the commitment of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to improve the bank governance, and it is to enhance the investors' protection. Also, to enhance the depositors' protection. As far as this amendment is concerned, let me also thank the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Finance Minister who is present in the House, that in fact in this amendment, the number of nominees have been increased. We are talking about the middle class. Today, a middle class person can nominate 4 nominees in succession और साइमल्टेनियसली। हमारे बैंक में लॉकर्स होते हैं, बैंक से हम लॉकर लेते हैं, आर्टिकल रखते हैं, नॉमिनी का प्रोविजन, मुझे आश्चर्य लग रहा है अभी तक बैंक लॉकर नॉमिनी प्रोविजन नहीं था। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कि इस प्रकार से सक्सेशन के साथ 1 2 3 4 इन सक्सेशन, इसके बाद ये आप सक्सेशन के साथ नॉमिनीज के नाम को अपॉइंट कर सकते हैं। आज आपने अभी रूल नंबर 94 के विषय में कहा, द एम्बिट शुड बी विद इन द बैंकिंग laws, the ambit should be within the rules framed for the reforms of the banking sector. I want to remain within this ambit, within this framework, and want to bring out some very important and pertinent points, sir. Sir, the banking crisis was one of the biggest legacies that we got from them in 2014. Let me give you a data. Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji led NDA government, when they took the office, the gross GNPA ratio in public sector banks was 16%, and when Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji left the office of Prime Minister, he brought it down to 7.8%. Thanks, Atal ji. Thank you very much. In September 2013, when they were in governance concluding side, this ratio went up to 12.3%. Atalji had given them 7.8%. It went up thanks to the phone banking system. Dada, ठीक আছে তো ইংলিশটা? Phone banking system. Phone banking system. You are trying to improvise upon me, so I thought I'll take your permission and I'll seek your permission. Phone banking system of the Congress party, where the 2 P's. You need not be a performer, but you need to be a powerful man with powerful connections in the system. फोन उठा करके इनके नेता बोलते थे लोन दे दो, लोन वापस आएगा कि नहीं देखना नहीं है। ये इसी फोन बैंकिंग सिस्टम का नतीजा रहा कि हम एनपीए में गले तक डूब गए थे। थैंक यू नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आपने इंसॉल्वेंसी बैंकिंग कोड लाके आज सिस्टम को सुधारने का काम किया है। आज हम आगे बढ़े। आज मैं हाउस से एक निवेदन करूंगा। मैं पहली बार का सांसद हूं, सब ज्ञानी गुणी लोग बैठे। नहीं, आप भी ज्ञानी है सर, मैं आपके ऊपर कोई आक्षेप नहीं लगा रहा। आप ज्ञानी गुणी लोग बैठे हैं। मैं आपसे एक निवेदन कर रहा हूं कि आज आप नगरवाला केस जरूर पढ़ें। हम पार्लियामेंट में खड़े हैं सर। I want to bring to your notice a famous case of 1971. May 24, 1971, there was a phone call. There was a phone call to the parliamentary branch of State Bank of India. Phone uthaya Mr. Malhotra, the bank manager, and he heard the voice of Mrs. Indira Gandhi, the then Prime Minister. Indira Gandhi said in 1971 to Nagarwala, 60 लाख रुपए दे दो, 60 लाख रुपए दे दो बैंक से निकाल करके नगरवाला जी को। 60 लाख रुपए बैंक से निकाल करके इंदिरा गांधी जी के कहने पर नगरवाला को दे दिया गया। बाद में इस पूरे इशू पे रेड्डी कमीशन बैठा। इंदिरा जी का नाम तो नहीं आया, मगर उनको क्लियरेंस भी नहीं मिली पूरी तरीके से। आज भी बैंकिंग फ्रॉड का थ्रिलिंग स्टोरी, मिस्टीरियस स्टोरी ऑफ द बैंकिंग फ्रॉड ड्यूरिंग इंदिरा's टाइम इज नगरवाला केस, फोन बैंकिंग सिस्टम। सभापति महोदय, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि जहां तक ग्रॉस एडवांसेस है बैंकिंग सिस्टम का, ग्रॉस एडवांसेस, सभापति जी मैंने ऐसा कुछ तो नहीं कहा है कि लोग मेरे पे नाराज हो रहे हैं। सभापति जी, जहां तक ग्रॉस एडवांसेस है पीएसबी, पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स का, आपको जान के आश्चर्य होगा कि 2004 मार्च में ये 6.6 लाख करोड़ का था ग्रॉस एडवांसेस। जो ऋण दिया जाता है तुरंत वापस लेने के लिए, वो ग्रॉस एडवांसेस 6.6 लाख करोड़ का था। मार्च 2012 में जब इनकी सरकार थी यूपीए की, वो बढ़ करके ग्रॉस एडवांस 39 लाख करोड़ का बना, 39 लाख करोड़ का बना। जिसको मन उसको उठा के लोन दिया इन लोगों ने, लोन वापसी नहीं ली। सभापति महोदय, मैं आज फख्र के साथ कहना चाहता हूं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जब ऑफिस संभाला उसके पश्चात ग्रॉस एनपीए ऑफ द स्टेट ओन लेंडर्स stood at 4.4% and net NPA at 1% at the end of September 2023. At the end of September 2023. अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं बैंकिंग सिस्टम के लिए कह रहा हूं, our banking system was on ventilator. हमारा बैंकिंग सिस्टम वेंटिलेटर पे था। It took a Modi ji to come rescue, recover and resuscitate RRR. तेलुगु में अभी एक बहुत बड़ी मूवी है RRR, rescue, resuscitate and recover the banking system of India. Sabhapati Mahoday, that the elevated external vulnerability that the Indian banks were under, the UPA government is whooping. The India's external vulnerability shot up because of over-dependence on external commercial borrowings, what we call as ECBs. The borrowing crisis, which was one of the most infamous crises of UPA government during 2004 and 2014. When the Atal Bihari, I'm astonished that they don't want to listen to this, but I believe there are certain issues which I would surely be highlighting over here. I would like to bring the attention to the fact that the Modi government turned around the banking system, the banking sector, and over 10 lakh crore rupees bad loans have been recovered in 10 years.
Somebody, 1 second, please.
Under rule. Mention the rule.
Kindly be seated. Kindly be seated. Kindly be seated. I'm listening to you.
94.
I will listen to you. Sir, I will listen to you if you are seated. Kindly be seated. I will listen to your leader. Please be seated. Please be seated. Please be seated. I will listen to you. Please be seated. I will listen to you. Please be seated. Please be seated. I will listen to you. Please be seated. Who is standing? Please be seated. Please be seated, sir. Please be seated. No, please allow the house to function. You cannot stand as you wish. Please see that. Please be seated. I'm requesting you. Why don't you listen to my request? Please be seated. No, it cannot go on like this. Please be seated. Please. I'm requesting everybody. No, sir. Please look behind. No, sir. There are 10. Okay, sir. Okay. Mr. Raja, would you like to speak?
Mention the rule.
You mentioned the rule. Okay, rule number.
Sir, 94. Sir, 94. Read.
90 or 94?
94.
94, okay.
Nishikant referred. Sir, 94.
What, Minister?
Why you are laughing?
Minister?
Don't be a laughing stock. Don't be a laughing stock. Why you are laughing?
Mr. Raja, kindly
Why you
address
are
the chair.
laughing?
Sir, 1 second,
Sir,
please.
Justice
Please,
must
1
say.
second, please. Please address the chair.
Honorable member Nishikant submitted before this house 94. Goga is exceeding the limit beyond the 94. Now the honorable member is saying in 1971, Indira Gandhi picked up the phone and the loan was granted by State Bank. Is it within the bill? Yes. Are you having any substantial evidence? Where is the evidence? Indira Gandhi is not in this house. Indira Gandhi is not in the house. Beyond the meets and bounds of the bill, you are referring to Indira Gandhi name without any reason and baseless allegations. But chair is permitting. What does it mean? Yes. What does it mean? Give me the ruling.
I heard you. Mr. Sambit Patra, I heard you. 1 second, please. You have anything to say in defense, I will listen. Otherwise, then I'll take a decision. Please. Yeah. 1 second, please.
Sir, I quote from, please the honorable members, sir, to you, sir, I draw my powers from what you laid in the rule number 94. We have to be within the ambits of the bill that is being discussed, the amendment that is being discussed. Here we are discussing the Indian banking sector and the amendment therein. So of course, the Nagarwala case is one of the foundations on which reforms of the banking sector are based. It is recorded, it is noted. It is a foundation on which the reforms of banking sector are based. And by the way, I would like to remind Sir, Honorable Member, Indira Gandhi did not pick up the phone. Mr. Malhotra picked up the phone. He was the manager. Indira Gandhi, assumedly, Indira Gandhi ji was a caller.
One
so
second,
you have
sir.
got the whole thing wrong.
Manyanaya Mantri ji, Kiran Rijiju ji.
Raja ji,
1 second, please be seated. Please
First
be
of
seated.
all-
I'll give you a chance.
first of all,
Please be seated.
sir, while sitting here,
Please,
I
please,
heard
Sir, speaker, sir.
some of the members from opposition bench said, Chairman, hi. You raised slogans against the chair. I take serious objection to that. चेयर के खिलाफ आप इस तरह से टिप्पणी नहीं कर सकते हैं. You can raise rules. अरे एक मिनट सुन लीजिए. आप रूल के तहत बात रख सकते हैं, लेकिन चेयर के खिलाफ हाय नाराज आपने जो नारा लगाया, नाराज हो सकते हैं, आप नारा नहीं लगा सकते चेयर के खिलाफ. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, ये कोई तरीका है? ये कोई तरीका है? ये बात करने का तरीका है? ये कोई बात करने का तरीका है? आपका नेता, आपका ये यहाँ कांग्रेस पार्टी का लीडर भी है, डिप्टी लीडर भी है। अगर ऐसा ही कोई भी उठ करके खड़ा करेगा, ऐसे मर्जी से बोलेगा, सदन ऐसे नहीं चलता है। आपको ऑथराइज किया है तो आप उठिए, मगर यह व्यवस्था का बात उठाया। राजा ने रूल को कोट करते हुए कहा, मैं इसीलिए बता रहा हूं, सबसे पहले चेयर के खिलाफ जो नारा लगाया चेयरमैन हाय हाय, ये बहुत गलत है और इसको जरूरत पड़े तो माफी मांगना चाहिए। दूसरा, निशिकांत दुबे ने जो बात, हमारे संबित पात्रा ने जो बात रखा है, उन्होंने एक एग्जिस्टिंग केस को बताया है। कहानी उन्होंने मनगढ़ंत कहानी नहीं बनाया, एक एग्जिस्टिंग केस को उसने रेफर किया है। वो केस उन्होंने कोई यहाँ डिस्कवरी नहीं किया है, इसलिए वो केस रिकॉर्ड में है। वो हम डिस्कवरी करके नया केस तो निकला नहीं है। इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि इसके लिए आज बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बिल पे चर्चा हो रही है। आप बिल पे ही केंद्रित रहे, हमारे मेंबर भी बिल पे ही केंद्रित रख करके बात रखेंगे। आपके लोग भी बिल पे ही बोले, ये मेरा आग्रह है।
Sir, I think while Samir Patra is speaking on the banking legislation, he actually crossed all the limits. Indira Gandhi ji was assassinated. She is a matriarch of this country. She fought against Pakistan and won the war. Entire Indian are treating Indira Gandhi as a mother. I think I am reminding the members, when Pakistan war was won, Atal Bihari Vajpayee told Indira ji was a Durga at that point of time. Therefore, I think what word he used? What word he used, sir? Sir, he used the word. Indira Gandhi took the telephone and called the bank manager and asked the bank manager to be. Where he got there? Sir, he was witness there. Even whether he was present there.
Okay.
Whether he was present there.
एक सेकंड प्लीज एक मिनट प्लीज वेणुगोपाल जी, अब प्लीज वेणुगोपाल प्लीज, आपको अरे सुनिए एक मिनट प्लीज। हाँ, मैं एक व्यवस्था दे रहा हूं, एक मिनट प्लीज। अगर आपको कोई ऑब्जेक्शन है तो स्वर्गीय इंदिरा गांधी जी का नाम उसमें से एक्सचेंज कर देंगे, लेकिन मेरी ये अपेक्षा है, जो संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी ने कहा कि चेयर पर कभी भी टिप्पणी नहीं करें। चेयर पे जो बैठा है वो हमारे लिए प्रतिष्ठा का सवाल है। हम अगर सदन की मर्यादा रखेंगे तो उचित रहेगा। आप बोलना चाहते हैं?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, sir, in between.
एक विषय बोल रही है वह बिल के एक कमेंट्स आपने किया, उस पर टिप्पणी करना चाहती हैं आप?
Sir, I will definitely say all this and more during my reply. I will say all this and more during my reply. But no, I have not finished yet. You may thank me afterwards. I have not finished yet, please. Sir.
बुला लो उनको, बैठे हैं चेयर में, बुला लो।
हाँ ये सर, आप तो बोलिए।
Sir, I'd like to appeal to you, sir. Since the point derived from, 94 and then said confine yourselves to the bill, I'm here wanting to hear and then wanting to reply. And you've taken a very considered call, sir. I respect your view that you would remove the name of former Chief Prime Minister. Equally, I think quoting Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji in the context of, he said she was Durga. We all respect Mrs. Indira Gandhi for her achievements. Of course, we equally remember her for emergency. But I think it is important. Vajpayee ji's name being quoted as though he said Mrs. Indira Gandhi is Durga is contentious. There's no proof. There are enough people who said he has not said that. Therefore, even that statement that Vajpayee ji said this should be equally removed. And you take considered call, sir. Why? Mrs. Indira Gandhi is not respected? I said Mrs. Indira Gandhi is respected. Do you have an objection? I said Mrs. Indira Gandhi is respected. Do you have an objection on that? What is this, sir? What is this? Sir, equally, therefore, I appeal to you, sir. You said that will be removed from Sambit Patra's statement. I appeal to you that under 94, if people have spoken beyond 94, and I take the Honorable Member Gogoy's name here, most of his speech was beyond 94. Would you consider please removing that also from the record? Is very clued into what I'm saying, and therefore he's saying I'm challenging you. No, I'm appealing to you to remove Gogoy's complete statement, which was beyond this bill. And equally, the member who said chairman high, remove that as well, sir. That's my request to you.
प्लीज वित्त मंत्री जी ने एक मिनट प्लीज वित्त मंत्री जी ने जो सवाल उठाए हैं, एक मिनट प्लीज बैठिए, प्लीज बैठिए दादा, प्लीज वित्त मंत्री जी ने सवाल जो उठाए हैं कि माननीय अटल जी ने क्या बोला है, मुझे लगता है कि वो रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि उसकी रिकॉर्ड की सत्यता होने के बाद ही जाना चाहिए उस विषय को, क्योंकि वो भी पुरानी घटना थी। नंबर 2, मेरी ये अपेक्षा है माननीय सदस्यों से, सभी सदस्यों से, सभी दल के सदस्यों से, हम सदन की गरिमा बनाते समय जो बिल है और जो बिल में संशोधन लाए गए हैं उसके परिप्रेक्ष्य के, उसकी परिधि में बोले। हम यहाँ बिल पर अगर पॉलिटिकल आरोप प्रत्यारोप लगाने लगेंगे तो इससे सदन की गरिमा बढ़ेगी, और जो विधेयक पे चर्चा होती है, आप अच्छे संशोधन दो, अच्छे विचार दो, बिल में कोई कमी हो और संशोधन करने हैं तो वो विचार देना चाहिए, क्योंकि जितनी विधेयक पर डिटेल चर्चा होगी, सारगर्भित चर्चा होगी, तो निश्चित रूप से सरकार के विषय ध्यान में आएगा। रूल्स बनाते समय भी, और आवश्यकता हुआ तो बिल में जो विधेयक लाए गए उनके खंडों पे भी विचार करते हैं। यही सदन की गरिमा रही है, तो मैं सोचता हूं कि इस गरिमा को आप बनाए रखें। सदन में विधेयक पर, एक मिनट प्लीज, विधेयक पर चर्चा करते हुए हम पॉलिटिकल परिप्रेक्ष्य में नहीं जाए। जो विधेयक में संशोधन लाए गए हैं, जो विधेयक के कंटेंट्स हैं, उसके परिप्रेक्ष्य में बोल सकते हैं, लेकिन एक अच्छी परंपरा इस सदन की रही है, उसको बनाए रखें, ये अपेक्षा आप सबसे। एक मिनट प्लीज, हो गया आपका? हाँ प्लीज कंक्लूड करें, आप भी कंक्लूड करें।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। मैं अपने कंक्लूजन में कुछ महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु बैंकिंग सेक्टर के ही और इस बिल के रिलेटेड रखना चाहूँ। दिस बिल बेसिकली इज़ अ रिफॉर्म बिल फॉर द बैंकिंग सेक्टर। किस प्रकार से हमारे बैंकिंग सेक्टर का रिफॉर्म है, अनवरत रिफॉर्म चल रहे हैं, उसी कड़ी में आगे रिफॉर्म कैसे होगा उसकी एक चेष्टा है। सभापति महोदय, हमारी सरकार के आने के पश्चात हमें जान के ये खुशी होगी, 2014 से 2023 के बीच भारतीय बैंकिंग प्रणाली में लगभग 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए जो बैड बैंक लोन के कारण हम जिससे वंचित थे वो रिकवर किया गया है। 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए 2014 से 2023 के बीच में। ये बहुत सारे रिफॉर्म्स, जैसे आज का रिफॉर्म हो रहा है, उन्हीं रिफॉर्म्स के कारण संभव हुआ। आज यहाँ ईडी और सीबीआई की बात हुई, मैं उस पर नहीं जाना चाहूंगा, मगर 2 डेटा है ईडी को लेकर, ये यहाँ जरूर बताना चाहूंगा बैंकिंग सेक्टर से। ईडी ने लगभग 1105 बैंक फ्रॉड को इन्वेस्टिगेट किया है, और उसमें से जो कॉन्फिस्केट किया है, अटैच्ड किया है प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम, वह 64,920 करोड़ है। 64,920 करोड़ हैज बीन कॉन्फिस्केटेड फ्रॉम प्रोसीड्स ऑफ क्राइम। और सबसे बड़ी बात सभापति महोदय, दिसंबर 2023 तक ये जो कॉन्फिस्केटेड अमाउंट था उसमें से 15,180 करोड़ रुपए पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक को, PSBs को दिया गया है। यही तो बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म होता है। और मैं आज माननीय मोदी जी का धन्यवाद करूंगा और मैडम निर्मला सीतारमण जी का भी धन्यवाद करूंगा कि जो रीसेंट बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म्स हुए हैं उसके कारण इतिहास रचा है भारत के बैंकों ने। significant milestone by recording its highest ever net profit of rupees 3 lakh crore rupees। और ये सब संभव हुआ है हमारे डिसाइसिव लीडरशिप के कारण। सभापति महोदय ने कहा कि क्लॉजेस, जो 7 क्लॉज आज मैडम फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने कहा है, उन 7 क्लॉज को मैं सिर्फ टच करके फिर बैठूंगा। पहला क्लॉज था डेफिनेशन ऑफ फोर्टनाइट, पखवाड़ा जिसे हिंदी में कहते हैं। पहले ये पखवाड़ा जो होता था, फोर्टनाइट होता था, ये फ्राइडे टू फ्राइडे होता था। इस बार ये निर्णय लिया गया है नॉट फ्रॉम फ्राइडे टू फ्राइडे बट 1st to 15th, और 15th से 30th would be the 15th and 30th would be the dates, and this standardizes the calculation of the cash reserves। ये एक स्टैंडर्ड सेट करेगा जो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा रिफॉर्म है। दूसरा है टेन्योर ऑफ द डायरेक्टर्स ऑफ द कोऑपरेटिव बैंक। ये टेन्योर को किस प्रकार से, तो आप देख सकते हैं कि डायरेक्टर जो है कैन नॉट होल्ड ऑफिस बियॉन्ड 8 years था पहले, इसको बढ़ा करके 10 साल किया गया है। और ये किया गया है कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर में एक स्टेबिलिटी लाने के लिए, सो दैट द कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर व्हिच फॉर्म्स द बैकबोन ऑफ द बैंकिंग सिस्टम इन आवर कंट्री एंड इन वेरियस एक्टिविटीज, इसको एक स्टेबिलिटी मिले, उसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद देता हूं। जो तीसरा विषय है वो है प्रोहिबिशन ऑन कॉमन डायरेक्टर्स इन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स। इसमें भी संशोधन लाया गया है, अमेंडमेंट की बात की गई है, और दिस एनहांसेस द कोऑर्डिनेशन एंड स्ट्रेंथेन्स द लीडरशिप विद इन द बैंकिंग सिस्टम। चौथा है सब्सटैंशियल इंटरेस्ट इन अ कंपनी। पहले 50% या 10% शेयर या 5 लाख रुपए अगर आप होल्ड करते थे तो आप उसमें डायरेक्टर नहीं हो सकते थे, आपको डिस्क्लोज करना पड़ता था। वो 2 करोड़ कर दिया गया है। स्वाभाविक रूप से दिस फैसिलिटेट्स, बड़े इन्वेस्टर्स को फैसिलिटेट करेगा, जिससे हम सबका भला होगा, गरीबों का भला होगा। सेटलमेंट ऑफ अनक्लेम्ड अकाउंट्स एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण क्लॉज है। अनक्लेम्ड अकाउंट 7 वर्षों के बाद अब वो अनक्लेम्ड अकाउंट्स IEPF में जाएंगे, एंड एनी इंडिविजुअल who subsequently wants to claim their unclaimed accounts, shares, interest can claim it back. I congratulate Madam Finance Minister for bringing in this clause. And lastly, remuneration of the auditors. अब जो पहले स्ट्रिंजेंट मेजर था कि RBI ही इस पर निर्णय लेती थी कि रेन्यूमरेशन कितना होगा, ये फ्रीडम ऑफ बैंक को दिया गया है कि रेन्यूमरेशन ऑडिटर्स का कितना होगा। दिस काइंड ऑफ रिफॉर्म्स इज व्हाट इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर द विकसित भारत ऑफ 2047, बट इट वुड बी एन इनजस्टिस इफ आई डू नॉट मेंशन आई एम अ फर्स्ट टाइम member of this house, sir. Previously, when I used to watch in the television, once I was watching and the Lok Sabha was in process, I saw the then finance minister, I would not name him because the rule says I cannot name them. He in the house said that, do you believe that in a digital India, sabji wala, thela wala, redi wala would be able to connect with digital India? This is not possible. ये संभव नहीं है कि सब्जी वाला के पास डिजिटल इंडिया का कुछ हो सकता है, वो पे कार्ड लेके घूमेगा। Sir, times have changed. Modi ji proved contrary to what the then finance minister was saying. आज मैं जब अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी पूरी में परसों गया था ड्रेस रिहर्सल देखने के लिए नेवी डे के लिए, मुझे बहुत दिनों बाद सी बीच में गोलगप्पे खाने का मन किया। मैंने गोलगप्पे खाए तो पेटीएम करके मैं आया हूं। सर, यही फर्क है यूपीए का और एनडीए का।
Thank you. Before I call Shri Rajiv Rai ji, Saugat Rai ji, आपको 1 minute। हाँ,
please allow me just
yes,
1
please.
minute. 1 minute.
1 second.
Sir, while the discussion was going on, Honorable Member Nishikant Dubey referred to Rule 94. The discussion on a motion that the bill, or as the case may be, the bill as amended be passed shall be confined to the submission of arguments either in support of the bill or for rejection of the bill. This is all right, well taken.
Thank you, sir.
But
Thank
here,
you.
sir, please listen to me. Sir, you are also new to the House. Please listen to me. You may pick up a little bit of information from me. We are not in the stage of passing the bill. We are in the stage of consideration of the bill. Please read this. 93(1). When a motion that a bill be taken into consideration has been carried and no amendment of the bill is made, the member in charge may at once move that the bill be passed. So what is now going on? Now 93(1) is going on. We are discussing a motion for consideration of the bill. While we are discussing a motion on the consideration of the bill, it gives us a wide leeway, wide passage. We can discuss the bill and all other aspects connected to the bill. Problem is that clever lawyers always cite a wrong law to establish their point. That is what Mr. Nishikant Dubey is trying to do. He is trying to be clever by half. By not quoting 93(1) and just reading 94, he is misleading the House. There is wide scope of discussion.
Sir, I heard you, sir.
Of course, not to the extent that Mr.
Okay, one second.
Patra did. By bringing in Honorable respected Indira Gandhi's name, but certainly all aspects of, even if we mention the name of Adani.
Sir, thank you. Because you have taken the name of...
Please understand.
Because you have taken the name of Shri Nishikant Dubey ji, I have to give him an opportunity to speak.
Of the bill.
Yes, please.
क्या है
Please, sir. Thank you, sir.
कि मैं स्वागत
You have taken his name. I heard you. Your point is well taken. It is comprehensively stated.
चेयरमैन सर, मैं स्वागत बाबू का बहुत रिगार्ड करता हूँ. प्रोफेसर हैं सर, कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं. उसके बगल में सर लिखा हुआ है 94 में स्कोप ऑफ डिबेट ऑन मोशन और पासिंग ऑफ द बिल. यदि इसके पीछे ये लिखा हुआ है सर, तो डिबेट ही हो रहा है. आधा ट्रुथ बताकर पूरे
ओके
करे प्रोफेसर साहब, यही मैं अपेक्षा करूंगा इस हाउस से सर.
थैंक यू सर. श्री राजीव राय जी.
धन्यवाद सर.
Shri Rajiv Rai ji.
धन्यवाद सर.
I have given permission to Shri Rajiv Rai ji. No, please. I have not given permission to you.
It has nothing to do.
Kalyan Banerjee, see.
Has to be interpreted within the lines.
राजीव राय जी, आप बोलिए. आप बोलिए. आप बोलिए.
धन्यवाद सर, आपने हमें मौका दिया. मैं अपने राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व का आभारी हूँ कि राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व ने मुझे कहा बोलने के लिए. उपाध्यक्ष महोदय,
आप बोलिएगा प्लीज.
हम बहुत दिनों से सुन रहे थे कि बैंकिंग अमेंडमेंट बिल आ रहा है, तो हमारे जैसे लोग जो गांव के हैं, गरीबों के हैं, बड़ी उम्मीद के साथ सोच रहे थे कि जब सुधार की बात होती है तो सुधार में ये भी बताया जाएगा जिस बीमारियों से सबसे ज़्यादा लोग ग्रसित हैं बैंक के नियमों से, जैसे सिविल हो गया, बच्चों के लिए एजुकेशनल लोन हो गया, एग्रीकल्चरल लोन हो गया, छोटे छोटे व्यापारियों के लिए हो गया, इन सब बारे में बातें होगी. मैं ये नहीं कहने इंदिरा जी की तरह इंदिरा जी और अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी का नाम नहीं लूँगा, मैं जानता हूँ निकाल दिया जाएगा, लेकिन ज़रूर उम्मीद कर रहा था कि 2000 रुपये के नोट में जो चिप थे बता दिया जाएगा कि कहाँ गए और वो चिप 2000 रुपये के नोट क्यों गायब हो गए. मैं इलीगल थे इसलिए मैं ये भी उम्मीद कर रहा था कि अब तक बता दिया जाएगा बैंकिंग लॉ में अमेंड करके कि जो 15 लाख रुपए आ गए थे वो कब और कैसे बांटे जाएंगे. लेकिन फिर ख्याल आया कि हम किन लोगों से उम्मीद कर रहे हैं. इनके लिए 2 लाइनों के बाद बात करेंगे. इनसे ना उम्मीद करो इतनी सादगी के साथ, इनसे ना उम्मीद करो इतनी सादगी के साथ, ये दौर अलग हैं, ये लोग अलग हैं. अगर इस दौर में इनसे वफा ढूंढ रहे हो तो बड़े नादान हो, जहर की शीशी में दवा ढूंढ रहे हो. आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, हमारे मित्र डॉक्टर संबित पात्रा गोलगप्पे खाए
पेटीएम से पैसे पे कर दिए। 2%, 1-1.5% के हिसाब से कितना पैसा कहाँ चला गया। अगर वो पेटीएम कमीशन नहीं लेता तो मेरा पैसा सीधे गरीब को जाता, 10 रुपये का उसको 10 रुपये मिलते और बीच में दलालों को दे दिया गया। और पहली बार हुआ कि पेटीएम का प्रचार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया। ये परंपरा भी पहली बार शुरू हुई। उपसभापति महोदय, पिछले 3 सालों में बड़ी अच्छी टर्मिनोलॉजी लाते हैं लोग। मैंने एक पोस्ट कर दिया था, पिछले 3 सालों में उद्योगपतियों के 5,64,365 करोड़ रुपया राइट ऑफ कर दिए गए।
अलीगढ़ के हैं।
अगर ये कहा जाएगा
अलीगढ़ के हैं
कि माफ कर दिए तो आप कहेंगे नहीं राइट ऑफ कर दिए। मैं आज आपसे अपने नेता के सामने मांग करता हूं कि देश के किसानों के ऊपर चाहे जितना भी कर्ज हो सबको राइट ऑफ करने की घोषणा कर दो, हम स्वागत करेंगे।
ठीक बात।
ये आपकी बुद्धि कहीं और नहीं आती है। आपने चौथी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था की बात करते हैं, तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था की बात करते हैं। हमारे जैसे लोग तब सदन में नहीं थे, लेकिन टीवी पर सुनकर हमारा सीना चौड़ा हो जाता था जब कोई कहता था कि देश में रुपए के केवल कीमत ही नहीं गिरती है, देश का स्वाभिमान भी गिरता है। तो हमें लगा था कोई आएगा स्वाभिमान बढ़ाएगा। मैं तो आपसे जानना चाहता हूं कि देश के स्वाभिमान को किस रसातल में आप भेज दिए और कहां तक गिराने का इरादा है। चौथी अर्थव्यवस्था हो जाएगी, डॉलर की कीमत के सामने रुपए की कीमत खत्म हो जाएगी और आप अपनी पीठ थपथपाएंगे। इस देश की वो बैंकिंग सिस्टम है जो गरीबों के घर से दिन भर की कमाई निकालता है। मैडम, मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूंगा, विचार जरूर करिएगा कि अगर गरीब दिन भर सब्जी खरीदता है और रात को बैंक में डालता है, अगले दिन बैंक में डालता है, फिर निकालता है, तो अपने पैसे पर ट्रांजैक्शन फीस। पहली बार इस देश ने यह भी देखा कि गरीब जितनी बार बैंक में जाएगा, बैंक से पैसा लेकर आएगा, कुछ न कुछ आपको देगा। आप तो मंदिर के उस महंत की तरह हो गए कि जब जाएंगे कुछ देकर आएंगे। ये तो ठीक नहीं है। इस देश में मैं बड़ी लड़ाई लड़ा, सदन में नहीं था, एजुकेशनल लोन के लिए। आप जब नियम निकालते हैं छात्रों के एजुकेशनल लोन के लिए तो बड़ी अच्छी तस्वीर पेश करते हैं। एक तो हमारा मामला पार्लियामेंट की कमेटी ने हल किया था। जब बच्चे जाते थे एजुकेशनल लोन के लिए तो 50% का मार्क्स या बैंकों से नियरेस्ट दूरी का। बैंक एजुकेशनल लोन के लिए जहां लड़का पढ़कर साक्षर होगा, आप 9%, 10%, 12%, 14%, 4 लाख से ऊपर कोलेटरल सिक्योरिटी की बात करते हैं। और कोई व्यापारी ले चला जाता है तो उसके लिए कोलेटरल सिक्योरिटी है या नहीं है मुझे तो नहीं पता है, लेकिन अगर आपने रिकॉर्ड मार्जिन का बनाया है तो देश ने वो रिकॉर्ड भी देखा है कि सबसे ज्यादा पैसा देश का विदेशों में लेकर चले गए और वो भाई लोग नहीं आए। आदरणीय उपसभापति महोदय, एक मैं मैडम आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा सिविल का। और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सारे लोग जो सिविल स्कोरिंग के लिए 2005 में नियम बने थे, ये बैंकों की तानाशाही मैं स्वयं भुगतभोगी रह चुका हूं। लड़ाई लड़ते लड़ते एमपी बना तो शायद उसका समाधान अब हो रहा है। आप एनपीए ना हो, अच्छे इंटेंशन के साथ ही आया था, तभी सरकार लाई थी। लेकिन ये एक तरफा कानून, क्रेडिट कार्ड सबके पास होगा, आपके पास फोन आएगा, आपको क्रेडिट कार्ड सैंक्शन हो गया है, क्रेडिट कार्ड का पैसा भी चढ़ना शुरू हो जाएगा। एक दिन बड़े पैसे इकट्ठा करके जब घर बनवाने के लिए, बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए, बेटी की शादी करने के लिए जब आप जाएंगे तो पता चलेगा कि आपका सिविल स्कोर खराब है। तब आप ढूंढने लगेंगे तो पता चलेगा कि उस टाइम पर एक क्रेडिट कार्ड मिला था जिसको आपकी जानकारी भी नहीं है। बैंक एक तरफा इंफॉर्मेशन लेते हैं, गरीबों का सिविल खराब कर देते हैं, मध्यम वर्गीय लोगों का सिविल खराब कर देते हैं, और जब उसको अपनी जरूरत पड़ती है, कोई तो सिस्टम ऐसा होना चाहिए ना कि जब दोनों तरफ की बातें सुने, बैंक के पास अगर इंफॉर्मेशन जाता है कि ये आपने पेमेंट नहीं किया या यहाँ डिफॉल्टर है, तो बैंक एक बार पूछता है, चाहे सिविल से एक मेल आता, यू हैव रिसीव्ड दिस इंफॉर्मेशन फ्रॉम द बैंक, काइंडली क्लैरिफाई इफ यू आर ए डिफॉल्टर और यू हैव पेड दैट अमाउंट, उसके बाद करना चाहिए। सिविल को सुधारने की जरूरत है। मैं तो समय पता नहीं कितना है, 2005 में एक बैंक ऐसे लोन लिया था घर बनाने के लिए, 15 साल तक लगातार बिना एक सिंगल डिफॉल्ट के पे कर दिया। जब 15 साल के बाद मैं बैंक में जाता हूं कि मेरा एनओसी दे दो, तो कहा जाता है कि बीच में बैंक का रेट बढ़ गया था, इसलिए आपके ऊपर 19 लाख रुपया और है। उसी अकाउंट में मेरे पैसे, वहीं मेरे सारे अकाउंट स्कूल कॉलेज हो गए, न कहीं एक कम्युनिकेशन मेरे पास आया, न कोई मेल आया। ऑटो डेबिट कर सकते थे, हमको रिमाइंड करा सकते थे, और मैं आपको भी मंत्री जी लिखा, और दुख के साथ कहूंगा कि आपने उस पत्र का जवाब भी नहीं दिया, समाधान तो दूर की बात है। शेम। मैंने आपको लिखा था, और कहेंगे तो लेटर का डेट भी मैं आपके सामने समक्ष रख दूंगा। मैं 3-4 बातों की तरफ और ध्यान देना चाहूंगा संशोधन के रूप में रिकमेंडेशन के लिए। एजुकेशनल लोन, आज के जो बच्चों की पढ़ाई पर खर्च आ रहा है, उसके ध्यान में रखते हुए 20 लाख रुपए तक का लोन ब्याज मुक्त करने की घोषणा सरकार को करनी चाहिए, अगर सरकार सही में उस दिशा में है। डिजिटल करेंसी की बातें होती है, अब तो घर में बैठे बैठे बैंक में पैसा रखने में भी डर लगता है। एक फोन आएगा, फोन की बातें कर रहे थे जब हम और आप सब पैदा नहीं हुए थे, जो व्यक्ति यहाँ नहीं है, और डिजिटल अरेस्ट, पैसा चला जाता है। ये आप ही के टेक्नोलॉजी की देन है ना।
नंबर 1 फ्रॉड यूपी में हो रहा है।
सबसे ज्यादा फ्रॉड हमारे यूपी में है। लाखों में नामनी का नाम बढ़ा दिया। क्या बताने का कष्ट करेंगे इस सदन को कि अगर मेरे लाकर में करोड़ों रुपया है और चोरी हो गए या गायब हो गए, तो बैंक की लायबिलिटी कितने की बनती है? जहां तक मेरी जानकारी है, बैंक की कोई लायबिलिटी नहीं है। 1 लाख रुपया तक यूपी में 37 लाख से एक साथ चोरी हो गए थे।
कानपुर में लॉकर चोरी, गाजियाबाद में लॉकर चोरी हुई।
कानपुर में हुए, गाजियाबाद में हुए, आंध्रा में हुए, कुर्ग में हुए। कितना आप निकालेंगे तो आपके पास लिस्ट आ जाएगा। लाकर में आदमी मेहनत का पैसा ले जाकर रखता है, आप फीस लेते हैं, लेकिन पैसा गायब हो गया तो कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं। साइबर फ्रॉड के ऊपर आप कानून बनाते हैं, व्याख्यान देते हैं, लेक्चर देते हैं, मैसेजिंग होती है, लेकिन हर रोज लोगों का पैसा लूटा जाता है। मैं गरीब व्यापारियों के लिए जो कर्ज दिए जाते हैं, उनको मैं 20 लाख रुपया, शिक्षा लोन पर मैं 20 लाख रुपया, और किसानों का फिर मैं मांग करूंगा। अगर बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म करना है तो जो आपके मित्र चले गए हैं बाहर, जो इस देश के तथाकथित उद्योगपति चले गए हैं, जिन बातों को कहकर आप सरकार में आए थे, अपने उन पुराने वीडियो को देख लीजिए, अपने पुराने भाषणों को देख लीजिए, उस पर अमल लाइए। और देश के किसान जो भी बॉर्डर पर तरस रहे हैं, भीतर आने के लिए आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं, बच्चे आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं, बेरोजगारी बढ़ रही है, उस पर ध्यान दीजिए, तब बैंकिंग रिफॉर्म होगा। गरीबों का पैसा अपने बैंक में डाल देने से रिफॉर्म नहीं होता है। उस रिफॉर्म का कोई मतलब नहीं है कि आप चौथी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाइए और एशिया की सबसे कमजोर करेंसी का नाम भारतीय रुपया हो जाए। इन सब
तो जा रहे हैं, नहीं कोई बात नहीं,
को बोलना है
खत्म करो। एक खजांची का जन्मदिन बोले, खजांची बैंक में जो पैदा हुआ उसका जन्म।
और हमारे लिए आपकी नोटबंदी, हमारे लिए उस देश के लिए उस नोटबंदी, जो नोट अपने पैसे के लिए बैंक के लाइन में जो
माँ लगी थी,
माँ लगी थी, और जब बच्चा पैदा हो गया, उस खजांची का जन्मदिन हमारे राष्ट्राध्यक्ष मनाकर आपको याद दिलाते रहते हैं कि नोटबंदी नहीं था। सही कहा गोगोई जी ने, आप तब ठेंगा दिखा रहे थे, आपके लिए अट्टहास का विषय था, आपके लिए घरों का विषय था। अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी ये कहे होते कि पैसे तो बैंकों से ले लिए, लेकिन मैं विदेश जाने नहीं दिया, तब हम सब ताली बजाए होते। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री जी खुश थे कि गरीबों के घर में शादी है, बैंक में पैसे नहीं है। तो उन सब पुरानी बातों को सीखते हुए संशोधन की जो बात करते हैं, तो कॉस्मेटिक चेंजेस नहीं होने चाहिए, सही संशोधन होने चाहिए। इस उम्मीद और विश्वास के साथ कि संशोधन गरीबों के लिए होना चाहिए, संशोधन किसानों के लिए होना चाहिए, संशोधन छात्रों के लिए होना चाहिए, तब तो संशोधन की बात बनती है, नहीं तो बात बेमानी होगी। आपने मौका दिया, धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। माननीय श्री कल्याण बनर्जी जी।
Sir, in connection with the Banking Laws Amendment Bill 2024, I wish to speak on few points. First of all, I am coming to the clause 3 of the bill, where the banking regulation at section 5 in subclause 5 lakh rupees the word 2 crore rupees or such other amount. Earlier, if you have a 5 lakhs, you could have been the director. Now it has been enhanced up to 2 crore rupees. Whom do you want to bring it? Big industrialists, being capitalists, not the poor people, not the middle class people. Names are on the air who have to be brought in the Indian main economy, that's called banking. You have taken a different route altogether to bring them here. Middle class peoples cannot be now directed, only the rich people. Next point is RBI control of the supervision is being curtailed by this bill. That is last Friday, instead of last Friday, last day will be substitute. Why? Banks, private or government banks only scared about the RBI supervision. Peoples are having faith on the banks because the RBI ultimately controlling authority is the RBI. RBI is at the top. You are decreasing. Instead of every week, only in the last month. Heavy work will become on the RBI. You have not increased the strength of the RBI's staff. How it can be supervised? Basically, I am completely disputing this and opposing this. Nomination of 4 members. Section 45 JDA has been amended. 4 persons will be nominated. And as if through the nomination successors' rights are being given, which is completely contrary to well-settled principles of law. Sir, in the case of Ramchandra Talwar and another versus Devendra Kumar Talwar and others, reported in 2010, volume 10, Supreme Court cases 671. While interpreting the same provision, the Supreme Court has said, Section 45-ZA merely puts the nominee in the shoes of the depositor after his death and clothes him with the exclusive right to receive the money lying in the account. It gives him all the rights of the depositor so far as the depositor's account is concerned. But it by no stretch of imagination makes the nominee the owner of the money lying in the account. It needs to be remembered that the Banking Regulation Act is enacted to consolidate and amend the law relating to banking it. It is no way connected with the question of succession. All the money is receivable by the nominee by virtue of Section 45ZA would therefore form part of the state of the deceased depositors and develops according to the rules of succession to which the depositors may be governed. By bringing 4 nominees, you are throwing the battle, you are throwing the cord between the successors. Whatever the percentage will be given, that will be the... This is completely contrary to all succession laws. Nominee for the timing, hold the money. Why you are bringing 4? This is, I am opposing this. And this 45ZA is now the proposed amendment bill is contrary to the judgment. Now, reduction in the reduction in bank strength. Sir, in view of the amalgamation, merger of these 6 banks, now Canara, Central and Indian Bank, Canara Central and Indian Bank, total staffs have been decreased to 40,392. 40,392 employee services have been terminated by reason of the merger of the 6 banks. Sir, the 2023 banking crisis was a major event that affected the banking sector and the economy globally. It was the most significant system-wide banking stress since the great financial crisis, which was brought to focus the risks to banking stability. Though we were not in a recession, but projecting its effect, the Reserve Bank of India had perhaps seen incipient delinquency in personal loans when it first advised banks and the NBFCs to strengthen their surveillance mechanism to address the risking system. Deposits in the banks and the financial institutions have been declining, with households as they allocate for savings to mutual funds. Today, everywhere in the banking system, the savings are being decreased, interested to the mutual fund. Why? Because of the rate of interest, rate of income tax. If you are in a mutual fund, 10% tax. If you are in the bank, savings bank account, fixed deposit, here 5 years, 10%, there 5 years, 33%. All are going to mutual funds. These income tax principles and policies, of course, it is the prerogative of the Honorable Finance Minister, but I will request you to look into the matter. In a case of mutual fund, 5 years I will pay. If I keep him for the 5 years in a mutual fund even, taking some risk even, I may get 20% from the benefit, I have to pay 10% tax. Whereas if I keep a fixed deposit for 5 years, I have to pay 33% tax. Kindly consider that in your new budget, next budget, kindly consider this point. Now, sir, the GNPA ratio for agriculture was 6.2%, while the GNPA ratio for personal loan was 1.2%. This reduction of NPA is not due to higher recoveries. Most importantly, sir, this, Mr. Patru was saying, Finance Minister will say about the NPA. Very strongly they are saying NPA is being decreased, NPA is being decreased. Not because of the recovery of the NPA, but striking off the NPA itself. That is the niceties of the things that have been done. Jugglery of the words. Writing up the NPA. And it has become a common feature now. Sir, basically in the name of the amendment, the central government is trying to interfere in the state cooperative banking system in respect of nominations and to provide for an increase in the tenure of the directors in cooperative banks. The bill was increased the scope of the exception clause, which could lead to more conflicts of interest of the state government and also interfere with the independence of state cooperative banks. The bill also aims to redefine the concept of substantial interest for bank directorship. The threshold for what constitutes substantial, I have already said this, I will not repeat. From rupees 49 lakhs crore India's foreign debt in 2014 has raised to rupees 205 lakhs crore in 2024. देश आगे बढ़ रहा है. कितना बढ़ रहा है? देखो देश बढ़ रहा है. देश इतना बढ़ रहा है, धारी में देश बढ़ रहा है. 2014 it was 205 lakh crore, and now 49 in 2014. 2024 it is 205 lakh crore. देश आगे बढ़ रहा है, भारी में बढ़ रहा है, कंधा बहुत भारी हो गया, बढ़ रहा है. According to Trading Economic Global Markov models and analysis, expectations, government debt in GDP in India is expected to reach 88% of GDP by the end of 2024-25 fiscal. External debt in India increased to 6.8 to 300 USD million in the second quarter 2024 from 6,63,800 USD million in the first quarter of 2024. But the gap in loan growth and deposit growth, SBI continues to lose market share in deposits over the years. Now the question is, how much is the interest rate on borrowing, whether it will be funded, what will be the guaranteed return of investment, and what will happen if SBI fails to repay on time. RBI is informed that rupees 3,207 crore was lost because of 5,082,000 cases of cyber fraud. He was talking about cyber fraud. Cyber fraud between 2020 2024 financial years. Sir, who suffers for them? Who? Not the rich people. Only the poor people, middle class people. They are the sufferer for the cyber fraud. Sorry, till today, the government, the central government, and its mechanism, whether it's CBI, whether it's the ED, whether whatever the instrumental is, could not detect anyone. Very unfortunate. This is the fraud of cyber crime. Sir, the number of cyber fraud incidents has increased from 75,800 cases in 2023 to 2,92,800 in 2024. Just take it. That means more than 2 lakhs cases have been increased only in a year. What is going to be happening in 2025?
UP is number 1.
Today I was hearing a speech. I don't know whether the Honorable Prime Minister was giving this speech today or not. I was in the television. He was talking about the cyber crime. I will request the Honorable Prime Minister, save this country from the cyber crime. Take an effective step. सिर्फ बातों में कुछ नहीं होता है, काम करना पड़ता है. काम कीजिए, कुछ तो काम कीजिए. The real growth in an economy is built on bank credit to go large industries and infrastructure projects. Deposit mobilization has been lagging credit growth of some time now. As of August 23, 2000, credit offtake in the Indian banking sector was rupees 169.5 lakhs crore, a 62% increase from December 23, and because bank due stood at 2001. According to the latest RBI data, over the past decade, the share of public sector banks has dropped from more than 75% in 2012 to less than 60% of the overall system. So there is a need of top priority cyber security issue to check financial fraud. And IT management advanced system for fraud detection is a must for building robust cyber security measures. Strict regulatory compliance to adherence to stringent regulation for data privacy of customers and industry-specific laws like anti-money laundering practice. So the banking law, this bill is a donkey passage towards privatization of the Indian banking sector. Prima facie is to improve bank guarantee and investor protection, but actually a slow pace for selling targets its minimum holding in public sector banks from 51% to 26%. Thank you, sir, for giving me the chance to speak.
Rani Sri Kumar.
Honorable Speaker, sir, Before I start talking about this bill, I would like to remind this House that it was Dr. Annal Ambedkar who laid the foundations of the Reserve Bank of India through his work, The Problems of Rupee. It was based on his recommendations that the Hilton Young Commission proposed the establishment of the Reserve Bank of India. Annal Ambedkar proposed the establishment of the RBI so as to establish a better banking system to ensure better economy and well-being of the citizens of this country. But the BJP-led NDA government has been acting contrarily to the vision of Annal Dr. Ambedkar. This proposed bill aims to amend the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934, Reserve Banking Regulation Act 1949, State Bank of India Act 1955, Banking Companies Act 1970, Banking Companies Act 1980. The proposed amendment act aims to increase the number of nominees from 1 to 4 nominees per account. It has increased the tenure of directors of cooperative banks from 8 years to 10 years. It has allowed the directors of central cooperative banks to serve in state cooperative banks also. This bill enables the transfer of unclaimed dividend, shares, interest or redemption of bonds to IEPF when they remain unclaimed for 7 consecutive years. This bill allows individuals to claim, transfer or refunds from IEPF. This bill has redefined the term substantial interest by increasing the threshold share from 5 lakhs to 2 crores. There are certain concerns with this bill, especially the idea of dual membership and the extent that tenure poses a serious threat of consolidation of power under some individuals, and also allowing the directors of central cooperative banks to serve in the state cooperative board is a clear encroachment of the independent identity of the state cooperative banks. This is one another attempt by the BJP to make the state as a local body or as a municipality. It is against the spirit of cooperative movement. The bill omits any mention of the privatization of public sector banks, a central aspect of the government's reform agenda. Despite Finance Minister's 2021-22 budget announcement to privatize 2 PSBs alongside IDBI Bank, the bill fails to address this issue, leaving the future of PSB ownership uncertain. The bill overlooks critical digital safeguards despite the growing role of digital banking. As financial services move online, cybersecurity, data privacy, fraud prevention become urgent concerns, yet the bill fails to address these adequately. Additionally, the bill does not establish clear regulations on consumer data protection, increasing the risk of breaches and misuse. Without specific measures for digital fraud, which is more sophisticated than traditional forms, the sector remains vulnerable. And the bill proposes to update the substantial interest to 2 crores as per the present realities. But it would be better to attach it to a specific percentage every year instead of fixing a static amount, so that the bill need not be amended regularly for updating the threshold amount. In addition to this, I would like to address certain serious issues in the banking sectors. NPAs. There is always an accusation against the UPA government by the NDA government that the non-performing assets were higher. But in reality, if we look at the data, it shows a very different picture. As per the RBI data in the past 10 years, the gross NPA accumulation under the NDA government in public sector bank was 1.6 times more than that of the UPA government. Write-offs. Another issue that comes regularly along with the NPA is write-offs. As per the replies given by the government in Lok Sabha, it has been found that in the past 10 years, about 16.26 lakh crores of bank loans have been written off, and among them, the loans written off to large corporates stood at rupees 7.4 lakh crores. The yearly write-offs by the public sector banks had increased from 7,187 crore per year in 2013 to about 1.2 lakh crore in 2023. The government justified the write-offs by saying the banks' write-offs are a part of regular exercises by the banks to clean up their balance sheet so as to optimize their capital. But in reality, it affects the net profits of the banks, which eventually affects the private sector lending. The NPAs by the non-priority sector was just 50% of the NPAs during 2012 to 13, but it has touched 80% by 2019. It eventually leads to less credit being availability for the private sector. Now coming to the agriculture loan, 6% of total lending of any bank has to be advanced to agriculturists, whereas many of the national banks and especially the private banks are not at all complying the rule of advancing 6% lending to the agriculturist. Is it not a discrimination against the farmers who are feeding the nation? The pity is the banks which are averse to the agriculturists by the way of parking the 6% lending, which is actually due to the farmers into the RADF of NABARD, and thereby earning a huge interest of the money belonging to the farmers. Despite repeated requests to waive off the farmers' loans, this government, which does not hesitate to write off the corporate loans for about 7.4 lakh crores, had repeatedly refused to waive off the farmers' loans, which is a pittance amount. This clearly shows that this government is always an anti-farmer government. The UPA government during its tenure had waived off the farmer loans worth 72,000 crores, and during his tenure, Muthamal Aringer, Dr. Kalaignar had waived off the loans worth 7,000 crores in the year of 2006. And also under dynamic leadership of Thalapathy, our Tamil Nadu government has waived off 7,000 crores farm loans in cooperative banks and also provided interest-free loans worth 35.85 lakh crore to the farmers between May 2021 and December 2023, and still continues to provide interest-free loans to the farmers. Education loan. As per the education loans are concerned, it should be treated as a welfare scheme. Therefore, the interest waived on such education loans should be scrapped. I submit that levying of interest on the needy students is unacceptable. 5 years moratorium for the repayment of loan should be scrapped. The repayment should start only after the concerned student is employed. Demanding repayment before getting an employment is deplorable. Therefore, the government should consider this demand. In addition to that, multiple conditions are being imposed to provide education loan to the students, leading to complexities and harassments. The process should be simplified for the benefits of the students. Now coming to the penalty on common citizens. Because of NPA and write-offs, the bank has started their burden to push over the common citizens of the country. We all know that the government restricted the number of withdrawal of free ATM withdrawal of money from their own account. They have increased the minimum balance amount in the past decade. They are charging for SMS also. As per a reply given by the government in Lok Sabha this year, it has been observed that there has been increase of over 35% in penalties collected by the public sector banks in the past 5 years. And the most serious evaluation from the reply that the public sector banks had collected over 8,500 crores from the common people as penalties for not maintaining the average monthly balance. And if we include the private sector banks also, then as per a reply given by the Finance Ministry in Rajya Sabha, about 21,000 crores has been collected since 2018 by both the public and private banks. The same banks that had waived off about 7.4 lakh crores to corporate loans had collected 21,000 crores from the common people. And in addition to this, the government had collected over 8,000 crores of transaction through ATMs beyond free withdrawals and 6,000 crores as SMS charges. Why the people should pay charges for withdrawing their own money? Hidden charges. Next comes the issue of hidden charges. The banks have been imposed fees on customers that are not disclosed in the key fact statement of the loan, which eventually leads to higher interest rates on these loans. This issue has become so serious that the RBI governor himself raised concern regarding this at the Monetary Policy Committee in June this year. Now coming to the cyber frauds issue. If this is the scenario in the conventional bank arena, the situation of customers utilizing online banking apps is much more worse. As per a recent survey conducted by the community platform called Local Circles, about 6 out of 10 customers have faced issues of hidden charges in online banking platforms. Last year, the RBI Deputy Governor has raised concern about this issue of mis-selling, which is popularly called as dark patterns. With the increase in digitalization, many security issues have been created. In a recent RTA reply, The RBI has stated that the number of cyber fraud cases had increased from 75,800 cases in financial year 2023 to 292,000 cases in financial year 2024, and about rupees 2,056 crores were lost due to cyber frauds in the financial year 2024 alone so far. And as per an estimation made by Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, loss due to cyber frauds could amount 0.7% of the GDP in future. The senior citizens of our country are the most vulnerable group to these online frauds. There has been multiple cases where the scammers have been specially targeting elderly people. The government needs to promote better cyber security measures to protect the elderly from cyber frauds. Gender disparity in banking. There is a continuing gender disparity issue in the banking sector. As per the global Findex database 2021 released by the World Bank, nearly 20% of women lack access to the bank account in India. The gender disparity in accessibility to banking has to be resolved. Lack of accessibility in rural areas. The banking accessibility in rural areas is a cause of grave concern. In many remote rural areas, the ATMs are located inside the banks. So when the bank closes by 6 p.m., the people also lost access to the ATM. This creates serious accessibility issues for the people in the rural areas. Welfare of the banking employees, another major issue that needs a serious attention in the welfare of the bank employees. As per recent reports, about 500 bank employees in India, especially higher officials, committed suicides over the past decade due to work pressure and abuse by the senior official. I conclude that Dr. Ambedkar envisioned a strong banking sector for our country, but the banking sector has been one of the most affected sector under the NDA government. Measures have to be taken to ensure the issues in the banking sector are solved by keeping the concern and welfare of the common people. Thanking you. Tamil Vellum.
Thank you. Sri Prasad Rao. Super.
ஏமா கடைசி அதை விட்டேன் தமிழ் வெல்லும் இல்லை அந்த கோஆபரேட்டிவ்
speaking reporter. Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me opportunity. I rise to address this August House as we discuss the Banking Laws Amendment Bill 2024 that reflects the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister and the unwavering commitment of this government to reform and strengthen the banking sector. Fulfilling the promise of better bank governance and investor protection, as while explaining, Honorable Finance Minister was saying. So in her 2023-24 budget speech, Honorable Finance Minister promised to improve the bank governance and enhance investor protection through amendments to key financial laws such as Banking Regulation Act 1949, the Banking Companies Act 1970, the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934. Today, through the introduction of this bill, that promise is being fulfilled. The act is not just a legislative measure, it is a testament to the government's aim of streamlining the functioning of banks, ensuring transparency, and protecting depositors and investors alike. This initiative is in alignment with the principles of recognition, recapitalization, resolution, and reform pursued by the government in the banking sector. This has enabled remarkable outcomes, with the gross non-performing assets ratio of scheduled commercial banks falling to a 6-year low of 2.8% and the slippage ratio declining from 7.31 in 2018 to 1.78 in 2023. There are 4 major amendments proposed in this bill. One is revising reporting dates for statutory reports. This amendment revises the reporting dates for submission of statutory reports to the last day of the fortnight, month, or quarter. The government aims to ensure consistency and transparency in reporting. This amendment will streamline the operations of the banks, reduce compliance ambiguity, and uphold the principles of good governance. It is pertinent to note that the government's reform measures have been comprehensive, combining operational streamlining with financial support. Since financial year 2015, the government has infused 3 lakh crore into state-run banks, and the mega merger of 10 state-owned banks into 4 larger entities has created robust public sector bank capable of driving economic growth. Earlier, we used to have anyway, PSBs play a significant role in driving economic growth. This is done by providing timely credit to small business and entrepreneurs. One of the flagship initiatives that enables this is Mudra Loan Scheme. In 2023, states like Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka have reported over 30 lakh beneficiaries each, showcasing significant progress, while Andhra Pradesh lagged behind with just 10 lakh beneficiaries. Therefore, to ensure robust reforms to create an ground impact, I request the government to revise the targets under Mudra loans for Andhra Pradesh. Second, increasing the number of nominees. A recent RBI report highlights a significant rise in unclaimed deposits, which have surged by 26%, reaching 78,000 crores. To address this pressing issue, the proposed amendment introduces provisions for nominating up to 4 individuals, allowing for both simultaneous and successive nominations to ensure better management and claim of these funds. By simplifying the nomination process, the government has not only reduced bureaucratic hurdles, but also prioritized depositor convenience and protection. The government's responsiveness to evolving challenges ensures that no depositors' hard-earned money lies unclaimed or inaccessible. The third one is enhancing investor protection. The third amendment provides for the transfer of unclaimed dividends, shares and interest, or redemption of proceeds of bonds to the Investor Education and Protection Fund. While the reserve fund available under IEPE has grown from 83 crores in 2018-19 to 86 crores in 2023-24, spending on investor education has disappointingly declined. In the light of cybercrime reports indicating that 14,000 crores were duped from investors, this amendment underscores the urgent need to strengthen the education and awareness. It is vital that funds under IEPEF are effectively utilized to safeguard investors against fraud and exploitation. The fourth one is extending directors' tenures in cooperative banks. This amendment extends the tenure of directors in cooperative banks from 8 years to 10 years. This measure is in alignment with the ongoing efforts in the state of Andhra Pradesh to improve the functioning of cooperative societies. The State Legislative Assembly introduced the Andhra Pradesh Cooperative Society Amendment Bill 2024 to enhance the transparency, efficiency, and the management of cooperative societies. Honorable Speaker, this amendment reflects the unified functioning of the double-engine Sarkar, the seamless partnership between the leadership at the center and the states, working together for the progress of every sector of our economy. The road ahead, Swarnandhra 2047 and Vikasit Bharat. Under the able leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji and the visionary Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh Sri Chandrababu Naidu ji, we are building a prosperous and progressive India. The synchronized governance of this double-engine Sarkar ensures that the vision of Swarnandhra 2047, a state of happy, healthy and wealthy people, contributes to the larger goal of Vikasit Bharat. So this bill is yet another step towards the robust government, stronger financial systems and empowered citizens. I stand in support of these reforms that pave the way for a brighter and more secure future for all. In addition to that, sir, give me 1 minute. 2 more suggestions for me. See, at the district level, when PMEGS and MSME loans are, sanctioned, uploaded in one instance I'll give you, in SBI, 80 applications have been uploaded, the cleared were only 5. So the cleared instruction should be given to the banks so that these people will get the benefit out of it. Another, I request through you, Honorable Finance Minister, to strengthen or streamline the conditions terms for the OTS scheme in banking. And also, while considering the banking recapitalization, I request Honorable Finance Minister to have a stringent and basis, look for the stringent basis for the recapitalization of the banks. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sri Anil Desai, Honorable Member Anil Desai.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Banking Laws Amendment Bill 2024 is a proposed legislation seeks to improve governance standards, provide consistency in reporting by banks to RBI, ensure better protection for the depositors and investors, improving audit quarterly in public sector banks, bring customer convenience in respect of nominations, and providing for the increase in the tenure of the directors in the cooperative banks. The bill proposes to amend, namely, RBI Act 1934, Banking Regulation Act 1949, State Bank Act 1955, Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfer of Undertakings 1970 and 1980. So this BR Act 1945 amendment in Section 5, the first amendment, is to redefine the substantial interest, the threshold that the shareholder of beneficial interest by an individual from 5 lakh to 2 crores, as it is being redefined since the last time it was taken up, that was way back in 1968. But the moot question lies here that it is being raised to 2 crores, the limit is being raised to 2 crores. Whether, I hope the minister would explain that whether is it with a specific purpose or it may give the impression that to accommodate rich as compared to poor, or the banking, one who is well versed with the banking institution. Because I'm stating this because banking industry is one of the major sectors which is indicator of the health of the economy. And in India, fortunately, banks have been doing well in the last few years. So amendment in Section 10A of the Banking Regulation Act, increasing tenure of directors from 8 years to 10 years, excluding the chairman and the whole-time director in cooperative banks. Now, this is to align with the 97th amendment, it is mentioned, which had taken place in 2011. Now, 8 to 10 years, now this being a cooperative itself, department being a state subject, would it be in the interest of the state more than the center to decide on this? Though I'm aware that the entire this thing of the industry that lies in the finance ministry, and of course RBI is there to regulate the whole system. Further amending Section 16 of the BR Act to allow directors of the central cooperative bank, he can be simultaneously, if he gets elected, he can be director in the state cooperative bank also. Now here also the question comes whether it is with the intention of accommodating someone who's got vested interest, as cooperative banks didn't have a good history as far as state of Maharashtra or other states are concerned. Because cooperative banks have always seen upheavals, they have seen the ups and downs, and more downs have come in the recent past. And to help them to bail out, that becomes a big question, and then the entire question becomes a political scenario where if the board of directors comes from the ruling party, they are spared. If they are coming from the opposition party, they are hanged. So this needs to be explained in proper perspective. Sir, amendment of Section 18, 24, 25 and Section 56 of the BR Act, that is to revise reporting dates from a submission of the statutory reports by the banks to RBI, which is a very necessary step, and that is mandatory, as to align them with the last day of the fortnight. It was earlier from Friday to the next 2 Saturday. If the Saturday and it is aligned with the holiday and so that used to make a very much difference in reporting. So that has been taken out, that has been erased out by this amendment, which of course would be seen in good light. But supervisory role which was being played all along by the Reserve Bank, has it been lessened? The inspection which used to take place in the banking system, that has really gone down, and now to buck it up, to bring it to a certain level, these steps were necessary, and I think if any other motive was there, could be explained while answering when the bill is being passed. Amending section 45ZA, 45ZC and 45ZE of BR Act to allow the nominations up to 4 persons to ease services for the depositors. This is also, though it looks welcome, but as it has been mentioned earlier by one of the speakers, that does it not spoil or does it not come in the way of Indian Succession Act? Because on the death of the account holder, the succession becomes, and you have to get the probate from the court unless that is been dealt with at detail. I mean, the account or the nominees also, they do have problem in operating the account. So even that needs some explanation. Amending section 38 of SBI Act 1955, section 10B of the Banking Companies Act, that is transfer, acquisition and transfer, 1970, and section 10B of the 1980 for transfer of unclaimed dividends, shares and interest, or redemption of bonds to Investor Education and Protection Fund, allow the individual to claim the transfer of or refunds from that account. These steps were welcome and expected also, but the major thing is today, if you go by the reports, that due to steps not taken at a regular interval, even non-performance by the bankers as far as KYC of the depositors are concerned, lot many accounts have been there and they have not, they are dying in a dormant position. I think RBI today only issued a missive or advisory to the banks stating that, I mean, get the inoperative accounts, get them made active. So according to me, that these kind of steps which are for passing or transferring that to Investor Education and Protection Fund, that is also a step in that direction. And it's a welcome step, I would say, because investors do need this support, because today, more than banking, people have moved away from banking as a source to save, and all other elsewhere. Instead of banking, people have moved out because they find that is more lucrative than banking. And sir, that section 41 of the SBI Act, that is to bring in the auditor or the discretion to the bank for appointing the auditor and remuneration of the auditor. I think RBI is not moving away from its, or it is not going away from its duty, that whenever anything happens, any funds transfer or anything which is of suspicious nature which takes place and becomes a scam in future, RBI should not be moved out, as otherwise remuneration is decided and the auditor is decided by the bank itself. Then bank and the auditor, they come into issue, they come into problem, and RBI moves out of the picture. And lastly, I would make a point, sir, that GDP in the last quarter, that has come down to 5.4, and that is industrial, because industrial output was not up to the mark. That credit offtake, which is seen that this will facilitate the banking industry and the depositors and the investors, that people at large would be making use of banking facility. I think that is not going, because if the credit minister may explain while answering that whether credit offtake is smooth in the banking industry. If that be so, then where the private investment is, why the GDP is going down. And lastly, last but not least, that whenever bank comes into an issue in the problem because of any kind of scams or mismanagement, bailout is the only option. And in the last few years, that bail-in was the option being thought over, where bad bank was to come into picture. What is the picture now? Because once bailout is the thing that the government has been doing, recapitalizing the banks with the funds and reflushing that banking funds so that bank can operate very smoothly. Nowadays, it is the other way around. If bail-in comes in, people will move away from the banking system. If not, that is not to happen. We'll have to make the banking industry very strong.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sri Alok Kumar Suman. धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय कि आपने द बैंकिंग लॉ अमेंडमेंट बिल 2024 पर अपनी बात रखने का मौका दिया। भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था को आगे बढ़ाने में बैंकों की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। सरकार ने समय समय पर सुधार कर बैंकिंग सिस्टम को बेहतरीन बनाने की प्रयास करते रही है। वर्तमान विधेयक द बैंकिंग लॉ अमेंडमेंट बिल 2024 का लाने का उद्देश्य यह है कि बैंकिंग व्यवस्था और अधिक सुगम हो तथा देश में इन्वेस्टर को और डिपॉजिटर्स को और ज़्यादा प्रोटेक्शन मिले। इसके लिए रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1934, बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट 1949, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 1955 इत्यादि के अधिनियमों को संशोधन करना जरूरी था ताकि हम बैंकिंग सिस्टम के गवर्नेंस को और कंज्यूमर ओरिएंटेड बना सकें। महोदय, द सेंट्रल बैंकिंग इंक्वायरी कमेटी 1931 में यह उल्लेख है कि उधार या कर्ज का लेन देन वैदिक पीरियड 2000 BC से 1400 BC तक होता था, जबकि भारत में यह 500 BC की से शुरुआत ऐसा माना जाता है और ये रिकॉर्डेड है। हमारे महान अर्थशास्त्री चाणक्य ने भी बैंकिंग सिस्टम की बात की है और कर्ज, उधार और व्यापार का संबंध बैंकिंग सिस्टम से बताई है। भारतीय इतिहास देखने से पता चलता है कि बैंकिंग व्यवस्था में वैदिक पीरियड से लेकर आज तक समय के अनुसार इसके रूल्स और रेगुलेशंस को अमेंड किया गया है ताकि वर्तमान परिप्रेक्ष्य में हम डिपॉजिटर्स और इन्वेस्टर्स की हितों को पूरा कर सकें और इससे जुड़े लोगों को अच्छी व्यवस्था दे सकें। महोदय, वर्ष 1935 में रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया की स्थापना की गई। तब से अभी तक आरबीआई ने 90 साल की अवधि बैंकिंग गवर्नेंस में सफलतापूर्वक पूरा किया है। बैंकिंग अमेंडमेंट बिल 2020 के पास होने से निश्चित रूप से सरकारी बैंकों का ऑडिट क्वालिटी व्यापक और बेहतर होगा। साथ ही साथ ट्रांसपेरेंसी आएगी और देश में व्यापार, लेन देन, लोन तथा उपभोक्ता के हित में होगा। महोदय, द बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट 1945 के सेक्शन 5 में सब्सटेंशियल इंटरेस्ट को दोबारा परिभाषित किया गया है और इसे 5 लाख से बढ़ाकर 2 करोड़ किया गया है। महोदय, इसमें मेरा सुझाव होगा कि हम इसको अगर 5 करोड़ तक रखते हैं तो वर्तमान वैल्यू के साथ होगा तथा छोटे व्यक्तियों जो बैंक से जुड़े हैं उनकी भी इंटरेस्ट की पूर्ति होगी और इन्वेस्टर तथा डिपॉजिटर्स की हितों की भी और रक्षा होगी। महोदय, द बैंकिंग रेगुलेशन एक्ट के सेक्शन 10A के सब सेक्शन 2A में भी अमेंडमेंट किया गया है ताकि कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स के डायरेक्टर्स का टेन्योर 8 साल से बढ़ाकर 10 साल हो और यह संशोधन 19th अमेंडमेंट संविधान के 19th अमेंडमेंट 2011 के समरूप हो। महोदय, हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी एवं हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में बैंकिंग सिस्टम एक कुशल और रिकॉर्ड क्रेडिट और प्रॉफिट वाला बैंक बन रहा है। हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में बिहार में सबसे पहली बार स्टूडेंट क्रेडिट कार्ड शुरू की गई और स्टूडेंट लोन के लिए सरकार गारंटर बनी और हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार ने 3.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए बैंकों में सुधार एवं सुविधा के लिए खर्च किया। महोदय, यह कुशल नेतृत्व का ही प्रभाव है कि वर्ष 2018 में जो नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट 11.25% था, जो 2023 में इसमें 3% की कमी आई। आरबीआई की डेटा के अनुसार 57,585 करोड़ रुपए 2015-16 में राइट ऑफ किया गया और वर्ष 2016-17 में 81,683 करोड़ और वर्ष 2017-18 में 1,28,229 करोड़ रुपए राइट ऑफ की गई। महोदय, इस विधेयक पर अपनी बात रखते हुए मैं कुछ और सुझाव देना चाहता हूँ। सर, 1 मिनट प्लीज खत्म हो गया। सुझाव देना चाहूँगा कि देश में बैंकिंग सिस्टम से आम आदमी और व्यापार को दूर दराज और गांव तथा पहाड़ी इलाकों में रहने वाले लोगों को भी बैंकिंग सुविधा मिले। गांव में जहां पर बैंक अभी तक नहीं है तथा आबादी 10,000 से ज़्यादा है, वहां पर बैंक की परमानेंट यूनिट की स्थापना की जाए ताकि किसान और आम आदमी और उसके ट्रेडिंग के बैंकों से वो फ़ायदा ले सकें। और मेरा एक और सुझाव है कि बैंकों में खाली पड़े सभी परमानेंट वैकेंसीज को भरी जाए ताकि बैंक के काम काजों में और ज़्यादा इजाफा हो। महोदय, शिक्षा के लिए लोन जो कि हायर एजुकेशन पाने के लिए दिया जाता है उसको भी सिंप्लीफाई करके अधिक से अधिक छात्रों को लोन दी जाए। इंडियन बैंक एसोसिएशन के डाटा के वर्ष 2022-23 में 24,997 करोड़ रुपए का लोन दिया गया था। बस एक मिनट, लास्ट लाइन सर,
प्लीज कंक्लूड।
और वर्ष 2023-24 में 28,699 करोड़ रुपए का लोन दिया गया, जो कि एक सराहनीय कदम था। महोदय, मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ इस बिल का समर्थन करते हुए अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
श्रीमती सुप्रिया सुले।
Sir, I stand here in support of the banking bill today. And I would like to ask a few questions and highlight a few points and a few suggestions to the Honorable Finance Minister of India. She has brought in this bill with a good intention of improving banking, which we all are happy to be a part of that system, with more transparency and make sure that every depositor and investor is protected. What does a bank bring to you? Bank is a relationship only of trust. You trust the bank, that's why you go to a bank. So clearly, when it's a relationship of trust, the first thing you expect is protection in that relationship. So I appreciate what she has done, but I'd like to ask her a few questions which she could kindly answer in her reply. Is in point 3, clause B, you have the suggestion given is regarding the tenure of the directors in the cooperative banks. My suggestion to the Honorable Finance Minister is, like when we did the Companies Act, we had made it prospective. So whether you make it 8 years or 10 years, whatever you've recommended, can we make sure that it's prospective? Because what will happen if right now there's such a big change in the system, there will be a whole generation of people, of directors, who will have to either be moved out. So that could create a huge disruption. So why not make it prospective? So starting from this year, it's a suggestion. Maybe you can put it a few years here and there. But I think it will help the industry. So it could be a plan of the next 5 to 10 years that a new crop, if you're probably wishing to bring in. Because in cooperatives, sir, like you and I get elected, in the cooperative banking, they're elected members. So an elected member, they have capped it. I don't know what the intention of the government is to cap it. I'm sure it's a very noble intention. But if it's prospective, it will really help the industry. Hence, I'm making this recommendation to her. In the second point where she has talked about governance, standardization, and making sure that the depositors are protected. Sir, I have this question, which in the PMC case, the Honorable Finance Minister was most helpful the last time when we reached out to her for help in this case. But there's another bank called Shivaji Bhosle Sahakari Bank in Maharashtra, which is a cooperative bank. And there are many banks pan-India where the investors are not protected. Then they put the 5 lakh rupee cap. When you say the normal reply from the government is that 95% people get their deposits back. It's only the 5% who don't get it. It's the large ones. Sir, from 5 to 10 to 15 to 25 is not a large amount. And what happens in these kind, I'm going to make a very pragmatic statement now, is really if somebody does a financial fraud in this country, should we put them in jail? Should be the first action. My question is, it's an humble suggestion which has come to me from people in my constituency and my state, that when there is a financial fraud, you pick up somebody, put them in jail. They are sitting in jail for 10 years, for I'll say. Nothing happens. People are still suffering. They don't get their money back. So what is the big advantage of arresting somebody? I'm not saying don't arrest them. What I'm trying to suggest is, why not first make that person pay back to all the poor people who he owes or she owes the money to, and then put them in jail or whatever system you want. So in any financial fraud, because what happens is the PMC, like an example, which she has been very indulgent towards us in helping, when those people, that entire family was arrested, for years nobody got any hearing for the reason that all the assets were in their name. There was nobody in the family to sell it, so the deposit never got any money. And then what happens if it's in a huge litigation, the government goes to court, it takes forever. It's the same thing what has happened in the IBC Act. The intention of the IBC Act was very, very good. You put them into solvency, but what happens? The court, which was first an arbitrator, a facilitator has become an arbitrator now. So you go to court, but justice is never done. So what is the whole intention of, I'm not saying, please don't misunderstand me, I'm not saying if somebody does a fraud, don't arrest them. Please do arrest them. But can we first have a system where you pay back the depositors? What is the intention of doing all this? Of cleaning up the system to making it a fair justice system so that the depositor is protected? How will you protect the depositor if he or she doesn't get the money back in time? They don't get loans, their children's loan, their insurance, their education loans. So how does it help? Or health services. So the first thing I think we really need to think, put our minds up, maybe you can send it to a finance committee to think about it with a solution, put all our minds, because nobody is against this bill. So how do we innovate to the next step? Strengthen our banking system and make sure the depositors is my suggestion to the Honorable Finance Minister. And she's also suggested that the Investor Education Protection Fund. The protection fund is like a pension fund. Now, this government for years have been raising it, sir, that the EPS 95, it's a little bit away from the banking bill, but I'd like to highlight, I'm just drawing a comparison, that the EPS 95 pensioners have given money which is lying with the government. They don't get the money that was committed to them. Now, in a pension, for years, it's been a decade. I mean, I'd like to quote, unfortunately, he's no more with us, but Honorable Arun Jaitley ji, when he was the finance minister, had committed to the EPS 95 people to get the money that they deserve. It's their own pension money, but they never got it. So I don't want this scheme also to go in the same way because we've had a history. So I hope that this Investors Education and Protection Fund, since you're calling a pension and a protection fund is something very similar. So I hope there is no confusion in any of this, and the EPS 95, which is the pension money, they should also get it. One most important point is the cyber. As a matter of fact, just today, in today's newspaper, it has come, sir, that just in Delhi alone, 452 crores cases worth of scams in banks have occurred just in the last 1 year. This is just, I'm talking only about Delhi, sir. 452 crores. So how are we going to ride over the technology? How are we going to ride over dark net? So how is this, what is government going to do, or are you working with the banks? Because if you are making sure that you don't want scamsters, you want investors to be protected, so all these old senior citizens whose money is lying in the bank, how are we going to help them and protect them? Because a lot of times they get little notes, they click on it, and the money is gone. So what intervention is the government doing for technology? It's going to be very, very hard. I do understand, because not necessary that this dark net is anybody sitting in India. It could be anywhere in the world. So what intervention is the government doing to safeguard all the securities in the bank? Two small points I'd like to ask. That they were talking about all the banks, which Samvit Patraji extensively talked about how well the banks are doing. I appreciate that the mergers really did the good job of the merging, was a very good suggestion and an idea, and that's why the banks are looking much better and stronger. But was it the bank balance sheet appropriation that really made the magic? And writing off or haircut, you can call it whatever, was the reason that the banks are looking stronger? So if you could kindly clarify and see what it is. And one last point is that a lot of you talk about the Mudra loan, Government of India gives a lot of sovereign guarantee for many things. But there's a new thing which we are seeing, especially in our constituencies, for farmers' education loans, that the banks are giving a lot of money to NBFCs. It's a very last small point.
Please.
NBFCs. Now, when the bank gives a loan, it's in, say, 5%, 6, 8%. When there is they give it to NBFCs. So the core job of the bank is to give the loan. They are outsourcing it to NBFCs who are increasing the interest rates. So how do we control this interest rate? Because it's happening in a lot of farm loans that the NBFCs the interest rates are very high while the banking is not. And the last very, very small point, which I know she will give us a clarification, that banking globally is becoming smaller because the deposits in the banks are going down, because in the economies which are fast growing, people are moving to mutual funds as an option. So this is not this is not for the bill, but eventually, maybe 5-10 years from now, since we're talking about banking, is the government have some plans of the growth of banks? Because if the deposits will eventually over a period of time go down and people would prefer to go to mutual funds over banking and conservative safe deposit as an option. So where does banking go in the next few years? Since this is such a comprehensive bill you're bringing for safety, I think we will have to think about this. So I ask her that with the economy being the way it is, because in the last quarter the economy has come down to 5.4. and I know that she has, the Honorable Finance Minister herself has been quoted in a newspaper that she's looking to cut the interest rates. So is this an option they are looking at? Because the Commerce Ministry and the Finance Ministry have been quoted today. So with the slow growth, unemployment going up, the food inflation going up, what is the government's plan? Because this was 5.4 is something we've been predicting for last, because India is no more an insulated economy with the global crisis. I would request her to please talk about how she is going to look at the growth story of India. Thank you.
Thank you. Sri Konda Vishwa Reddy.
Ravinder Bhai.
So, sorry, Sri Ravinder Vaikar. Ravinder Vaikar thereafter. It is there? Okay.
But that's your style. That's your style. Repo mein she believes in positive.
ओके बैंकिंग कानून संशोधन विधेयक 2024। आज मैं इस सदन में बैंकिंग लॉज अमेंडमेंट बिल 2024 पर अपने विचार रखने के लिए खड़ा हूँ। ये विधेयक भारतीय बैंकिंग प्रणाली को सशक्त और आधुनिक बनाने की दिशा में एक ऐतिहासिक कदम है। ये विधेयक न केवल बैंकिंग क्षेत्र में पारदर्शिता और प्रभावशाली लाने का प्रयास करता है, बल्कि जमाकर्ता और निवेशकों अधिकारों की रक्षा के लिए ठोस प्रावधान करता है। ये विधेयक रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया अधिनियम 1934, बैंकिंग अधिनियम 1949, भारतीय स्टेट बैंक अधिनियम 1955 और बैंकिंग कंपनियां अधिग्रहण और हस्तांतरण अधिनियम 1970 और 1980 में संशोधन करता है। इसमें माध्यम से बैंकिंग क्षेत्र में आधुनिक प्रबंध और संचालन के अनुसार बनाया गया है। इस बिल में संशोधन किए गए जिसके बारे में सभागृह में बात हुई है, मैं खाली टाइम का ये देखते हुए इसके लिए मेरे कुछ सुझाव है। इसके अंदर मेरा एक पहला सुझाव है, गैर न्याय परिसंपत्तियां एनपीएससी एक गंभीर समस्या है। भारतीय बैंकों, विशेष रूप से सार्वजनिक क्षेत्र के बैंकों में पीएसबीएस के सामने सबसे बड़ी चुनौती गैर निवादित परिसंपत्तियां नॉन परफॉर्मिंग एसेट की है। मार्च 2023 तक पीएसबीएस का संकलन एनपीए 5,53 लाख करोड़ था। ये समस्या न केवल बैंकों की लाभप्रदता को प्रभावित करती है, बल्कि ये ऋण विवरण की गति को भी धीमा करती है। एनपीए के कारण बैंकों का पूंजी आधार कमजोर होता है, जिससे विकसनशील क्षेत्रों को ऋण देना मुश्किल हो जाता है। मेरा सुझाव यह है कि बैंकों को एनपीए पहचान करने के लिए रिस्क मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम को सुदृढ़ किया जाए। सॉल्वेंसी एंड बैंकरप्सी कोड आईबीसी के तहत मामलों के तेजी से समाधान को प्राथमिकता दी जानी चाहिए। दूसरा विषय, साइबर सुरक्षा। डिजिटल बैंकिंग का खतरा, डिजिटल बैंकिंग के वृद्धि के साथ साइबर धोखाधड़ी की घटनाएं की भी बढ़ी है। 2023-24 में भारत में बैंकों में 25,000 से अधिक साइबर धोखाधड़ी के मामले दर्ज किए गए। ग्राहकों का डेटा और धन सुरक्षित रखने के में बैंकों को काफ़ी चुनौतियों का सामना करना पड़ता है। मेरा सरकार से निवेदन है कि बैंकों का एआई सुधारित साइबर प्रणाली लागू करना चाहिए और ग्राहकों को कर्मचारियों के लिए साइबर सुरक्षा प्रशिक्षण कार्यक्रम आयोजित करना चाहिए। फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन। ग्रामीण और दूरदराज क्षेत्रों में बैंकिंग सेवाओं के सीमित पहुंच वित्तीय समावेश के लिए बड़ी चुनौती है। वित्तीय समावेश सूचकता 2023 के अनुसार कई राज्यों में बैंकिंग सेवा की पहुंच भी कमजोर है। ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में शाखा और एटीएम की संख्या बहुत कम है। मेरी सरकार से निवेदन है कि डिजिटल बैंकिंग सेवा के लिए इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करना चाहिए। मोबाइल बैंकिंग वैन और डिजिटल कियोस्कों की शुरुआत की जानी चाहिए और बैंकों को ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में शाखा खोलने के लिए प्रोत्साहित किया जाना चाहिए। सहकारी बैंकों की कमजोर स्थिति। सहकारी बैंकों का प्रशासन पूंजी आधार कमजोर है। कई सहकारी बैंकों में वित्तीय अनियमितता और भ्रष्टाचार के मामले सामने आते हैं। सबका सीधा प्रभाव छोटे जमाकर्ताओं और स्थानीय ग्राहकों पर पड़ता है। इसके लिए मेरा सुझाव है कि सहकारी बैंकों के लिए पारदर्शी प्रशासन तंत्र लागू किया जाए और सहकारी बैंकों को मजबूत करने के लिए केंद्र सरकार विशेष फंड प्रस्तावित करे। अध्यक्ष, सभापति महोदय, पीएमसी बैंक के बारे में हमारे एक सदस्य जी ने एक बात की। पंजाब एंड महाराष्ट्र कोऑपरेटिव एंड पीएमसी बैंक जैसे मामलों में जमाकर्ताओं को भारी परेशानी में डाला है। ग्राहकों की मेहनत की कमाई को वापस पाने के लिए उन्हें लंबा इंतजार करना पड़ा। इसके अंदर करीबन फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर जी, आपको मैंने मिला था उस टाइम भी, आपने आंख में पानी लाया, मेरे आंख में भी पानी था कि इसके अंदर पीएमसी बैंक के अंदर करीबन 150 जो जमा करता थे उनकी डेथ हो गई 150। मेरा सरकार से निवेदन कि ऐसे लाखों अकाउंट होल्डर के साथ न्याय हो और सहकारी बैंकों के लिए व्यापक डिपॉजिट इंश्योरेंस योजना लागू की जाए। ये मामला न केवल बैंकिंग प्रणाली की खामियों को उजागर करता है, बल्कि भारतीय रिजर्व बैंक आरबीआई की निगरानी तंत्र की विफलता को भी ला सकता है। इसका कारण यह है कि जब पंजाब महाराष्ट्र बैंक के अंदर 25,000 फर्जी खाते खोले गए, तब हमारी आरबीआई के लोग जब चेक करने को जाते थे, उन्होंने क्या किया, जब 25,000 खाते खोले होते, तो इसके लिए मेरा सरकार से निवेदन है कि लाखों अकाउंट होल्डर के न्याय और के लिए व्यापक डिपॉजिट इंश्योरेंस की योजना लागू की जाए। मामला केवल बैंकिंग प्रणाली को खामियों को उजागर करता है, बल्कि भारतीय रिजर्व बैंक के, मैंने जो कहा कि निगरानी तंत्र की विफलता को भी दिखाता है। पीएमसी बैंक में धोखाधड़ी और कुप्रबंधन के कारण लाखों जमाकर्ताओं को अपनी मेहनत की कमाई तक पहुंचने से रोका गया है। आरबीआई जो देश की बैंकिंग प्रणाली का संरक्षक है, इस घोटाले का रोकने के असफल रहा। इतना ही नहीं, यूनिटी फाइनेंस जैसे बैंक का प्रबंधन सौंपा गया था, अब जब जमाकर्ताओं को उनकी राशि लौटाने असफल रही है, भले ही उनकी धनराशि की वसूली कर रहे। वर्ष 2021 से आरबीआई ने सेंट्रम फाइनेंस और भारत के साथ पीएनसी बैंक के विलय को मंजूरी दी, जिसमें यूनिटी बैंक का गठन हुआ। यह निर्णय बैंक बंद होने के 2 साल बाद किया गया, जबकि जमाकर्ता अपनी जमा राशि तक पहुंचने के लिए संघर्ष कर रहे थे, यानी 150 लोग मर गए। यह चौंकाने बात है कि इस बैंक जिसमें केवल 20 दिनों के अंदर यस बैंक के लिए केवल 20 दिनों में 15,000 करोड़ के बेल आउट के साथ बचाया गया, वही पीएमसी बैंक उनको एनपीए मात्र 6,000 करोड़ था और जिसके पास 10 लाख ग्राहक थे को ऐसे बेल आउट का लाभ नहीं दिया गया। इसके बजाय डीआईसीजी ने सेंट्रम फाइनेंस को 4,500 करोड़ का लगभग बिना ब्याज वाला ऋण प्रदान किया और बैंक की 1 मिनट सिर्फ संपत्ति है जिसका कीमत करोड़ रुपए के जिसमें हवाला दे दिया। पीएमसी बैंक के करीबन 1,500 करोड़ के मानक ऋण से थे जो नियमित आय दे रहे थे। इसके बावजूद इंडी बैंक ने जमाकर्ताओं को उनकी पूर्ण राशि लौटाने में इनकार कर दिया। हर जमाकर्ता को केवल 6 लाख का भुगतान दिया गया, चाहे उनकी जमा राशि करोड़ों रुपए क्यों न हो। उनका परिणाम ये हुआ कि लाखों ग्राहक खासकर वरिष्ठ नागरिक अपनी दैनिक खर्चों, चिकित्सा आवश्यकता और अन्य उत्तराय के लिए संघर्ष कर रहे। एचडीएफसी की संपत्ति और अन्य ऋणों के वन टाइम सेटलमेंट के हजारों करोड़ रुपए की वसूली हो चुकी नहीं हुई या नहीं ये मुझे मालूम नहीं, फिर भी यूनिटी बैंक ने ग्राहकों को उनकी राशि का पूरा भुगतान करने के बजाय 10 लाख जमा करने के वालों ग्राहकों को वन टाइम सेटलमेंट के तरह केवल 6 लाख का भुगतान दिया, जिसमें बैंक ने 4 लाख का तुरंत लाभ उठाया। आरबीआई की अमल गवेश योजना के अनुसार यूनिटी बैंक से 40,000 ग्राहकों को 9 लाख राशि जनवरी 27 तक किस्तों में लौटाएंगी और शेष राशि 2032 तक यानी पूरे 8 वर्षों के बाद लौटाएंगी जाएंगी। ये योजना ग्राहकों के साथ एक बड़ा अन्याय है। ये संकट न केवल वित्तीय है बल्कि नैतिक और सामाजिक भी है। लाखों ग्राहकों की मेहनत की कमाई को इस प्रकार से बर्बाद होने देखता दुखद घटना है। मैं सरकार को विनंती करता हूँ, मेरी मांग है, 1 मिनट में मेरी मांगे रखता हूँ, सिर्फ सभी ग्राहकों को उनकी जमा राशि को तुरंत और पूरा भुगतान सुनिश्चित किया जाए। दूसरा, आरबीआई की विफलता को जांच की जाए और भविष्य में ऐसा मामला न बचने के लिए ठोस नीतियां बनाए। तीसरा, यूनिटी बैंक को वसूली गई राशि का उपयोग ग्राहकों को राहत प्रदान करना चाहिए, न कि मुनाफा कमाने के लिए। चौथा, एनसीएलटी जैसे संस्थाओं के माध्यम से मामलों का तेजी से निपटवारा करना चाहिए। अध्यक्ष महोदय, सभापति महोदय, माननीय मंत्री महोदय, स्थिति के केवल जमाकर्ताओं के साथ अन्याय है बल्कि हमारे बैंकिंग प्रणाली की विश्वासता पर भी सवाल खड़े रहते हैं। मेरा लास्ट बैंकिंग कानून संशोधन 2024 तो हमारी बैंकिंग क्षेत्र अधिक सशक्त, पारदर्शिता, उदारतादायी बनाने की दिशा में एक दूरदर्शी कदम है। ये विधेयक न केवल हमारे बैंकिंग तंत्र को आधुनिक बनाए बल्कि ग्राहकों, निवेशकों और बैंकों के लिए सुरक्षित वातावरण निर्माण करेगा। इस विधेयक का पूर्ण समर्थन करता हूं और ग्राहक का आग्रह करता हूं कि मेरे द्वारा किए गए सुझावों पर भी विचार किया जाए। साथ में पीएमसी ग्राम ग्राहकों के शीघ्र न्याय की मांग करता हूं। फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर, इसके बारे में आप अपने भाषण में उत्तर देंगे और उनका जो न्याय मिलेगा इसकी मैं आपके माध्यम से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं।
सर, थैंक यू सर। प्लीज, थैंक यू सर। The banks have a vital role in the nation's growth and development. They offer capital and financial services to industry, small business and individuals, enabling them to thrive, sir. The Banking Laws Amendment Bill 2024 was introduced on August this year, and the bill aims to bring about better governance, standardized definition of terms, standardized reports, greater autonomy to cooperatives, and protect the depositors. These are all part of the much-needed reforms in the banking industry, sir, and I feel all parties should support the bill, and so I'm glad to see some of the opposition party members also supporting this bill in the interest of the nation. However, sir, some members have reservations. One of the members from Congress seems to be opposing on certain grounds. In fact, there's no consistency. There's opposition among themselves, sir. The member from Congress was saying he's not here, so I'm not taking his name, that this bill is an attack on the very federal system and the federal structure of this country, because it goes into the cooperative banks, which is a state subject. But yet another member, honorable member, I think Saugat Rai from Trinamool Congress, says this is superfluous, and these are very simple, and these could have been amendments that have been done through administrative decision, sir. So two sides of the opposition are opposing one another, sir. See, the honorable member from Congress who feels that the federal structure is threatened should know that if anything, any bill was against the federal structure, it is the 97th Amendment of the Cooperative that the Congress government brought in 2011, sir. And while the entire bill was not struck down by the Supreme Court, those aspects of the bill which actually infringed upon the state authority, the Supreme Court struck it down in July 20th, sir. So if anything is against the federal structure, it is a Congress bill. Federalism khatre mein hai, that is because of Congress UPA bill, sir. But lekin आरोप हमारे पास है that we threaten the federal structure, sir. Some feel, sir, that 5 legislation through one bill is too much, but imagine 19 amendments through 19 bills. It'll take several years to pass in this house full of disruption, thanks to the opposition, sir. Also, they have forgotten that in 2013, the NDA government amended it's a nice bill, sir, it's a right to fair compensation and transparency in the Land Acquisition Act of 2013. This amendment also amended several bills, including National Highways Act and Railways Act, showcasing the pattern of the and the comprehensive legislation aimed to address a critical issue, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You are a lawyer. We'll discuss this. Sir, our government recognize the need for reforms in the banking sector after the previous Congress government left the banks in doldrums with humongous NPAs, leaving many banks on the verge of collapse, sir. So, honorable member Gaurav Gogaiji talked about the chronology, sir. So, give me a minute to talk about the chronology, sir. We heard the history of banking industry from 1969, where the banks were suddenly nationalized overnight. Suddenly nationalized overnight. It doesn't matter who opposed. From the sudden nationalization, let's discuss. It happened. Whether it's good or bad can be discussed later, but it happened. One more thing, sir, I respect the sentiment and the sensitivity of my colleagues from Congress party, so I will not take the names, but the scam that happened right here, sir, on the Parliament Street branch, now the Sansad Marg branch. I will not take names, but at least let's see what we can learn from it. Somebody called and 60 lakhs was transferred. What we can learn from it is there was lack of good governance, there was no checks and balances, and the bankers feared their political bosses, sir. So instead of what we needed was regulation, not merely nationalization and political influence, sir. But after that, to the abyss of the 90s, where the entire nation was on the verge of bankruptcy and due to political influence and lack of checks and balance. In 1991, India faced the worst economic crisis on the brink of sovereign default. India's foreign exchanges for less than $6 billion, enough to meet 2 meats of country's imports, sir. The Congress government those days made the word Hindu very, very popular all across the world, sir. They made the word Hindu very popular. They referred to the Hindu growth of rate. The Hindu growth of rate was referring to the abysmally slow rate of economic growth in India, and the banking and global economists, this was a popular term to refer to India. Everybody looked down upon India, sir. But 2 or 3% negative growth rate during your UPA times. There were 2 years negative growth rate. And
Please address the chair.
And now our nation under Prime Minister Modi ji leadership is looked upon for the highest growth rate among the large and economies around the globe, sir. Pledging gold to shore up forest research. We have seen all this, sir. But Honorable Member Gaurav Gogaji also referred to devaluation, sir, of the Indian rupees. Sir, during that time, in 1 week, 2 times devaluation, total more than 21% devaluation, sir. Economy is stable. The rupee is stabler than any currency in the world today, sir. Sir, it was, I'm proud to say it was P.V. Narasimha Rao, sir, the then Congress Prime Minister. He's from my state. He steered the country through the mess and brought major reforms against nationalization and against the nationalization policy, got in liberalization and privatization. But this is where it's, it is a directionless, sir. Once they say nationalization, once they say liberalization, and now again they oppose many contemporary economic policies, sir. It's the inconsistency and the lack of direction was the hallmark of the UPA governments, and this led to the tumultuous situation in the bank. But even after the reforms of the 90s, things were not so well, sir. Sir, we remember, we all actually appreciated, regardless of which party, there was huge growth rate, sir, in the subsequent UPA government, but actually what was hidden was all the NPAs amounting to lakhs of crores, sir. They were unrecoverable loans hidden under different classification of NPAs. Sir, Kalyan Banerjee had just mentioned that jugglery of words, sir. The jugglery of words and terminology was done during Congress government, sir. They were unrecoverable loans hidden under different classification of NPAs, sir. And everybody knew it. The bankers knew it, and the officials knew it, and of course the ministry knew it. But nobody had the courage to tell that the banks were totally bankrupt, sir. It's like the story, the emperor's new clothes, sir. Nobody had the courage to say the emperor is totally naked and the banks are totally bankrupt. It is after the Modi government, we recognized this problem, we pointed it out. And why was this problem, sir? It was due to stressed asset, including aggressive lending practices, willful defaults, loan frauds, corruption, and also one valid reason, economic slowdown. But under the UPA governments, the bank were heavily influenced by political interests, and they extended loans to borrowers who had little intention of paying back, sir. So in those days, I think my colleague was referring to phone banking. If you wanted a loan, you don't run to the bank or the bank manager. You run to the MLA or MP or the minister to get a loan, sir. After the NDA took office, Modi ji government recognized the problem and introduced a bill, sir, called FRDI, Financial Resolution and Deposit Insurance. There was a little opposition, so they sent it to a select committee. I was on that committee, sir. And on this committee, we were shocked to find the so-called growing economy had so many skeletons hidden in the various reports. This is the banking. This is about banking.
Okay, please address the chair.
Yeah.
Honourable member, please address the chair.
It is then
Try to confine yourself within the scope of the bill, please.
Yes, sir. 94. Only banking. I'm not talking about taxation, GST, Adani, all those. I'm talking only about banking, sir.
No politics.
No politics.
Yes.
Only banking. So FRDA is banking, sir. The bill was later withdrawn because of many irrational as well as some rational reasons, sir. And because although we had a majority, we wanted to build consensus, sir. But nevertheless, The ROP on us is we have a brute majority and we force it through, sir. The bill, FRDI bill, was well-meaning bill and we withdrew it, but ended up with a series of reforms which transformed the banking sector. Today, the banks have not only turned around but thriving. PSU bank share prices increased 200 to 300%. The market capitalization of SBI, those days if a small investor wanted to invest, he would invest in Wipro or TCS or Infosys. But now, if you invest in these, they doubled and tripled their money in just 2 years, 200, 300% return. And not only that, the McKinsey report praises us. There are many key legal procedures, sir, and I will not go through it because many speakers have already gone through it. But India's infrastructure requirement funds is about 1/10 of the GDP, and it is estimated to need about 1.43 lakh crores. And India depends on our banking sector to be healthy and thriving. It is miraculous about the turnaround, sir. It is really miraculous, and nobody believed in 2014 this would happen. So there's also, many are talking about what about the poorer sections, what about the depressed sections. Sir, lot of us completed our Disha meeting, sir. That's our responsibility in our constituency. In the Disha meeting, we have a meeting with the lead bankers, sir. And we were shocked to find, if you compare to the 2014 to now, in fact, in my district, sir, it is unbelievable. The bankers' target is 50,000 crores, sir. Of course, they have not met, but still it is almost 300 to 400 times what it was in 2014, sir. And they are yet to meet the target. Yes, but even whatever this thing, they have amended that, sir.
Please conclude.
So I will conclude, sir. But before I conclude, I'll just convey 2 points, sir. We are talking about middle class and household. Yes, the household disposable income to meet the debt obligation is among the lowest in the world at 6.7%, sir. Yes, there's one more allegation that of recent the investments or deposits in the banks have reduced. And that's because there are great opportunities for investment this vibrant economy under Modi ji has created. There are SIPs, systematic investment plans, mutual funds, and instead of putting a deposit in State Bank of India, if you buy your State Bank of India shares, you'll make much more profit. And there are various avenues for investments that we have seen, sir. But before I go, just last 2 points, sir. If you went to a village 10 years ago, in 2014, there used to be 10 motorcycles. If you go today in the same village, there are 300 to 400 motorcycles. There were 10 to 20 bank account holders. Now there are 400 bank account holders, sir. And this is the Antodai. And
please conclude.
I'll conclude, sir. I have 20 minutes, but I'll conclude.
One more speaker has to speak.
Yeah, I'll just conclude. Please. Just 2 minutes, sir. And so it is the Antodai we are following, sir. And honorable member from Hyderabad asked a question in Parliament, a start question, about where the Mudra loans are going and what's happening. The maximum, I think, 300% growth in the loans to the depressed classes, sir. The Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana with bank accounts opening, Mudra Yojana, Stand Up India, Atmanirbhar Street Vendors Program, Vishwakarma Yojana, all these have really gone, sir. But one thing, sir, I would conclude with one thing. It was policies were directionless, but this government has a direction. But just a direction is not enough, sir. We need a vector. Vector has both a direction and a magnitude. Even if you're going in the right direction, if you don't have the magnitude, you'll fall short, sir. This government, the vector, it has the magnitude and direction, and the trajectory is Viksit Bharat 2047, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sri Arun Bhardi.
धन्यवाद उप सभापति महोदय, आपने मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। मैं बैंकिंग लॉज अमेंडमेंट बिल 2024 के अपनी पार्टी की तरफ से लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास और अपने राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष चिराग पासवान जी से इस बिल के समर्थन में खड़ा हुआ हूँ। मैं वित्त मंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री जी का भी अभिनंदन करना चाहूँगा इस बिल के लिए। हमारी पार्टी की तरफ से कुछ सुझाव, 5 सुझाव है जो मैं सदन में रखना चाहूँगा और मैं चाहूँगा कि इस पे विचार हो। सबसे पहला है जो मैं विचार आपको दे रहा हूं सर, ये छोटे जो बैंकर्स जो बैंकिंग कस्टमर्स हैं उनके लिए है, मार्जिनाइज्ड लोगों के लिए है। सर मेरा पहला सुझाव है कि मिनिमम बैलेंस चार्जेस जो 250 रुपये से लेकर के लगभग 2500 रुपये तक प्राइवेट बैंक से लेकर के सरकारी बैंकों में लगते हैं, उसके बारे में सोचा जाए, क्योंकि एक बड़ी आबादी है जो इतनी बड़े चार्जेस को, पिनल चार्जेस को सहन नहीं कर सकती है। और ऐसे में उनकी मान लीजिए अगर वो मंथली बैलेंस या क्वार्टरली बैलेंस अगर मेंटेन नहीं कर पाते हैं तो उनकी सेवाओं में कमी की जाए, ये पिनल चार्जेज उनसे नहीं लिया जाए। सर मैं बिहार से आता हूं और बिहार के परिप्रेक्ष्य में मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि वहाँ पे जो बैंक में डिपॉजिट किए जाते हैं रिटेल बैंकर्स, ये रिटेल कस्टमर्स के द्वारा जो भी बिहार में डिपॉजिट्स कलेक्ट की जाती हैं, उसका लगभग 70% हिस्सा बिहार से बाहर कर्ज के रूप में दिया जाता है। आपको पता है सर, बिहार एक पिछड़ा राज्य है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी अगर हमारा 60-70% बाहर कर्ज के रूप में दिया जाएगा तो बिहार जो एक पिछड़ा राज्य है, वहाँ पे रोजगार और शिक्षा के लिए जो लोन की ज़रूरत है कैसे पूरी हो पाएगी, और इसी कारण से लोन हमेशा महंगे होते हैं। इसी पर मैं तीसरे सुझाव पर आता हूं कि जो वहाँ एजुकेशन लोन है इसको सस्ता करने के बारे में सोचा जाए, इसमें जो इंटरेस्ट लगता है उसको सस्ता करने के बारे में सोचा जाए, इसको कोलैटरल फ्री किया जाए CGE-SSC या CGT-SAB के द्वारा, या फिर इसमें जो इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट है उसको सबवेंशन या फिर सब्सिडी के रूप में इसको देने के बारे में सोचा जाए। सर अनुसूचित जाति और अनुसूचित जनजाति समाज, जिस समाज से मैं आता हूं, उस समाज में सर कर्ज को लेकर के जो कर्ज लेने की जो समाज की ये है बहुत कमी है, वहाँ कर्ज बहुत कम लोग ले पाते हैं, और इसीलिए पूर्व में वित्त मंत्री श्री अरुण जेटली जी द्वारा एक योजना शुरू की गई थी, वेंचर कैपिटल फंड फॉर शेड्यूल कास्ट। सर ये एक बड़ा ही अनोखा फंड है जिससे अनुसूचित जाति और जनजाति के लोगों को कर्ज मिल पाता है एक बहुत ही सस्ते दर पे। लेकिन सर अभी तक ये सिर्फ एक एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर है, इसको संवैधानिक जामा पहनाया जाए, इसको एक कानून के रूप में लाया जाए। इसके साथ ही सर हमारा जो पांचवा और अंतिम सुझाव है वो यह है कि बहुत सारे जो बैंकिंग सर्विसेज होती हैं उसके चार्जेस लगते हैं, SMS के चार्जेस हैं, चेक बुक इशू करने के चार्जेस हैं। कोर्ट ने भी कई बार टिप्पणियां की है कि बैंक जो है इन सारे चार्जेस को अपने कस्टमर पे न लगाए, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी बैंक जो है लगातार इस तरह के चार्जेस कस्टमर पे लगाता रहा है, ये कोर्ट की टिप्पणियों की अवहेलना करता रहा है। लास्ट में सर मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि मैं माननीय सदस्य संबित पात्रा जी के इस बात से बिल्कुल सहमत हूँ कि जो माइक्रो पेमेंट्स के लिए सरकार ने UPI या IMPS की सुविधा बनाई है, उससे रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स को बहुत फायदा हुआ है, और यही फर्क है UPA और UPI में। धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you. Shri Midun Reddy.
Thank you, sir. The banking sector is growing at a phenomenal pace, and hopefully these changes, these amendments, what the Honorable Finance Minister has brought, they'll help us keep up the pace. Sir, she has brought some key positive reforms, firstly on auditor accountability, and then on simplified reporting, advocating a uniform filing schedule on 15th and the last day of every month. So this will reduce a lot of administrative bottlenecks. Then on flexibility for depositors, and also broader credit access in raising the threshold for substantial interest from 5 lakhs to 2 crores. So all these are in the, actually we should say that all these help our banking sector. And I have a few suggestions to make, sir. One is regarding the farmers and MSME sector. 62% of the country, of the people of our country are dependent on agriculture, and farmers are very important for the prosperity of our country. So a lot has been said about farmers, and there have been so many schemes where they're given loans with credit waiver and subsidies and even collateral-free loans. But not much is happening on the ground, even for MSME, sir. If we have to create more jobs, the MSME sector has to be supported in a proper way. So if you see if we can provide incentives to commercial banks in the form of tax rebates or refunds for diversified credits to selected MSME sectors, low-scale farmers, etc., this might help the credit supply to the at the banking end, and it will help both the farming community and the MSME sector. And sir, one more issue, important issue I would like to bring to the notice of the Honorable Minister is that if you see student loans, sir, they contribute to the highest portion of non-performing loans as of this year, as per RBI's Financial Stability Report, July 2024. This is because we have not structured education loans in a proper way, and we are giving them as personal loans. So we as a country have the highest percentage of youth compared to any other country in the world. So without proper education to our children, our country is not going to go in the right direction. So I request the Honorable Finance Minister to create a structure so that all these NPS are taken care of and the students get the flexibility of repayment without having the pressure of being an NPA account, sir. Sir, and one more thing, I would like to talk about Andhra Pradesh agreement with SECI, sir, for the power. So there is a Telugu saying which says that which says that one person said a bull or an ox has given birth to a calf, the other person said go tie it without even applying his mind, sir. Same is happening, sir. Andhra Pradesh government has made a contract with SECI, and it was not done with any private player or Adani or anybody, sir. I want to bring to the notice of the House. And SECI is a central government organization. SECI, it has not only made an agreement with Andhra Pradesh, several states, sir, both the NDA state, NDA ruled states, and even the India coalition ruled states. So how can there be a misdoing, sir? And that is the cost of power, which it was signed is ₹2.49, sir. That too, it was done in 2021, and now it is 2024. I would like to bring to the notice of the House the latest auctions which have happened. I mean, bidding where various players have participated. The cost, if you see NTPC in May 24, the cost of power is ₹2.69. And if you see even SECI, which has signed with various people have participated in the bidding, it is ₹2.57. And even all the bids which have been done in 2024 are more than ₹2.49, which has been signed by Andhra Pradesh. Over the years, the cost of the panels also is coming down, sir. In spite of that, we got a better rate in 2021. And this has been propagated badly by a select few media houses and so-called pseudo intellects, which is not good. Through yourself, I would like to bring to the attention of the House and everybody, sir. This is a contract between a central government organization and state government with the lowest rate. And that too, when did it happen, sir? When the average cost of power was ₹5.90. The cost of power earlier, before 2019 was, solar power was, average cost of solar power was ₹5.90. And it came down to ₹2.49. And even today, not only Andhra Pradesh, sir, all our neighboring states, they have made a contract with SECI for more than ₹2.49. And that too, Andhra Pradesh had the facility of waiver of interstate transmission charges, sir. Even as I stand here, even if you go to the energy exchange today, sir.
Honorable Member, you made your point, though it is not connected with the bill.
Sir,
please go on, please go on some other issue.
Sir, today, if you see on GDAM, it is the cost of solar power is ₹3, sir, plus 2% commission to energy exchange, plus ISTC charges, plus 3 to 4% losses. So it is way above what we have signed. So all these comments or all these things, I only request one thing. I want them to apply their mind, not be biased, and talk about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sri Sudhakar Singh. Honorable Member Sudhakar Singh. Yes, please.
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं बैंकिंग कानून संशोधन विधेयक 2024 का विरोध करने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूं, क्योंकि ये नियम बैंकों को कमज़ोर बना सकते हैं और आम लोगों के हितों को नुकसान पहुंचा सकते हैं। भले ही इन नियमों का कहना है कि ये बैंकों को और बेहतर बनाएंगे, लेकिन ये नियम बड़े लोगों को और ज़्यादा ताकत दे सकते हैं और आम लोगों की आवाज़ को दबा सकते हैं। मुझे डर है कि इन नियमों की वजह से बैंक पारदर्शी नहीं रहेंगे और लोग अपने पैसे को लेकर सुरक्षित महसूस नहीं करेंगे। इसमें एक विषय है कि सहकारी बैंकों के बैंकिंग अधिनियम 2049 की धारा 10A के तहत सहकारी बैंकों के निदेशकों का कार्यकाल 8 साल से बढ़ाकर 10 साल करने का प्रस्ताव लोकतांत्रिक कार्यप्रणाली को कमज़ोर करता है। अगर इन लोगों का कार्यकाल बढ़ा दिया जाता है तो ये लोग लंबे समय तक बैंक पर राज करेंगे और हो सकता है कि वो अपने निजी फायदे के लिए काम करें, न कि आम लोगों के हित में काम करें। दूसरा इसमें विषय है कि जमाकर्ता जो बैंकों में है उसमें संरक्षण का जो कानून है कमज़ोर पड़ेगा। पहले यह नियम था कि अगर किसी व्यक्ति के पास किसी बैंक के 5 लाख से ज़्यादा के शेयर हैं तो वह उस बैंक के फैसलों पे बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभाव नहीं डाल सकता, इसीलिए उस पर नज़र रखी जाती थी। लेकिन यह सीमा बढ़ाकर 5 लाख से 2 करोड़ रुपए कर दी गई है। इसका मतलब कि वह अब बहुत अमीर लोग बैंकों पर ज़्यादा प्रभाव डाल सकते और हो सकता है कि बैंकों का निजी इस्तेमाल अपने निजी हित में करें। सरकारी बैंकों पर नज़र रखने और उन्हें जवाबदेह बनाने की क्षमता कमज़ोर होगा इस कानून से। जहां विधेयक सार्वजनिक क्षेत्रों के बैंकों को लेखा परीक्षक पारिश्रमिक निर्धारित करने में विवेक प्रदान करता है, भारतीय स्टेट बैंक अधिनियम 1955 की धारा 41 यह कदम लेखा परीक्षक की स्वतंत्रता से समझौता कर सकता है, जोड़ तोड़ के लिए अवसर पैदा कर सकता है और सार्वजनिक क्षेत्र के बैंक संचालन में पारदर्शिता को कम कर सकता है। चौथा विषय इसमें है कि जमाकर्ता शिक्षा और संरक्षण कोष के उपयोग के निर्धारण में बहुत अस्पष्टता उभर कर आएगा कि जो इस कोष बनेगा उस कोष में जो पैसे होंगे उसका इस्तेमाल क्या किया जाएगा, और डर है कि इस तरह के पैसे का दूसरे कार्यों में इस्तेमाल होगा। क्षेत्रीय और ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों के वाजिब जो चिंताएं थी इसमें नज़रअंदाज करने का काम किया गया है। विधेयक शहरी केंद्रित सुधारों पर असमान रूप से केंद्रित प्रतीत होता है। क्षेत्रीय ग्रामीण बैंकों और सहकारी बैंकों द्वारा सामना की जाने वाली अनूठी चुनौतियों की उपेक्षा करता है, जो हाशिए के समुदाय के लिए वित्तीय जीवन रेखा के रूप में काम करते हैं। इन संस्थाओं को व्यापक जनोन्मुखी संशोधन के बजाय अधिक समर्थन और अनुकूलित नीतियों की आवश्यकता है। खासतौर से वो जो किसान, जो हमारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में रहने वाले लोग, छोटे कारोबारियों के जो ऋण देने की जो सार्वजनिक बैंक थे वो लगभग अब धीरे धीरे अपना अधिकार वो एनबीएफसी को ट्रांसफ़र कर रहे हैं और एनबीएफसी जिस कठोर तरीके से ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में कारोबार कर रहे हैं। बिहार में एक उदाहरण है, बांका में 4 लोगों ने मात्र 20 लाख रुपए जो ऋण लिए थे उस नहीं दे पाने से 4 लोग ने आत्महत्या कर लिया, जब उसमें पता चला कि ये ज़्यादातर जो ऋण थे वो एनबीएफसी के जरिए लिए गए थे। ये परिस्थितियाँ बहुत विकट होती जा रही है। वित्तीय समावेशन में अनसुलझे चुनौतियों पर भी ध्यान देना होगा। भारत में बहुत से लोग अभी भी बैंकिंग सुविधाओं का इस्तेमाल नहीं कर पाते हैं, खास तौर से गांव के लोग, गरीब लोग। इन कानून में इन लोगों की समस्याओं को हल करने के लिए कोई ठोस कदम नहीं उठाए गए हैं। इसके बजाय इस कानून में बैंकों के काम करने के तरीके को बदलने पर ज़्यादा जोर दिया गया है, जो कि इन लोगों के लिए बहुत फायदेमंद नहीं होगा। माननीय सभापति महोदय, बैंकिंग कानून में बदलाव लाने वाला नया कानून जो हाल ही में पेश किया गया है केवल बड़े लोगों के फायदे के लिए बनाया गया है और आम लोगों की चिंताओं को पूरी तरह से नज़रअंदाज करता गया है। यह कानून कुछ बड़े लोगों को और ज़्यादा ताकत देगा और छोटे बैंकों और आम लोगों की बातों को कम महत्व देता है, खास करके गांव में रहने वाले लोगों की। मैं सरकार से गुजारिश करता हूं कि इस कानून को दोबारा सोचे और इसमें कुछ बदलाव करे ताकि हर किसी को बराबर का हक मिले और बैंकों के लोगों के पैसे के बारे में जवाबदेह होना पड़े। बैंक लोगों के विश्वास पर चलते हैं और हमें ऐसे कानून बनाने चाहिए जो इस विश्वास को और मजबूत करे। यह नया कानून सिर्फ कहता है कि हम कुछ सुधार कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से इसमें बनाया जा रहा है और लागू किया जाएगा वह देश के हित में नहीं। अगर सरकार सच में चाहती है कि हर किसी के पास बैंक का खाता हो और लोगों का पैसा सुरक्षित रहे तो उसे आम लोगों की समस्याओं पर ध्यान देना होगा। संसद सिर्फ कानून बनाने की एक जगह नहीं बल्कि लोगों की आवाज़ सुनने, उन पर भरोसा करने की जगह भी है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Sri Karthi Chidambaram.
Sir,
The Indian rupee against the US dollar today is at 84 rupees 73 paisa. And the growth rate in this last quarter is 5.4%, the lowest in 7 quarters. And inflation is at 6.21%. Whenever inflation is greater than economic growth, and if that continues, it will lead to stagflation. In this backdrop, this government has brought about the Banking Laws Amendment Bill. The Prime Minister, when he was parroting the slogan, what is it called? 400 par. He held a cabinet meeting in March where he said when he comes back to power, he will have a 100-day agenda where they will bring about majestic reforms. I'm sorry to say, sir, if these are the reforms which the government talks about, this is hardly majestic. This is merely tinkering on the margins and are innocuous changes which they have brought about. I will talk about 1 or 2 changes they have brought about and what they have missed out in this bill. They have said now that you can nominate people successively or simultaneously for bank lockers and for deposits. I hope they clarify the rules clearly. If there is a certain amount of jewelry in a bank deposit, and they say simultaneously it will be given to many people, they must specify, the person who is opening the locker must clearly specify which jewel will go to which person. Otherwise, what will happen is, if there is no clarity, the bank will say there is no clarity and will confiscate or not give the jewelry to anybody. It will lead to lots of confusion. And in successive nomination, what will happen is, if A nominates B, and after B it is X, Y, and Z, for some reason A passes away, and then B also passes away, it is very likely the bank will ask Mr. X to bring the death certificate of B and Mr. A. He might not even know B. So there can be lots of administrative confusion in these successive and simultaneous nominations, and the government and hopefully the minister will clarify the procedure in which successive and simultaneous nominations will be done. The other point is that, sir, they said unclaimed dividends will be sent to the Investor Education Protection Fund. Sir, the minister must clarify how much fund is already existing in the Investor Education Protection Fund and what is that fund doing to educate people about dubious public issues which are still coming up today and about the financial fraud which is happening in the banking sector. There is no point in creating a fund and adding more and more money to it if you do not know what that fund is doing and how the funds in that corpus is being spent, sir. Sir, most importantly, this bill has missed out on many things. They could have brought about some monumental change in ease of doing business. Sir, as you know, there is so much cyber fraud happening. What is the government doing to stop cyber fraud? The government must bring about a clear policy to stop cyber fraud. Sir, the tyranny of KYC is happening. I'm sure, sir, you also have a bank account which is linked to some phone number. I'm sure they are calling you all the time and asking you to update KYC. I think we should stop this tyranny of KYC. When there is nothing changed, your name is not changed, your parents' name has not changed, your address is not changed, nothing has changed, but the bank is calling you millions of times in a year, asking you to update your KYC, and it's a serious harassment. Because they're outsourcing the KYC process to some third-party agency, and that agency has to make these calls to harass you. The government must bring, in order to make life easier for the customer, they must simplify and mandate that if there is no change, there is no reason to update your KYC multiple times in a year. Sir, another thing, sir. Like Chitragupta makes accounts of all our activities in this world to Yamadharma, there is this agency called CIBIL, which is making a record of all our transactions. If you want to take a car loan, if the finance minister of this country wants to take a house loan, everything depends on the CIBIL score. But nobody knows how this CIBIL organization works. It's actually a private company. It's a company called TransUnion. This is the company which is rating every one of us our credit based on our credit history. But we do not know whether they are updating our credit history properly. There is no transparency. There is no way for us to appeal. There is a complete asymmetry between the company which is rating us and us. There is no redressal at all, sir. Every time we go tell a bank, I have paid my loan on time, but they will say, no, your CIBIL score is bad. When we say we do not know how to approach CIBIL, it's fair, for farmers, while they get a subsidy from the government, when they use the subsidy to repay the loan, CIBIL does not update it. If you go for a settlement with an ARC, CIBIL does not update it. So there must be greater transparency. The government has missed out an opportunity to make life easier by reforming these things instead of just tinkering in the margins. Sir, this government has been a government which has been very pro-corporate. I will give you list out a list of companies, sir. Karaikal Port Private Limited, Korba West Power, SR Power MP, Radius Estates and Developer, Digi Port, Aditya Estates. These are all distressed sale of assets which went to a corporate, sir. Instead of focusing on corporates, this government should focus on writing off the student loans, which is only 90,000 crores. They could have easily written off the student loans instead of giving haircuts to corporates and being pro-corporate. Sir, this bill is nothing majestic. It's an innocuous bill. It does nothing to make life easier. It is completely anti-consumer and anti-middle class. This bill must be withdrawn and a reformist bill must be brought forward. Thank you very much, sir.
Very good.
Shri E.T. Bashir, Muhammad Bashir.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. Sir, as far as India is concerned, we are having a very strong banking system. As far as the proposal in this bill is concerned, there are some glimpses of good suggestions. That is to improve the governance and standard, provide consistency in reporting by bank to the Reserve Bank of India, ensure better protection for depositors and investors, improve audit quality in public sector banks, bring customer convenience in respect of nomination, and to provide for increase in tenure of the directors in cooperative bank. So these are all certain things. It is meant for banking improvement, trustworthiness of the depositor and his confidence. So that is a very important theory. The trustworthiness is the most important capital of a bank. Trust between the customer and the bank. There is certain proposals are there. It is effective also. And the nomination facility is concerned, that also is okay. Instead of 1, it is going to be 4. That also is there. Purpose in brief is, sir, cooperative bank directors, one thing. Other points, people have mentioned that. Tenure of the cooperative bank director is extended up to 10 years instead of up to 8 years. I don't find much logic in that, sir. I hope that the minister will explain what benefit we are expecting from such a thing. I feel that it's better to maintain the old system itself because there is no much meaning in the new system. It's better to have an existing system in that. Then with regard to the nomination, I said, instead of 1, it is 4. That also seems to be a practical kind of things. Now, other things, sir, with regard to unclaimed funds, Chidambaram was saying about that, no? Anyhow, that also seems to be practical things. Instead of keeping that in idle, it is for the deposit. It will be deposited for IAPF program. That also is a part of the welfare of the members of the system earlier. Affected people can still claim their money also later. That also seems to be a thing to avoid further complication in this. Similarly, sir, audit pay. Banks will now decide how much to pay their auditors instead of RBI. Whether there is feasible or not, that is to be discussed, sir. Sir, one thing I would just...
Please conclude. Please conclude.
Sir,
honorable member, 6 o'clock,
yes,
minister has to give
our
reply.
strength is what, sir? That is
and more members are there. Please conclude.
Because, widespread network we are having, that is one thing. And diverse portfolio, that is another plus point for Indian banking system. These things are there. That was the end I would like to say, but people were saying about the bank fraud and that kind of thing. We have to address that properly. Unless we ensure that kind of thing, we will be failing in our duty. The challenges we all know, sir, the regulatory mechanism. I would like to suggest that you have to examine whether our system is perfect or not in the light of new challenges, whether we should revamp our system of regulatory mechanism. These things I would like to say, sir. Towards the end, the student loan system. It's a cumbersome process, sir. I humbly appeal the government to ensure a kind of speedy disposal of such cases.
Thank you.
In that case, government should take that also with serious.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Sri Sachidanandam, please.
Laws Amendment Bill 2024 seeks to amend the Banking Regulation Act 1949.
the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934, the State Bank of India Act 1955, Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfer of Undertakings Act 1970 and 1980. On behalf of Communist Party of India Marxist, I propose some amendments to the amendments which our Finance Minister proposed. It seeks to increase the substantial interest from rupees 5 lakhs to rupees 2 crores. It is on the higher side. Compared to the price rise and taking other things into consideration, it can best be increased to 50 lakhs. It seeks to amend the tenure of directors in cooperative banks from 8 years to 10 years. In our opinion, the increase in tenure will lead to vested interests. So instead of tenure could be reduced to 5 years. It seeks to amend the reporting dates. That is fine. The reporting dates can be amended. It seeks to amend the nomination rules. For a locker, instead of a single nominee or a joint nominee, it provides for 4 nominees, one after another. It is a welcome move. Another amendment with regard to transfer of dividends, shares and interest or redemption of bonds to the investor education and protection fund. We have to ensure that the claims after transfer are made hassle-free. Then it can be allowed. And the amount that it transferred must also be properly utilized to not only educate the banking clients, but also to prevent the cyber crimes, which are increasingly very alarming nowadays. And it is again seeking to amend the provision to provide discretion to public sector banks in the matter of remuneration of auditors. Again, this will create vested interest to the top management of public sector banks. This aspect need not be amended. It is continued in the present system. Thousands of employees in the public sector banks fear job insecurity due to privatization. This bill does little to address their concerns. Why is the government not prioritizing employment stability, especially in the time of rising unemployment? This bill is yet to another example of the government prioritizing privatization and corporate interests over welfare of the common people. It jeopardizes the stability of banking sector, compromises financial inclusion, and creates opportunities to misuse of the system. I urge the government to reconsider its approach and prioritize strengthening our public bank system. Let us not sacrifice the nation's financial sovereignty at the altar of privatization.
Thank you.
Thank
Please.
you. Thank you.
Sri Brem Chandar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, sir, for providing me this opportunity to intervene in this debate. Sir, I have already given notices of amendments, more than 10 amendments. I will not speak at the time of moving amendments, so I may be provided with little bit bonus time. Sir, the Banking Laws Amendment Bill 2024 is against the basic principles of legislative process. At the time of introduction of the bill itself, I have made my opposition. Why? Because the distinct provisions of difference bill proposed to be amended or put together for attaining different aims and objects is not a fair legislative practice, for which distinct and separate bills have to be brought in the House so as to make amendments. In this case, 5 legislations are to be amended. I'm not going to the details of that. If it is rightly, honorable member from the other side has said that it is consequential amendments. These are all not consequential amendments. One is the Cooperative Director Board, and another one is regarding the threshold, and another one is entirely different. So different acts for different purposes and clubbed together and coming as a consolidated law means
This is not a fair legal practice, legislative practice. So that is my technical objection regarding this bill that I have made at the time of the introduction of the bill also. Sir, coming to the contents of the bill, I support the bill, I support the bill with some reservations, Sir, the recent reports relating to Indian banking sector shows that Indian banks are more vibrant and resilient. And key banking indicators, namely credit growth, net profit, CRAR, GNPA ratio, NNPA ratio, PCR are in good condition, I do admit. I would like to know from the Honorable Finance Minister, at the same time when you are making a rosy picture of the health, financial, fiscal health of the Indian banks, when you are making such a picture, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, what is the amount written off during the last 3 financial years? Sir, it is learned that in the last quarterly profit of SBI is 18,000 crores. That means per day SBI is making a profit of 200 crores. And I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, because the recent reply on 25th November 2024, this reply given by the Honorable Minister in question number 144, for the industry alone, during the 23-24, 1,80,500 crores of rupees are written off in 23-24 financial year. And as far as the retail loans, 90,000 crores of rupees have been waived off. So this is the way by which the banks are functioning. So that sector, I would like to know the clear picture regarding this. But as far as the SARFAESI is concerned, because Mr. Karthi Chidambaram was talking about the educational loans. See, the SARFAESI Act has become a big phenomenon and it has become a big issue. As far as the single house loan borrowers and the small and micro enterprises loans, I suggest to the Honorable Minister, please, when it becomes an NPA, an opportunity may be provided to the small and micro enterprises loans, because small and micro enterprises loans are 80% of the MSME, 95% of the MSME is from this category, small and micro enterprises. So they should be given an opportunity to restructure the loans instead of stamping it as an NPA. This has to be taken into consideration, for which the government of India has to discuss with the Reserve Bank of India so as to have an amicable solution to help and protect this poor small and micro enterprises. And coming to another issue, sir, regarding the cashew industry in my constituency in the state of Kerala, not only in the state of Kerala, throughout the country, 95% of the cashew workers are poor women belonging to the very, very downtrodden people. Unfortunately, the state chief minister has convened a meeting of all the banks in the SLBC and decided to have a one-time settlement. But unfortunately, the banks are not honoring and complying the commitment made at the time of the SLBC. That has to be looked into. Sir, coming to the clauses of the bill, sir, section 45ZA, that is clause 10 of the bill, that is of the banking regulation, has to be amended to give effect to provide nomination for not more than 4 persons, either successively or simultaneously. Karthik Chidambaram has made a very vital point. Successive and simultaneous nomination is more problematic than the existing provisions of the law. I will explain, sir. Sir, the proposed, sir, please. I'm purely within the bill. And
yes, I know, but time consent is there.
Madam is ready to hear. Sir, please. Madam will reply after 10 or 15 minutes.
Good point.
Sir, I'm fully confining to the bill. Sir, another important amendment is the proposed amendments give provision for proportionate allocation for nominees. This is successive and simultaneous nomination, number 1. And number 2 is a provision for proportionate allocation for nominees and restricting the number of nominees to 4. My question is, suppose, number 1 question is whether it is in consonance with the succession law. Because a nominee is only entitled to collect the money. He is legally not entitled to get the money. A nominee means he is only entitled to receive the money. But suppose if I am having 5 sons, I want to give 5 persons as nominees. Why should we restrict the number of nominees to 4? Instead of having the number of legal aids in which he wants to allocate the money. And the second point he has raised, I would like to reiterate, Investor Education Protection Fund. Sir, by virtue of the SPA Act, Acquisition and Transfer of Undertakings Act of 76 as well as 1980, it's provide for transferring unpaid or unclaimed dividend to an unpaid dividend account. If the money is in the unpaid dividend account, is not paid or not claimed within 7 years, it will be transferred to Investor Education Protection Fund, and that can claim from that fund. Sir, it is reliably laid that as on 31/10/2022, total balance amount in IPF is around 5,539.25 crores. How this money is being utilized?
Please
Sir, you, one minute. Huge amount of money is locked up as an unclaimed deposit. About 78,000 crores is lying with RBI in the Depositor Education and Awareness Fund. Similarly, huge amount is locked up as unclaimed amount under insurance policies. That will come around 22,000 crores. And similarly, unclaimed amount of interest. Finished. Interest amount and dividend warrant will be equal to 80,000 crores. Most of these amounts are due to be paid to the legal aids. Due to the difficult procedure, it is very difficult to get it back. Recent report prepared by the Money Life Foundation suggested to simplify the standard of procedures and rules so that the legal aids can avail the benefits. So I urge upon the Honorable Minister, RBI has to simplify the procedure, duly guarding against a fraudulent claim so that the bank official can also the claim and protecting the interests of the claimants. With these words, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member Sudama Prasad. Please.
धन्यवाद माननीय सभापति महोदय, आपने बोलने का मौका दिया। एक अदम गोंडवी की कविता है कि तुम्हारी फाइलों में गांव का मौसम गुलाबी है, तुम्हारी फाइलों में गांव का मौसम गुलाबी है, मगर ये आंकड़े झूठे हैं, ये दावा किताबी है। तुम्हारी मेज चांदी की, तुम्हारी मेज चांदी की, तुम्हारे जाम सोने के, यहाँ जुम्मन के घर में आज भी फूटी रकाबी है। महोदय, हमने तो सोचा था कि बैंकों के लेन देन के मामले में कोई अहम बदलाव इस बिल में आएंगे, लेकिन वो कहीं दिखाई नहीं पड़ा। हमारे एक माननीय सदस्य ने बताया सदन को कि पिछले वर्षों में 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया जो है बैंकों का वसूल किया गया। तो मैं एक ये भी आंकड़ा जानना चाहता हूं महोदय कि पिछले 11 वर्षों में कितने लोगों का बैंक का कर्ज माफ किया गया, ये आंकड़ा आना चाहिए। कर्ज वसूला गया आम आदमी से, आम किसानों से, छोटे मझोले दुकानदारों और कारखानेदारों से, और कर्ज माफ किया गया अडानी अंबानी सरीखे कॉरपोरेट घरानों के। तो ये बैंकों की पूंजी का प्रवाह कॉरपोरेट घरानों के तरफ है, आम आदमी के तरफ नहीं है। आम आदमी को लोन नहीं मिलता है। एक साधारण किसान अगर 50,000 का लोन समय पर जमा नहीं करता है तो उसके डांड में रस्सा लगा करके घुमाते हुए गिरफ्तार किया जाता है, जेल में ले जाया जाता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि बैंकों की दिशा जो है पूंजी का प्रवाह आम आदमी की तरफ किया जाना चाहिए। महोदय, ये कहा गया कि भाई ये चौथी अर्थव्यवस्था है देश की। देश जो है भारत दुनिया में चौथी अर्थव्यवस्था है और कुछ वर्षों में ये तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था हो जाएगी। जब देश में अब तक की सबसे ज़्यादा बेरोजगारी हो, महंगाई हो, विकास दर तेजी से घट रहा हो, किसानों की खेती भयानक रूप से घाटे का शिकार हो, छोटे मझोले दुकानदारों कारखानेदारों का व्यवसाय चौपट हो रहा हो, आम आदमी की आमदनी घट रही हो, तो हम दुनिया की चौथी अर्थव्यवस्था कैसे हैं?
प्रसाद जी प्लीज कंक्लूड।
एक तिमाही में सर, एक साल में विकास दर 2% घटा है।
प्लीज
2% घटा है।
थैंक यू।
और ये दावे कर रहे हैं मजबूती के। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। श्री के प्रकाश।
மாண்புமிகு அவைத் தலைவர் அவர்களுக்கும் தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கும் வங்கி திருத்த சட்ட மசோதா 2024 என பேச அனுமதித்ததற்கு முதற்க நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். கடந்த ஸ்டேட் பேங்க் ஆஃப் இந்தியா SBI தோராயமாக 40,000 மியூல் கணக்குகளை அடையாளம் கண்டுள்ளது, அதனுடைய போலி கணக்குகள் வாயிலாக. அதே போல பஞ்சாப் நேஷனல் பேங்கில் சுமார் 10,000 கணக்குகளும் மற்றும் கனரா வங்கியில் 7,000 கணக்குகளும் இந்த முறையின்படி மோசடியில் உள்ள கணக்குகளாக தரவுகள் கூறுகிறது. அதேபோல் மகேந்திரா பேங்க் ஒரு 6000 அக்கௌண்ட், இந்த மாதிரியெல்லாம் நிறைய அக்கௌண்ட், இந்த மாதிரி போலியான அக்கௌண்ட் அதிகமாக உள்ளது. அதே போல் இன்னைக்கு என்னோட கணக்கில் உள்ள அக்கௌண்ட், உதாரணத்துக்கு நான் ஒரு எம்பியாக, தமிழ்நாடு எம்பியாக இருக்கிறேன். மேடம் வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய நிதியமைச்சர் தான் மேடம் தான் இருக்கிறாங்க. என்னுடைய சொந்த அக்கௌண்ட்லேயே கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு ஆண்டுக்குள் 10,640 ரூபாய், அது என்ன கணக்குனே தெரியல. அதில் வந்து என்னோட சொந்த அக்கௌண்ட்லேயே வந்து அது கொள்ளையடிக்கப்பட்டதாக தான் நான் கருதுகிறேன். அதனுடைய கணக்கினுடைய விவரத்தை நான் இப்போ சொல்கிறேன் பாருங்க. 1/1/2024 என்னோட கணக்கினுடைய தொகை, நடப்பு கணக்கினுடைய தொகை 28,374 ரூபாய். அதில் வந்து
பிரகாஷ் எவ்வளவு மாறி இருக்குன்னு சொல்லுங்க, டீடைல் சொல்ல நேரம் இல்லை.
10,620 ரூபாய் அதிலிருந்து எடுக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. அது வந்து அதாவது மினிமம் பேலன்ஸ் இருக்கையிலேயே இந்த தொகை வந்து எடுக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. இதுபோல பல லட்சக்கணக்குகள் உள்ள இந்த நமது நாட்டில் இவ்வாறு ஒரு முறைகேடு நடப்பது, ஒரு எம்பியினுடைய அக்கௌண்ட்லேயே இவ்வளவு முறைகேடு நடந்ததுன்னா இதுவே ஒரு பெரிய ஆதாரமாக நாம் கூற முடியும் என்று நான் கருதுகிறேன். அதே போல் குறைஞ்சபட்சம் பார்த்திங்கன்னா நம்ம ஏடிஎம் பரிவர்த்தனை மூலமாகவும் இருப்பு, அதாவது மினிமம் பேலன்ஸ் குறைச்சல், இந்த மாதிரியெல்லாம் நீங்கள் வந்து எடுக்கப்பட்ட தொகை வந்து 35,587 கோடி ரூபா இதுவரை நம்ம இந்த ஆண்டு மட்டும் எடுக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. இதுபோல் பல போலியான அக்கௌண்ட்டுகள், இதில் மூலியமாக உள்ள அக்கௌண்ட்டுகள் எல்லாமே நீங்கள் சரிபார்க்கப்பட வேண்டும் என்பது நம்மளுடைய கோரிக்கையாக வைக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. அதே வழக்குகள் உள்ள அக்கௌண்ட் பார்த்திங்கன்னா 13,564 அக்கௌண்ட் வந்து வழக்கில் மட்டும் உள்ளதுங்க. அதே மாதிரி கிட்டத்தட்ட இந்த ஆண்டு மட்டும் 70% அக்கௌண்ட் வந்து இந்த மோசமான சூழ்நிலையில் இருக்குதுன்னு தான் நான் சொல்ல போகிறேன். அதே மாதிரி இது அவசர கவனம் தேவைப்படும் வங்கி அமைப்பில் உள்ள ஒரு முக்கியமான குறைபாட்டை எடுத்து காட்டுகிறது. மற்றபடி இந்த கேஒய்சி நடைமுறை வந்து நீங்கள் ரொம்ப ஸ்ட்ராங்காக அதை வந்து நீங்கள் கொண்டுக்கிட்டு வந்து இந்த முறைகேடான அக்கௌண்ட்டை எடுக்க வேண்டும். அதே போல் எங்களை போல ஒரு அதாவது எம்பிஸே அப்படி இழக்கிறப்போ குடிமக்களினுடைய பாதிப்பை நீங்கள் கண்டிப்பாக உணர வேண்டும். உதாரணத்துக்கு தமிழ்நாடு அரசு ஒவ்வொரு குடும்பத்திற்கும் 1000 ரூபாய் வங்கியில் செலுத்தப்படுகிறது. அதிலிருந்து இது போல இந்த தொகை வந்து நிறைய பேருக்கு இந்த பிரச்சனை இருக்குதுங்க. ஒவ்வொரு அக்கௌண்ட்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா அந்த 1000 ரூபாய் செலுத்துறது வந்து ஜீரோவா மாறி இருக்கு. இந்த
please honorable members, wait please honorable members, the time is already 6 o'clock. Few more members are going to speak. Thereafter the minister has to deliver her reply. I think that I want to know the sense of the house to extend the time. If it is possible, it can be extended up to 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. No, minister has to give reply. Some more. No, minister has to reply today. I think that. Venugopalji, please. I think that it may be extended up to 7 o'clock.
Sir, we requested in BSc also, single party MPs to be given a chance.
We are giving. See, I am having list. Gogaji, I am having list. I want to accommodate. In spite of that, time has to be extended since it is already 6 o'clock. Let it be extended up to 7 o'clock. Please continue. Time extended till 7 o'clock.
இதுபோல ஒவ்வொரு குடிமக்களுடைய வங்கி கணக்குகளிலும் நம்ம கொள்ளையடிக்கப்படுவதாக நினைத்துக் கொள்ளப்படக்கூடிய இந்த தொகை அனைத்தும் திரும்ப செலுத்தப்பட வேண்டும். இதனுடைய கணக்குகள் அனைத்தும் நீங்கள் கண்டிப்பாக தரவு செய்யப்பட வேண்டும். நமது தமிழ்நாடு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் ஒவ்வொரு அக்கௌண்ட்லேயும் 1000 ரூபா செலுத்திட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. அதை வந்து இந்த மினிமம் பேலன்ஸை மெயின்டைன் பண்ணாமல் அவங்களுக்கும் அந்த 1000 ரூபா வந்து அது ஒன்றிய அரசு எடுத்துக்கொள்ளுகிறது. நாங்கள் அங்கே 1000 ரூபா செலுத்துறத ஒன்றிய அரசு வந்து அது நூதன முறையில் எடுத்துக்கொள்கிறதாக தான் நாங்கள் கருதுகிறோம். அது நீங்கள் வங்கி சேவையில் இதை வந்து நீங்கள் கடுமையாக நீங்கள் ஆட்சேபனை சட்ட திருத்தம் கொண்டுகிட்டு வர வேண்டும் என்று நமது தமிழ்நாட்டைச் சேர்ந்த நிதியமைச்சர் அவர்களை நான் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். கண்டிப்பாக எங்களுக்கு நிதி கண்டிப்பாக தேவை. ஏன்னா சிறு தொகை, இது சின்ன குடிமக்கள், சின்ன தொழில் பண்ணுறவங்கெல்லாம் இதில் ரொம்ப பாதிக்கிறாங்க. அதனால் அதை வந்து நீங்கள் கண்டிப்பாக காப்பாற்றப்பட வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டு இதை கண்டிப்பாக நீங்கள் செய்து கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்று கேட்டு.
திரு பிரான்சிஸ் ஜார்ஜ்.
So the Banking Laws Amendment Bill 2024. As has been said by many of our colleagues here earlier, it tries to amend 5 acts. In fact, all these issues are important. I won't discount, I won't say that these are not important, but I think one particular area which the minister and the government should have concentrated on is this is the application of the SURFACE Act and the high-handed and unilateral actions taken by the banks, especially with regard to the MSMEs in our country. So the MSME is 6 crore. There are 6 crore enterprises under this particular category of micro, small and medium enterprises. And it generates employment, it brings in innovation in the industrial and manufacturing sector. And so, even the Supreme Court is on record saying that the Supreme Court has decided that banks or creditors must find early signs of trouble in MSME accounts before they become non-performing assets. So the focus is on a notification called Instructions for the Framework for Revival and Rehabilitation of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, issued on May 29, 2015. This notification was updated by the RBI in March 2016. These updates were made using the powers given by Section 21 and 35A of the Banking Regulation Act. The court said that the May 2015 notification has statutory force, meaning it is legally binding on all scheduled commercial banks licensed by the RBI. So according to the court, sir, the banks must follow the process outlined in the framework to help MSMEs before their accounts are labeled as NPS. But sir, in actual situation, what is happening? Sir, the government brought these laws, these instructions, these act, plus there is a framework for the revival of MSMEs. And the RBI guidelines are strengthened under Section 21 and 35A of the Banking Regulation Act. But sir, the banks are violating these RBI guidelines and MSME Act provisions. Sir, they are misusing this SURFACE Act. Most of the MSME owners can't afford legal recourse, leading to closure of, their companies, loss of livelihoods and economic distress. Sir, I would like to cite one case in particular that has happened in Kerala. Sir, a Kerala-based commercial bank, which it has acted so high-handedly that the Honorable Minister should particular note of this. Sir, please conclude. This particular company, sir, out of a loan of 77 crore availed by 2 companies, they paid back 101 crore as capital and interest. Out of 77 crore, they paid back 101 crore as capital and interest. But the bank authorities auctioned their properties and the building. Even their non-mortgaged property was auctioned under the SURFACE Act. See, only the valuable property and the factory was auctioned. The machinery was left out. And the machinery became a heap of scrap. Sir, please understand, Honorable Minister should kindly note, the banks, unilaterally raise the interest. They raise the interest from 18% to 20%. How can a small, medium, micro industry survive at the rate of 18 to 20% interest? And the bank auctioned the property, sir, and building for 4.65 crore.
Please conclude.
Which was valued at 17
Please wind up.
crore.
I will be confined to call other members.
Sir, I'm concluding.
Please.
5.45 acres of land plus 47,169 square feet building was auctioned off at 4.65 crore. The property itself was valued at 17 crore. So this is the way the banks are acting. So when we attempt to, amend banking laws, we have to really address these kind of issues. The amendments which are being made, I don't say that they are not important. But the real issues faced by the industrial sector, the manufacturing sector, the small, micro, medium sector, that has to be addressed. I hope the Honorable Minister will pay particular heed to this particular aspect.
Please, thank you.
That's all. Thank you, sir.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय अध्यक्ष जी कि आपने मुझे वो अपनी बात रखने का मौका दिया। आज हम यहाँ बैंकिंग लॉज अमेंडमेंट बिल के ऊपर चर्चा करने आए हैं, साथ ही साथ और भी अमेंडमेंट है जिस पे चर्चा हो रही है। आम आदमी की सुविधा के लिए जब 1969 में बैंकों का राष्ट्रीयकरण किया गया था तो उसका एम था कि हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों तक दूर दराज क्षेत्रों में अपनी बैंकिंग की सुविधाएं आम आदमी तक पहुंचा सकें, गरीब से गरीब आदमी तक पहुंचा सकें। इसमें यह नफ़ा नुकसान नहीं देखा गया था, इसमें एक सामाजिक लक्ष्य था कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों तक हमारी पहुंच हो। लेकिन अब मौजूदा सरकार में पिछले 10 साल से नीतियाँ आ रही हैं कि निजीकरण की नीति आ रही हैं। चलिए, सबके अपनी अपनी विचारधारा होती है, सबके अपने अपने तरीके होते हैं, लेकिन 2021-22 के बजट भाषण में माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने IDBI बैंक के साथ साथ 2 और बैंकों के निजीकरण की बात करी थी, लेकिन इस बिल में अभी तक उसका कोई उल्लेख नहीं किया गया है। उनका भविष्य क्या होगा, आगे उनका क्या होना है, उनका भविष्य हवा में है अभी। तो इस पे मैं आपका ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूँ। ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में कोऑपरेटिव बैंक की जो स्थापना हुई थी, उसके मुख्य उद्देश्य ये थे कि बिचौलिए और साहूकारों को ख़त्म कर दिया जाए, उनके शोषण से समाज को राहत मिले और कम दरों पे ऋण उपलब्ध कराया जाए। लेकिन आज की सच्चाई ये है कि अगर आप बैंकिंग सेवा लेने कोऑपरेटिव बैंक में जाते हैं तो आपको टेबल से टेबल इतना घुमाया जाता है कि ज़मीन पे, धरती पे जो धूल है उसमें इमरतियां बन जाती। अगर आप बिचौलियों का सहारा लेंगे, वहाँ बाहर खड़े जो मक्खियों की तरह भिनभिनाते बिचौलिए वहाँ मौजूद होते हैं, उनका सहारा लेंगे तो आप 25 से 30%, 50% तक आप उनको कमीशन देते हुए अपना काम बड़ी आसानी से करा सकते। इसी में, और अगर आप उनका सहारा ना लें तो आप वापस वहीं साहूकारों के पास चले जाते हैं। बस मैं अपनी बात छोटी सी रखता हूं बीच में। ये इसमें जो आम आदमी की बातें हैं, जो आम आदमी, आम किसान है, गरीब व्यक्ति है, उसकी सुविधा के लिए जो बातें होनी चाहिए थी, जिस उम्मीद से जनता सरकार की तरफ देख रही थी इन रिफॉर्म्स के लिए, तो वो उद्देश्य पूरा नहीं हुआ है। जिस तरह से मार्च में ही, जैसे चिदम्बरम जी बता रहे थे, मार्च में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वादे किए थे। कानूनी, ये हमारे साइमल्टेनियस नॉमिनेशंस की बात सभी ने कर दी है, तो मैं दोबारा उसमें नहीं जाऊंगा। उसमें जो पर्याप्त स्पष्टता प्रदान नहीं की गई है, उसके भी मैं माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी से छेड़ना चाहता हूं। ये बात KCC की बड़ी समस्या है सर। आम आदमी को दौड़ भाग वही।
पुनिया जी प्लीज
सर, लास्ट है सर,
प्लीज फाइंड अप,
पूरों का सार निकाल करके एक दो सेंटेंस में खत्म कर रहा हूं सर। मेरे ये कहना है कि आम आदमी की जो समस्या है, जो भागदौड़ उसको करनी पड़ती है, चाहे वो KCC के ऋण की बात हो, चाहे वो उसको रिन्यू कराने की बात हो, या फिर बीमा पाने की बात हो, ये सारी बातों का जो प्रोसीजर है उसको आसान करना चाहिए। इसको आसान करना चाहिए। यही उम्मीद से आम आदमी आपकी तरफ देख रहे थे। टेन्योर की बात भी लोगों ने कर दी है, तो मैं दोबारा नहीं कहूंगा, लेकिन आखिरी में मैं बस ये कहना चाहता हूं कि आम आदमी पे विशेष ध्यान दें और आगे बहुत उम्मीद से माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी की तरफ हम लोग फिर उम्मीद करेंगे।
श्री चोटीलाल।
महोदय, आपके अनुमति से एवं समाजवादी PDA के मसीहा माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी की अनुमति से बैंककारी संशोधन विधेयक पर बोलने का अनुमति प्रदान किया गया है। बैंक के निजीकरण के कारण मौजूदा समय में कर्मचारियों के साथ साथ ग्राहकों को भी बहुत परेशानी होती है महोदय। 70% लोग ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में रहते हैं। संविदा कर्मचारियों के सीधे भर्ती के कारण युवाओं में रोष है। आरक्षण समाप्त कर सीधे भर्ती कर नियम विरुद्ध है, जिसके देश के युवा पीड़ित है, युवा परेशान है, कोई नौकरी नहीं है, लोन आसानी से नहीं मिलता है। इसमें सुधार की ज़रूरत है। लोन कैसे मिलता है? 4 महीने बैंक का चक्कर लगाते लगाते किस प्रकार से अपने क्षेत्र के लोगों से अगर आप पूछेंगे, जनता जनार्दन से पूछेंगे, तो वो बताते हैं कि आसानी से लोन मिलने वाला नहीं है। जितना आसानी आप सोच रहे हैं वो आसानी नहीं होता है। इसलिए आसानी से गरीबों को, आदिवासियों को, सबको लोन मिलना चाहिए, मध्य वर्गों को भी मिलना चाहिए। देश के अनुसूचित जाति, अनुसूचित जनजाति, मध्य वर्ग के सभी गरीब को सस्ता लोन मिलना चाहिए और 50% पर सब्सिडी पर भी लोन मिलना चाहिए। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि देश का पैसा जो टैक्स का कटता है यह सभी बैंकों में जाता है, लेकिन अभी तक सुधार नहीं हो पाया कि सस्ता लोन दे करके गरीबों को उत्थान किया जाए, ये नहीं हो पाया है। इसलिए महोदय आपसे मेरा निवेदन है कि किसानों का भी कर्ज माफ़ किया जाए। किसान का कर्ज माफ़ नहीं हुआ है, इसलिए मेरा बस थोड़ा एक लाइन में आपके माध्यम से, सदन के माध्यम से मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि गरीबों को सस्ता लोन दिलाना पड़ेगा, गरीबों को सस्ता लोन दिलाना पड़ेगा। जैसे पहले लोन मिलता था, बकरी, भेड़, गाय, भैंस इत्यादि लोन कराना पड़ेगा। अगर चाहिए गरीब आदिवासियों के साथ न्याय तो बैंक से पैसा दिलवाना पड़ेगा, बैंक से पैसा दिलवाना पड़ेगा। धन्यवाद।
विशाल पटेल, ऑनरेबल मेंबर विशाल पटेल, लास्ट स्पीकर बिफोर द मिनिस्टर्स रिप्लाई।
माइक सर, माइक। धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपने मुझे बैंकिंग अमेंडमेंट लॉ 24 पे बोलने का मौका दिया। मैं चाहता हूँ, आई रियली वांट टू सपोर्ट दिस बिल, बट देयर I believe it's with good intention, but I believe there's a massive opportunity loss which I just want to bring in, and I'll be very short with my issues. So one is about tenure. I think it's brilliant that they brought in the 5-year, 10-year tenure for cooperative societies, because generally cooperative societies, the election is for 5 years, and therefore 8 years was a problem. Though I think there's an opportunity loss because cooperative societies, especially UCBs, जो ग्रामीण और शहर में छोटे-छोटे बैंक चलते हैं, उनका फेस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। जो डायरेक्टर होते हैं उनका चेहरा देख के लोग वहां डिपॉजिट रखा करते हैं और विश्वास पे बैंक चलती है। अगर 10 साल तक आप इनको सीमित रखते हैं तो बहुत मुश्किल आएगी कि कल शायद ये जब संचालक, ये जो डायरेक्टर्स हैं, ये बैंक से नीचे उतरेंगे तो शायद विड्रॉल शुरू हो जाएगा डिपॉजिट्स का। दैट्स समथिंग यू शुड कंसिडर। सर, ड्यूअल डायरेक्टरशिप जो आपने डीसीसी बैंक और आपने स्टेट बैंक का भी इश्यू निकाला, उसमें और एक छोटा सा चेंज अगर कर देते हैं। सर, मैडम डीसीसी बैंक में मैं मैडम मंत्री जी को बताना चाहता हूं कि डीसीसी बैंक में भी जो डायरेक्टर होते हैं वो किसी यूसीबी में डायरेक्टर होते हैं और उस वजह से चुनाव लड़के वो डीसीसी में आ जाते हैं। सो इफ दैट वाज आल्सो प्रोविजन दैट अ कोऑपरेटिव यूसीबी डायरेक्टर कुड आल्सो बी अ डायरेक्टर इन अ डीसीसी बैंक। सर, अबाउट द नॉमिनेशंस आई वांट टू ब्रिंग अ वेरी स्मॉल इशू। सर, नॉमिनेशन सर एक एग्जिस्टिंग है कि कोई बुजुर्ग आदमी, ओल्ड मैन, उसका बेटा उसको संभालता नहीं है, पड़ोस का एक बेचारा लड़का उसको संभाल रहा था, तो उसके मरने के बाद नॉमिनेशन तो उसने पड़ोस के आदमी को दे दी, लेकिन उसके बाद उसको पैसा नहीं मिला क्योंकि लीगल इश्यूज आ जाते हैं। सो इफ दिस एक्ट ओवररोड the legal rights of the son and would allow the nomination to continue, would have been great. Sir, madam, sir, there's also major issue of cooperative banks where DCC banks के बहुत सारे पैसे, hundreds of crores are stuck in the denotification. They have not been replaced, and that is a case even that's going on Supreme Court. I really urge the government, this is a good opportunity for you to come off and do it. Sir, write-offs के बारे में almost 81% जो write-off किए गए loans हैं वो भी आज तक recovery ना हो पाए, तो something that they could do. AI के बारे में अगर इस law में अगर election आ जाता कि AI के लिए तो अच्छा हो जाता। और जो प्राइवेट ये प्राइम लेंडिंग है, प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग में थोड़ी इस अगर एक्ट में ये लोग बदल ले आते तो बहुत अच्छा होता है। किसानों को आज भी कर्जा सस्ते में नहीं मिल रहा, जो सस्ता आ रहा है वो भी गवर्नमेंट सब्सिडी की वजह से आ रहा है। तो दैट्स ऑल आई वांट टू से।
थैंक यू ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। So I'm indeed grateful to all the members. I think about 28 of them have spoken, subject to correction if there is any number change. As much as possible, I've been physically here to hear them, and I'll take more of my time to respond to each of their comments rather than get into the details of the amendments which the bill is bringing in. I think even in my opening statement, I have explained the details of what the amendments are aimed at and how many amendments they are, and also as to why these many amendments are coming through in one go. And I will certainly elaborate a bit more to explain to Honorable Member N.K. Premchandran, who normally gets into a lot of details about the parliamentary process, proceedings and so on. So I ardently listen to him, this bill or otherwise too. But in this case, I'll certainly give the details to explain why his apprehensions are not well founded. His apprehensions are, I would think, apprehensions only, because I can explain as to why they are not well founded. I would, as much as possible, try to go in the same order in which most of the MPs have spoken. But broadly, I want to say there's been a lot of general comments about, India's banking system, the solutions that you've offered. Maybe the banks are doing all right, but then you have NPAs. So there is a lot of, what I may be allowed to say, mixing of political details into what the reality of Indian banks is. Let me take a sense of confidence with which I would want to say, I'm indeed very happy that India and its banking system is where it is today. Being part of this government or as a citizen of this country, I would appeal to all honorable members through you, Speaker Sir, to just look at the world around us. Where are their banking systems? Many countries have lost their banks. Many of them have really collapsed. And we would think in countries where the regulatory mechanisms are very sound, in such countries too, banks have failed and failed miserably. And overnight, in fact, I can even quote the case, overnight, over a weekend, the government had to burn the midnight oil and give some kind of a salvaging package that Monday morning there was no run-in into the bank. That was the situation just 1.5, 2 years ago, and in a very developed country. All of us would have read it in the papers. If that was the case about one bank in one western corner of that country, which was very much prominent because of the closeness to Silicon Valley, overnight they had to flush in money to say, no, run in, please, we'll take care of saving the bank. I heard a lot of voice which said, why this happened for Yes Bank and not for PMC? If only honorable members go into the details of what is the nature of bank we are talking about. Can the treatment be similarly given? So India's banking sector, irrespective of politics, is critical to this nation. We can't afford to have any one of our banks struggling or on the crevice that they may fall off. I must credit the RBI and the Ministry of Finance, not because I'm there, but truly. Since 2014, we have been extremely cautious that banks remain stable. And you know the state of affairs when in 2014, Prime Minister Modi had come. My learned friend Sambit Patra and many others also spoke about the 4 R's with which we tried resolving the crisis in the banks. So the intention is to keep our banks safe, stable, healthy, and in the 10 years, you're seeing the outcome, and it is benefiting the economy. So I would appeal through the honorable members that India should take pride in the fact that today the banks are up to a lot of good. And they are being professionally managed. They are absolutely professionally managed, and I couldn't just recollect the name of the honorable member who said, what is your attitude about recapitalization of banks? I'm proud to say today, banks don't come to the government to say, recapitalize me. Because today they are professionally run, the metrics are healthy, they can go to the market and raise loans, raise bonds, and run their business accordingly. That relationship of government and the bank as my BAP, I can go to the ministry and take money and run my bank despite all the negatives, no longer prevails. We don't entertain such things because banks don't need to be entertained for it. They are professionally run today. And therefore, I would want, honestly, all of us to take immense pride in this. It's a national achievement. And as a result, today, the regional rural banks, I've done about 8 or 9 reviews personally, not sitting in Delhi, going to each of the states, each of the zones. RRBs, there was also concern. Nationalization achieved, and nationalization was done because we wanted to have more branches, more banks going into the rural areas, include people in. Our RRBs are doing the very same thing. And I'm proud to say today they are mobile banking facilitated, they are internet banking facilitated, they are healthy in their deposit. The sponsor banks are doing so much to keep them absolutely active and on the toes. They are available in Arunachal Pradesh, they are available in Assam, they are available in Dur Daraz Ilaka of Rajasthan. And as a result today, that very valid question that I don't know if it was Member Supriya Sule who asked about NBFCs and the banks having that, NBFCs are giving away their duty and passing it on to NBFCs. NBFCs are raising the rate at which they're extending loans. There can be problems there. But NBFCs gave that advantage of going the last mile, which public sector banks at one stage did not have the methodology, but now they've come up with bank mitras with which they're providing all the banking facility. And using that as an argument, I want to answer several of the concerns which very many ministers, members of parliament raised. Nationalization was done because we wanted the branches to be available in rural areas. I'll tell you what the progress is. Between 14 and today, total branches of all public sector banks, total bank branches of all scheduled commercial banks have increased by 3,792 in a year to reach 1,65,501 in September 24. That many branches are there in India. Out of this, 85,116 branches are of public sector banks. They're also going to the rural areas or providing within 5 kilometers radius a touch point. It could be an ATM, it could be a bank mitra, it could be the brick and mortar branch, or it could be any other association with a small finance branch there. So within 5 kilometers, and I'm mapping it wherever, whichever state I go, I look at the map of where the bank presence is. Rural branches. First, 1,17,990 branches in March 14. Today, 1,65,501 bank branches of all the branches, scheduled commercial banks. Rural branches, 41,855 in March 2014, and today, as of September 24, 55,372 rural branches, brick and mortar branches. Semi-urban, 32,504 in March 2014. Now it is 45,314. Urban areas, 21,007 only in March 2014. Now it is 29,276 branches. Sir, concern was also, do we cover the poor? Do we cover the women? I'm just giving you the data to start with. Percentage of women covered under PM Mudra. 68% of all PM Mudra goes to women. PM Swanidhi. 44% of all of the Swanidhi loans go to the women. And these are not, interest high, whatever. They're collateral free, without security, given for small people who are having street end shops or push carts. So 44% are going to women in Swanidhi. And number of women bank mitras. Now these are not customers. These are women who are performing the banking function in the rural areas so that people are given the connect. More than 1 lakh out of around 12 lakhs that is, there are 12 lakh bank mitras. More than 1 lakh are women. And this has become a very, very happy augury for them also because they are able to earn a lot more by being active in the rural areas. So, total deposits, PM Jan Dhan Yojana. I'll also address some of the concerns some honorable members raised about charges being levied to small accounts. I'll come to that. What is the total deposit in PM Jan Dhan accounts? It's a very important number. Sir, 53 crore accounts, PM Jan Dhan Yojana. 53 crore. Our population is 1.41 crores. 53 crores have PM Jan Dhan. At the time when we started, and I never get tired of saying this, I repeat it. At the time in 2014, when I had the honor of serving under Honorable Prime Minister and under Shri Arun Jaitley as an MOS in finance, when it was launched, there was a lot of heckling. Oh, you're starting it for people with zero balance account? Who? They can't even keep their balance. And what will happen to the service charge? Will they not be? They will not be in a position to. This is a useless exercise. All this was said at that time. I told you the number of people who have got PM Jan Dhan account today. Are these zero balance accounts? No. Today we have a total of 2.37 lakh crores in those accounts. 2.37 lakh crores. Average balance, and this is a very important metric that we have to keep in mind. Average balance of PM Jan Dhan account has increased from 1065 rupees. A single account, 1,000 rupees. 1,065 rupees was the average. Today, 4,397 rupees is the balance in the account. A Jan Dhan account, average, had 1,000 rupees only as their balance. 1,000 rupees. And that is March 2015. Today, those accounts, minimum balance on an average is 4,397 rupees. That is why, kul milakar ke, the total in this PM Jan Dhan account is 2.37 lakh crores. So nationalization of the banks. The intent was reach all people, go to the rural areas, open branches, therefore nationalize. And since then to 2014, I gave you the numbers, sir. And after Jan Dhan Yojana came in, what is the number? Within 10 years, actually the original objective of nationalization has been far better achieved now, with both the poorest of the poor, with women in particular, rural areas and in urban areas. So I want to assure honorable members that under Prime Minister Modi, the twin balance sheet problem which festered banks and the health of Indian banks being what it is in 2013-14, and that is why if I may recall, before 2024 Lok Sabha election, in the last session, during the budget session, vote on account budget session, we came up with a white paper which pointedly said what was the reason for us to get the white paper now about the Indian banking system and not in 2014. If we had come out with a true story as we did in the white paper at that time, the confidence on the Indian economy would have been shattered. You wouldn't have had anybody coming into India. You wouldn't have had banks being touched with a barge pole. Our own depositors would have lost confidence. So it was easy temptation to release a white paper that time, which we did not. And I'm so happy Prime Minister and the Finance Minister at that time did not fall into that temptation. It would have given us a mileage for saying this is what we've inherited. But today, giving it after restoring the banks to some level actually tells the true story. So nationalization, 50 years afterwards also, you leave a twin balance sheet problem for us to clear, and we stand up now with great sense of responsibility towards this country, showing how we've fulfilled that objective. Sir, I'm very tempted to give the performance index of Indian banks. Highest ever net profit of 1.41 lakh crores was achieved in 23-24 and 85,520 crore in the first half year of 24 and 25, with all the public sector banks turning profitable. Today, I can say with happiness that all our public sector banks are turning profitable. And as a sector, the profitability of all scheduled commercial bank is at a decadal high. In decades, you see this really reaching that level with a return on assets at 1.3% and return on equity 13.8%. The gross NPA, net NPA, all of that has been spoken about. I'll just briefly mention that. Gross NPA is reducing from 14.58 to 7.97 in March 2018 to 3.12 and 0.63% in September 24. So these are not data that you can just ignore. I want to highlight there was also concern about what happens to our MSMEs. Are you dealing with them? Are they getting assistance from the bank? Many of them suffer. I'd like to highlight the fact, sir, and this has been said earlier. I'm still not coming to the amendments in this bill, but very quickly I'll move to that. MSMEs in this budget in July 24 had at least 5 different schemes given for them. We have provided for the first time ever in the history of Indian banking. We have given them collateral-free, security-free term loans to buy machine and plants. Plant and machinery loan was never given to MSME. We have provided it. Prime Minister Modi said you will not charge any security for them or collateral from them. You will still extend it. We have extended that. And I'm now going to all the MSME clusters to build awareness among MSMEs, saying, please utilize this. I want you all to go to the banks and take that credit. I've gone to Udaipur. I've gone to MSME clusters. I've also gone to Peenya in Bangalore, closer to Bangalore. I will be moving from one cluster to another. And I'm grateful the Honorable Minister for MSME, Shri Jitendra Manji, also has been accompanying me. We are going from cluster to cluster to say, these are the 5 facilities we have given, please come take it. And this kind of a push towards facilitating MSMEs, as we did during COVID. Honorable Speaker, sir, you are aware, Emergency Credit Liquidity Guarantee Scheme, which stood by MSMEs during the COVID. So MSME has never been forgotten by Prime Minister Modi, and I want to underline that. All attention is being given to them. Sir, one other point on the MSME. I have set a target of an additional MSME lending of Sir, Honorable Member is saying something, I don't want to undermine him, but is jute parliamentary language? I'm sure people here can look at it. Sorry? Sorry?
आप उनका जवाब मत दो।
नहीं, इनका एक जवाब जरूर मैं दूंगी। अभी दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि उन्होंने मुझे झूठ का आरोप लगाया, लेकिन मैं बात न ही बोलते हुए आपका जो आरोप को साबित करती हूं झूठ है।
नहीं, माननीय मंत्री जी, माननीय मंत्री जी,
नहीं, गोगोई जी का हर एक पॉइंट का मैं जवाब दे रही हूं सर। गोगोई जी, ऑनरेबल मेंबर गोगोई का हर एक पॉइंट का मैं जवाब दे रही हूं, क्योंकि वो जो मेंबर कहते हुए चले गए मगर उनके समर्थन में दूसरे ऑनरेबल मेंबर खड़े हो रहे हैं, मैं तो मेरा अपना डिफेंस करना ही चाहिए। हाँ आ रही हूं सर। ऑनरेबल मेंबर राजीव राय जी, मैं अभी सीधा उनके विषय में आना नहीं चाहती थी, बिकॉज सीक्वेंस में सम सीक्वेंस आई थॉट आई विल गो, बट सॉरी नहीं, क्रोनोलॉजी सीक्वेंस जो भी आपके मन में जो आता है कहिए, मगर मैं मेरा क्रोनोलॉजी और सीक्वेंस को बदल रही हूँ 1 मिनट के लिए। सर, ऑनरेबल राजीव राय जी, मुझे दुख से कहना पड़ रहा है, बोले कि मैंने चिट्ठी लिखी हूं आपको और आपसे जवाब नहीं आया। Whatever, my Hindi being what it is. Yeah, you are a professor, you can correct somebody's English, you can correct my Hindi, but your political philosophy, I will have to remind you, may not be correct. Sir, Honorable member चिट्ठी लिखे हैं, लिखी है, लुक्का है, I don't mind. आप समझ रही हो बात. 9th November, sorry, please. मेरा हिंदी का मजाक मैं उड़ा रही हूँ जी, क्योंकि मैं ये ऐसे स्टेट से आ रही हूँ. भाई साहब, आप उसके पक्ष में बैठे हो ना, आप जरूर पूछिए. मैं ऐसे स्टेट से आ रही हूं जहां हिंदी पढ़ना गुनाह लगता है, इसीलिए बचपन से हिंदी पढ़ने का मुझे रोका गया. उधर आपका झगड़ा रखो, मेरे से नहीं. झगड़ा आपका उनसे होना चाहिए जो हिंदी पढ़ने में आपत्ति बोलते हैं, आपत्ति मानते हैं हिंदी, उनसे झगड़ा करो भाई, मेरे से क्या कर रहे हो. जल्दी से उठना नहीं है, जबकि आपके मित्र पक्ष का लोग का राजनीतिक हिंदी विरोध का समझते नहीं हो आप. सर,
लुक्का पार्लियामेंट्री वर्ड है क्या सर?
हाँ? I didn't use any such a word. What is lukka? What is lukka? Who used it? Who used it? I have not used it at all. I am not a Hindi bhashi either. I have not used it, sir. Sir. That's right, whoever used it, right? I have not used it, sir. I'm sorry. What? I have not used it. I don't even know that word. What are you throwing it at me? You probably hear it in Assami. I have not used that word.
माननीय मंत्री जी.
Yeah, but I have not used the word because I don't know it. There is no lie or good. No. I am saying I have not used it and I have not said you're lying. I am not here to argue in those. I argue on merit. If I have not used it, why will I admit it? And first of all, my Hindi is not so rich for me to use abuses. I use barely 10 words with which my bolchal Hindi karti hoon ji. If only my vocabulary was rich, I'll know which is abuse, which is not. So, sir, this is a digression from the main point which Rajiv Raiji threw at me. He said, a letter dated 9/11, a letter was written to you, you didn't reply. I'm telling you. Letter dated 9/11/24 was received on 23/11/24. The letter pertains to an issue being faced by bank mitras with a request to constitute a committee to examine their grievance. That was the matter he wrote. Sir? That is your letter now. Which is the letter you're talking about?
Without permission.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, thank you. I'll get that detail also. But now the detail. Excuse me, भाई साहब, वो पूर्ण सशक्त है, वो बोलेंगे हमारे साथ. Don't worry. नहीं, 1 मिनट. वो ठीक है भाई, 1 मिनट सर. Sir, he.
प्लीज, आपको अलाउ नहीं किया.
नवंबर में इनके चिट्ठी का विवरण मैं दे रही हूँ. अभी वो बोल रहे हैं दूसरी डेट, उसका भी मैं डिटेल्स निकलवा करके उनको देती हूँ सर. आपके सामने बोल रही हूँ मैं. और ये नवंबर का चिट्ठी का जवाब मेरे से मैंडेटरी 15 दिन के अंदर एक्नॉलेजमेंट गया है उनसे, उनके पास. और उसके बाद डिटेल्ड रिप्लाई भी हमारी तरफ से चला गया इस मामले में. अगर उनके पास दूसरे और मामले हैं तो वो बोलने दीजिए, मैं जवाब उसका भी देती हूँ. ठीक है, आप अभी बोल रहे हैं ना, that's fine.
नहीं,
अभी बोल रहे हैं.
एक मिनट मंत्री जी, 1 मिनट. सांसद महोदय, हर सांसद महोदय का पत्र दिया, पर मंत्री जब बिल पर रिप्लाई करेगी तो हर पत्रों को लेके थोड़ी आएगी, तो संभव नहीं है. नहीं, ये संभव नहीं है, अनप्रैक्टिकल चीज़ है भाई. आपने चिट्ठी लिखी, चिट्ठी का मंत्री जी जवाब दिया, लेकिन बिल के जवाब के समय आपकी हर चिट्ठी का जवाब. माननीय मंत्री जी, आप भी.
थैंक यू सर। आप डिटेल दे दीजिए, उसका भी मैं देती हूँ, विवरण देती हूँ। अगर मेरी तरफ से जवाब नहीं आता, मैं लिखित में माफी भी लिखती हूँ। मैं ऐसे वैसे आदमी नहीं है जी। मगर आप जब दूसरे के साथ झूठ के आरोप मेरे ऊपर डालते हो स्पीकर के सामने, आई विल नॉट सिट क्वाइट। ऑलराइट सर, क्या? Okay, thank you. Rejoice yourself by correcting my Hindi, but you should also hold a complaint against them for not allowing us to learn Hindi in Tamil Nadu. Sir. All right, that's fine. Sir. Sir. Letter received. Sir. Sir. Gaurav Gogoi ka vishay, sir. I want to get into details. Sorry?
Please.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Please, honorable member.
Thank you for coming. Sir.
Okay. Please. Manimantri.
Sir, because there's so much of heat on this, let me take 1 minute on that. I appreciate the honorable member getting up to say we are not opposed to many things, but we are opposed to only imposition of Hindi. I want to just give a clarification, sir. It's not the core part of the bill, but yes, I agree. But if there are members from your side raising it at me, I'd like to also answer that with the permission of the chair. All right? Sir. Of course I will take the matter. Of course I will take the matter. Sir, I will take the matter up, sir.
You made a wrong statement, Honorable Minister. We are not against learning Hindi. We don't object to it. We are only
Thank you for that, sir. But now, let me say my word.
Mani Mantri ji.
So sorry if I can just take a minute more on that. They are... मेरा हिंदी में और इंग्लिश में, all right. They are opposed to imposing Hindi. Very well. I appreciate that. No one should impose anybody anything. Nobody should impose on anybody. And that's why Honorable Prime Minister talks about Ek Bharat, Shreshta Bharat and encourages every state to have their own language. And that is why Honorable Prime Minister was the first Prime Minister in this country who said higher education, whether it is in engineering, medical, should also happen in regional languages. And that's why I'm happy to say Tamil Nadu also today has the opportunity to have medical education also in Hindi. In Tamil. Oh, sorry, how did I say that? Huh? Okay. That's right. You go on imposing on me, right? Hindi comes out of my mouth. I'm telling in favor of your Tamil, my Tamil. All right? Your Tamil and my Tamil, that means our Tamil. Don't argue on small things. But the larger message is, sir, when I say that the environment was not conducive, in fact, I speak from my lived experience in Tamil Nadu. I speak from my lived experience when even going to learn Hindi aside from my school, I was mocked in the streets. And I was mocked saying, oh, you want to learn Hindi? You live in Tamil Nadu, you eat the salt of this country, and you want to learn Hindi, that North Indian's Bhasha. These are words ringing in my ears. This is my lived experience. And who does that? Because of the political support which has been given in that state. Learning Hindi, learning Sanskrit are treated and perceived as learning some other fellow's language. And the words that they use are people who have come over to this land. Is Tamil Nadu not part of India? Is Tamil Nadu not part of India? So what's the wrong if I learn Hindi? They use the word Vanderi. I'm using it in Tamil now. They call us Vanderi. Why? And is that not part of the political strategy there? And therefore, I have lived experience of Tamil Nadu's imposing on me not to learn Hindi. Is that not imposition? Is that not imposition on me? As an individual, I learn the language I want. So what
what's the harm? I'll also quote from Purananuru. I'll quote from Thiruvalluvar. My love for Tamil is as much as I want to learn any other language. So, it's all right to say we don't want imposition of Hindi. We don't want to impose Hindi. But why did they impose on me not to learn Hindi? I want to ask this. Honorable Member Gogoi raised a few more things. Thank you very much. Hindi Prachar Sabha was burnt down in Chennai. Who burnt it? Who burnt it? Hindi Prachar Sabha ka aag lagaya gaya Tamil Nadu. Who burnt it? बात करते हैं हिंदी. Sir, sorry, I go on with this. So, sir, I'm giving you You are imposing on me, denying my fundamental right to learn whichever language I want to learn. Sir, I'm coming back to this one, sir.
एक मिनट मंत्री जी, मुझे कई माननीय सदस्यों ने कहा, मैं आसन बोलता हूं पर अनऑफिशियली कहा कि हमें कुछ और लैंग्वेज भी सीखना है. ओके. और सबको सब लैंग्वेज आए तो अच्छा है. जितनी ज़्यादा लैंग्वेज आए, जितनी भाषा है, अच्छा है. कौन मिसलीड कर रहा है उसको?
कोई रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा.
कोई रिकॉर्ड में नहीं जा रहा. आप आपस में डिबेट कर रहे हो पर रिकॉर्ड में कोई नहीं जा रहा. माननीय मंत्री.
Sir, I'm going ahead, sir. Sir, imposition on me as a citizen of this country.
वो अपनी जिंदगी की कहानियां बता रही है, आप सुनो.
That is why I'm glad the MP is talking about it, former minister is talking about it. Tell me one prime minister who's taken Tamil to the UN. Narendra Modi. Tell me one prime minister who quotes Tamil repeatedly because he respects that language. Tell me one prime minister with whom DMK has been in alliance with, where the prime minister quoted Tamil. It is our prime minister who quoted Tamil. That's the respect we give for the sentiment of all of us Tamils. All of us Tamils. You also, sir, if they want that from me, I am also that Tamil who suffered this. 8 crore people have been shown what love the prime minister has for Tamil. Don't misquote here.
अभी बंगाल का झगड़ा नहीं है. अभी आप बैठ जाओ.
Sir, they don't want to hear now on the banking.
आपका प्रदेश नहीं है, ये एक प्रदेश के माननीय सदस्य हैं. आप कहाँ आगे बीच में? प्लीज बैठो. प्लीज आप बैठिए. आप कहाँ आगे बीच में? आप बैठिए प्लीज. माननीय मंत्री.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I did already speak about the Mudra loan, about the rural bank presence. So many of the questions which on this aspect that Honorable Member Gaurav Gogoi had raised, I've sort of addressed. But one particular thing on which many members spoke was on student loans, education loans. I just want to dispel the doubt that many members had in their mind. Sir, total education loan outstanding has increased from 71,000 crore in 2017-18 to 1.04 lakh crores in 23-24. Loans are actually increasing and student loans are increasing. There has been an increase also to 1.3 lakh crore as on October 2024, which is an increase of 17.6% over October 23. So, model loan education scheme has also been launched by Government of India, where loans up to 7.5 lakh is given without requirement of any collateral or any margin money. The repayment period is also 15 long years. Further, the scheme, sir, is also backed by credit guarantee to the extent of 3,500 crores. So, government is giving credit guarantee, and we've given amount allocated for the guarantee purpose is 3,500. Now, recently, government has also brought out Pradhan Mantri Vidya Lakshmi scheme for financial support to meritorious students. I just want to highlight what this meritorious students loan scheme is. Sir, on 6th November 2024, Pradhan Mantri Vidya Lakshmi scheme was approved in the cabinet, and the broad contours of this loan scheme, because on students' loan, many people were rightly concerned. I just want to put before them what this loan scheme is. Up to 7.5 lakh loans will be provided under 75% credit guarantee by Government of India, and that is the National Credit Guarantee Corporation, which will support it, for high quality, higher education, quality higher education. Beyond the level 7.5 lakh also we are willing to give for students. Now, these loans are given not to very upper middle class or even higher income class, but these are students with up to 8 lakh annual family income. The scheme will also provide 3% interest subvention for loans up to 10 lakhs. So, interest subvention be, collateral free be, and for families with very low income. And this is in addition to a scheme which is already existing. To the full interest, there is a full interest subvention given to students for up to 4.5 lakh annual family income. So, not 8 lakh, but even lesser gets full interest subvention. So, the scheme is applicable, and it is provided by all scheduled commercial banks, regional rural banks, and cooperative banks also. 3% interest subvention will be paid to 1 lakh eligible students and will be enabled through the central bank digital currency process through Canara Bank. And this facility is expected to be ready by the first week of February, by the second week of February. That's a target date, sir. So, PM Vidya Lakshmi scheme is something on which the poorer students, low-income class students will get interest subvention and also collateral free. Sir, Kalyan Banerjee ji raised a few issues which I just want to clarify. Sir, he was speaking elaborately on the nomination issue. I want to clarify on that, sir. Sir, at the moment, the provisions allow only for the nomination of one person, for the payment of depositors' money, articles kept in safe custody, and also for safety lockers and so on. The proposed amendment, sir, will enable individuals to nominate up to 4 persons for these facilities, with options for either successive or simultaneous nominations. I just want to draw the difference between where it is successive and where it will be simultaneous. That will be the first explanation I want to give Honorable Member Kalyan Banerjee. Sir, depositors will have the option for successive or simultaneous and not and. If I heard Honorable Member right, successive and. No, it is going to be this or that. For instance, for deposits, option for either successive or simultaneous nominations are available. Whereas for articles kept in safe custody or in safety lockers, only successive nominations will be allowed. Successive nominations ensure that if the first nominee is unavailable, the next nominee in line will become operative, maintaining continuity and reducing complications of legal heirs. Additionally, what it does, 45ZG is inserted to establish the priority of successive nominations, ensuring clear guidelines for activation of subsequent nominees, if one is not there and another. Why at all we need to bring this? This also partly answers Sri N.K. Premchandran's concerns about why we are doing all this. Sir, before I come to the next point on the directors, so the difference between where the successive and where the multiple nominations are applicable are there's a differentiated treatment between deposits and also the security. Sir, Kalyan Banerjee ji and also I think many others, N.K. Premchandran also and Supriya Sule also raised this issue of cooperative bank directors. So the current provisions today specify an 8-year tenure for directors, excluding the chairman and the whole-time director in banking company. The proposed amendment aims to extend the tenure of directors, excluding the chairman and the whole-time director in cooperative banks, to 10 years. What's the rationale, sir? The 97th Amendment to the Constitution specifies that the term of elected members of the board and its office bearers in cooperative societies shall be 5 years from the date of election. This provision is consistent with most cooperative laws, which also stipulate 5-year term of office for directors with no restriction on re-election. The current Banking Regulation Act imposes an 8-year cap on tenure of directors. So that and the constitutional provision are not in alignment. So this creates practical difficulties as directors serving the maximum term under cooperative laws are required to resign in the middle of their second term to comply with the Banking Regulation Act. To resolve this challenge and align it with the Banking Regulation Act, with the constitutional amendment, it is proposed, therefore, to extend the maximum continuous tenure for directors from 8 years to 10 years. This will therefore harmonize it with the current governing practices that exist. So these are the points which I think the three members. At the moment, we have not, but you have given us a thought. I'll have to think about it. I'm not giving an assurance, but I'll certainly have to. Sir, there was also this concern about cyber frauds. There's a lot of activity and initiative being taken by Government of India. I'll just highlight, and I know even on a daily basis, there are a lot of calls which come to us saying, I've lost this money because of people fraudulently called me saying they are CBI director, they are so-and-so IB chief or whatever, and claimed their entire details and money has been siphoned off. In many cases, very educated, very, very experienced government and private company top executives are losing money. But at this stage, I can only say the efforts that we are taking, and we are trying to, as much as possible.
एक मिनट माननीय सभासदों, सभा की सहमति हो तो इस विधेयक की समाप्ति तक सभा की कार्रवाई बढ़ा दी जाए। माननीय मंत्री जी।
Sir, so at the moment, sir, Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center, which we call as I4C, under the Ministry of Home Affairs, serves as a national nodal point for coordinated effort in tackling cyber crimes. Cyber Fraud Mitigation Center operates in collaboration with major banks, payment intermediaries, telecom service providers, law enforcement agencies, and so on. National Cybercrime Helpline 1930 is also operational 24/7 across all states and UTs, so for immediate reporting and redressal. So I've broadly given an indication of kind of steps that Government of India is taking on this, but I understand there is a rampant occurrence and on which we need to have very quick
redressal mechanisms. The department and the I4C are all working together to come up with some concrete plans. Sir, member Dr. Rani Sri Kumar had raised this issue, sir, which is very important, so I thought I should specifically say that banks are being, minimum bank savings deposit that people hold are also being charged with penalties and so on. I want to assure member Rani Sri Kumar that none of the basic account holders, 65 crore basic saving bank deposit holders, or the 54 crore Jan Dhan account holders who are absolutely bottom of the rung, none of them are penalized for not maintaining minimum balance. It's a written order. No bank can charge on them. And in fact, these accounts are also given overdraft facility of 10,000, which is extended to all these basic account and Jan Dhan account. And besides that, Jan Dhan account holders are also given 2 lakh rupees as accident insurance, and also a RuPay card with no additional charge for them to use the card. So I just want to assure that the member, we don't charge anything for services for these accounts. So finally, N.K. Premchandran ji, write-off loans. So this is a repeated point of concern which many honorable members speak about, write-off, waive-off. When write-offs happen, banks make a certain provision. And for loans which are defaulted and after a certain level, they are then given to NARCL, National Asset Reconstruction Company, which then finds buyers, processes up that, and buyers, after they come and take it, the due amount to the bank comes back. So this was very nicely legislatively created, and that is why NARCL is actively working to take away these accounts where after a certain amount, which they can take over, and for lesser amount defaults, the usual local redressal mechanisms, DRTs, SURFACs, all of them come into play. No write-off is left without pursuing from the defaulter the total amount that he owes the system. And therefore, there were quite a few members of parliament who spoke from this side, saying how much has been obtained from defaulters, how much has been given back, retributions, bank restitution to the banks have happened. Restitution alone is above 15,000 crores. So this is an ongoing process. It's not going to be just one day. But I repeat this line, write-off is not waive-off. Banks are pursuing them. So with that, sir, I think I mostly addressed many of the members' concern. I request through you. So there was one important point, sir. The Lord, I think again it was Dr. Shiv Kumar, Rani Sri Kumar, sorry. She spoke about also members, amalgamation, and many other members also spoke about amalgamation of banks. Many banks have lost their employees. I would like to tell this House, sir, from the time amalgamation happened till today, on account of the amalgamation, not one employee has been removed from the banks. Not one. And therefore, I want to be very clear, no one. Then. No, you may give me. Fine. Fine, but they have not been removed is the point that I want to say. I'll look into what you've given. Sir, this EPS 95, very sensitive topic. Honorable Member Supriya Sule raised it. This scheme is administered by the Ministry of Labour and Employment. And Finance Ministry has no record of any approval or assurance which Sri Arun Jaitley has given on this matter. We don't have any record. So I just want to very clearly put it that the Finance Ministry, through the Minister... That's fine. I take that point, but then no assurance was given by Honorable Finance Minister at that time, sir.
Sir, one liner might help a bit more to explain the point that Honorable Member Supriya Sule raised. There are no re-election restriction on the directors. If that helps in, explaining the situation. The prospective aspect is different, but I just want to, I'm sure you're aware of it. Right, okay. That's fine. That's fine. I heard you. Okay, so that's largely the response I wanted to give you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
प्रश्न ये कि ये विधेयक पर विचार किया जाए, जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ, निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ। विधेयक पर विचार करने हेतु प्रस्ताव को स्वीकृत किया गया। अब सभा विधेयक पर खंडवार विचार करेगी। श्री सौगत राय, संशोधन संख्या 1। प्रश्न है कि श्री सौगत राय द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन 1 को स्वीकृत किया जाए।
अमेंडमेंट नंबर 1।
प्रश्न है कि श्री सौगत राय द्वारा प्रस्तुत प्रस्ताव संशोधन संख्या 1 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुआ। श्री N.K. प्रेमचंदन जी, संशोधन संख्या 13।
अमेंडमेंट नंबर 13, नॉट स्पीकिंग।
प्रश्न ये कि श्री N.K. प्रेमचंद द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन संख्या 13 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 2 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री सौगत राय, संशोधन संख्या 21।
सर, आई मूव अमेंडमेंट नंबर 21।
प्रश्न है कि श्री सौगत राय द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन संख्या 21 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न खंड 3 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 3 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री N.K. प्रेमचंद जी, संशोधन संख्या 14।
मूविंग।
प्रश्न श्री N.K. प्रेमचंद द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन संख्या 14 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुआ। श्री सौगत राय जी, संशोधन संख्या 22।
Sir, in page 2, line 33, for 10 years, I substitute 12 years. Sir, in this context, I want to mention that there is a controversy between the Reserve Bank and the government. It seems that the Reserve Bank does not want to increase the repo rate, and the government is saying that reduce the repo rate so that the rate of growth, which has fallen to all-time low, may rise. Sir, I would like the
प्रश्न ये कि सौगत राय द्वारा प्रस्तुत संख्या 22 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन स्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न है कि खंड 4 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 4 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री N.K. प्रेमचंद, संशोधन संख्या 15।
Sir, I am moving amendment number 15, in which a director of the state central cooperative bank elected to the board of the state cooperative bank, in which he is a member for a maximum period of 6 months. It is a harmless amendment, may be accepted, ma'am.
प्रश्न ये है कि श्री एन.के. प्रेमचंद द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन के 15 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन स्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न की खंड 5 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 5 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री सोगत राय संशोधन संख्या 2।
I move that for page 3, line 2, the last day of the fortnight or if last day of such fortnight, substitute the last working day of the fortnight or if the last working day of such fortnight. सर, इस सिलसिले में एक बात केवल कहना चाहता हूँ। स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट का अमेंडमेंट है। ये स्टेट बैंक है जिसका चेयरमैन एक प्राइवेट कंपनी का कोल माइन खरीदने के लिए ऑस्ट्रेलिया गए थे।
प्रश्न है कि सोगत राय द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन 2 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन स्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 6 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 6 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री एन.के. प्रेमचंद जी संशोधन संख्या 16।
नॉट मूविंग सर।
प्रश्न है कि खंड 7 से 9 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य के पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 7 से 9 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री एन.के. प्रेमचंद जी संशोधन संख्या 17 और 18।
Sir, it's an important amendment I would like to propose. That is, why should you restrict the number of nominees to 4? Because if I want to nominate more than 4, why should it be restricted? Because proportionate allocation of the assets which are in the deposit or which are in the bank is to be distributed among themselves. So why should we restrict the number of nominees to be 4? Let it be unlimited. That is the amendment. Kindly consider the amendment, madam.
प्रश्न ये कि श्री एन.के. प्रेमचंदन द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन का 17 और 18 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न ये खंड 10 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 10 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री एन.के. प्रेमचंद जी संशोधन संख्या 3।
Same amendment, not exceeding for not moving. Already it is negative.
प्रश्न है कि खंड 11 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 11 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री एन.के. प्रेमचंद जी संशोधन संख्या 4।
Same amendment, not exceeding 4, not moving.
प्रश्न है कि खंड 12 से 14 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 12 से 14 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री सोगत राय जी संशोधन संख्या 5, 6, 7।
Sir, for page 5, line 39, for 7 years, substitute 5 years. 6, for 7 consecutive years, substitute 5 consecutive years. And 7, page line 46, page 5, for 7 years, substitute 5 years. I move the amendment.
प्रश्न है कि श्री सोगत राय द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन संख्या 5, 6, 7 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुआ। श्री एन.के. प्रेमचंदन जी संशोधन संख्या 8।
Not moving, sir.
श्री सोगत राय जी संशोधन संख्या 24।
Sir, in page 6, line 3, for shall be entitled, you write, substitute shall not be entitled. Sir, in this context, I want to say that I am not very happy at the Investor Promotion and Education Fund. I don't think that it is performing any function, and it makes somebody whose own hard-earned money is there to recover the money.
प्रश्न ये कि सोगत राय द्वारा प्रस्तुत संख्या 24 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में कहे हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन स्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न है कि खंड 15 और 16 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 15 और 16 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री N.K. प्रेमचंद्र जी, संशोधन संख्या 9।
Sir, I am moving that amendment. It is also very important that corresponding new bank may fix. I would like to substitute Reserve Bank may fix in consultation with the central government, or any higher remuneration the corresponding new bank may fix. This is also good for the legislation. Kindly accept, or in future kindly give an assurance so that I can withdraw.
प्रश्न ये कि श्री N.K. प्रेमचंद्र द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन 9 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न ये खंड 17 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 17 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री N.K. प्रेमचंद्र जी, संशोधन संख्या 10।
Sir, I am not moving 10, 11 and 12 because already it is negative. So I am not moving all these amendments. 10, 11 and 12.
श्री विशाल पाटिल, संशोधन संख्या 19, 20।
सर, मेरे शंका का समाधान हो गया तो नॉट मूविंग सर।
सोगत राय जी, आपकी भी कोई समस्या का समाधान हुआ? श्री सोगत राय जी, संशोधन संख्या 26 और 27।
Want to keep the minister on their toes, which is why I give the amendment, so that they are aware of the parliamentary procedure and give due importance to the voice of the opposition. I am concerned about the banks helping certain
सोगत राय जी,
industrial
संशोधन संख्या
houses.
26, 27।
संशोधन संख्या 26 and 27।
प्रश्न है कि श्री सोगत राय द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन संख्या 26 और 27 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न है कि खंड 18 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 18 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री N.K. प्रेमचंद्रन जी, संशोधन संख्या 11।
Not moving.
प्रश्न ये कि खंड 19 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में है वो हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 9 विधेयक का अंग बना। श्री N.K. प्रेमचंद्रन जी, नॉट मूविंग। प्रश्न है कि खंड 20 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 20 विधेयक का अंग बना। प्रश्न ये कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। मंत्री जी अब प्रस्ताव करें कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
Sir, I rise to move that the bill be passed.
प्रश्न है कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ, विधेयक पारित हुआ। सभा की कार्रवाई बुधवार दिनांक 4 दिसंबर 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।